Thank you, everyone. The City Finance Committee will come to order. I am moving favorable action on PCR 65-25 for public hearing, as well as PCR 66-25. Need a second, please?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Close the Finance Committee at 4:02.
All right, full 4:02. I got 4:01. Whatever. We'll pretend it's 4:02 p.m. City Council will now convene. Clerk, will please take the roll.
Mr. Snappy. Here. Mr. DeLuise. Here. Mr. Foley.
Here.
Mr. Gebhardt. Mr. Kirby. Mr. Lattiser.
Here.
Mr. Muno.
Here.
Mr. Napa.
Here.
Mr. Riggs. 8 present.
All right, Councilman Foley, if you can please lead us in the salute to the flag. As an FYI, turning the council meeting into a circus helps no one. You'll be asked to leave if you can't control yourselves. First up on the docket, we have PCR 65-25, wrote after transfer of supplemental appropriations and emergency appropriations. This is introduced by the finance chair on behalf of the mayor. We also have PCR 66-25, resolution adopting the budget and estimating the tax rates of the city of Warwick for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025 and ending June 30th, 2026, inclusive of FY26 general funds, FY26 personnel funds, FY26 special and capital funds budget. This is introduced on behalf of the finance chair for the mayor. So as an FYI, this will be public hearing. Items not completed this evening will be continued to May 20th, 2025 at 4 p.m. First up, we have a presentation of the budget by the mayor and city staff. Do we need a motion to open public hearing? So first, we need a motion to open public hearing on PCR 65-25 and PCR 66-25. Motion made by Councilman Lattiser, seconded by Councilman Foley. All in favor? All opposed? All right. Public hearing stands open. So, Mayor, take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Good evening, Councilman. I'm going to forego a opening statement. Put in the budget message, you have a long night, so we're just going to leave with that. I have some corrections in the budget I'd like you to take note of. First, in the on page 22 of your budget, line item 35105. That line item is going to be decreased by $125,768. I'll explain it in a minute. Now I'm going to ask you to create a line item 35-10 and put that amount 125,768 into that. What that is, that's the rent that we pay for Station 8, the station over on Post Road near Ann and Hope. There wasn't a line item for it prior to this. This is new because we never paid that rent before. It used to be taken out of the pilot money the airport corporation gave us. As you're aware, we no longer get the pilot money. On page 34, under the Department of Public Works, line 63101. We're going to decrease that line by $235,140. During the DPW's presentation, you can get a further explanation. But what it was is they had 3 extra form in there. It's what the numbers used to be, but aren't any longer. And on page 23 of the capital budget, yes, page 23 of the capital budget, 35,799. Reduce that by $1,550,000. Page 2 of the capital budget, I'm sorry. That can be explained better later, but what happened was operating funds were mistakenly used, and it's the bulk of it's going to be lease purchase. And then on page 34, 89,000, we're going to reappropriate, we're going to revise the school appropriation to $2,194,746. What?
Increasing this.
Yes, we're increasing it, but we revised the appropriation. The total appropriation to schools will now be $194,746. I took those errors that were made and I put them right into school appropriation. Doing this will not change our anticipated tax rate, nor will it be any further drawdown from the fund balance. And as I said, we can explain it better department by department. We're ready to go, Mr. President.
All right, first up on the schedule is revenue, I believe. Or correct me if I'm wrong. Oh, transfer supplemental, sorry. So are there any questions regarding that? Any questions from the public on that item? This is transfer / supplemental appropriations / emergency appropriations. Seeing none, we can move along to revenue. Are there any questions and comments on revenue within the budget? Councilman Gebhardt?
Good evening. Just a couple of questions for you on So page, actually, I guess we'll start at the last page. Looking at fiscal 25 projected. So in fiscal 25, we had budgeted a drawdown of 2.5 and change. And it looks like projected a drawdown of 569,029. Other reserves, can you just refresh me on what other reserves is?
Lynn Proger. The other transfers are a variety of other funds that we were cleaning up on the side. There were some very tiny amounts that were kind of abandoned in old bond funds, like there was an open space bond, and so we used it to clean up the financial statements.
Okay, so the 900K that was budgeted and projected, it just is those cleanup activities.
Correct.
All right, because I think it's a little tricky to start on the revenue side immediately, because obviously we have a lot on the expense side to get through. But thinking about, which we've done each of the last several years, where there's a somewhat substantial drawdown planned in the plan, and then over the last 4 or 5 years, the drawdown has always been either negligible, non-existent, or a fraction of what was originally planned. And just as I was like framing up this thought in my head, there's if we go back a couple of pages, one of the things that we've had that's kind of given us pause as we've thought about the budgets over the last couple of years, especially on the revenue side, relates to sales of city property, sort of being one-time funds. So there was planned 1.9 million in sale of city real estate for this year, which looks like that did not materialize and is going to move forward into next year. Accurate? Yeah.
Correct.
And which property is that?
Aldrich.
Aldrich. Okay. So when you look at that, actually, it's very interesting on the revenue side. So we had planned to have 1.9 million in revenue from that transaction. We had planned to draw down the fund balance by 2.5 million. We finished only needing to draw, or we're projecting to only need to draw down the fund balance 569,000, and also didn't get an additional $2 million of revenue that was part of the plan. So if you think about just performance to where we thought we would be, and where we actually are, it was very strong for this year. So I think that's helpful framing as we think about the drawdown, because obviously nobody likes to see that we're not really running or planning for a balanced budget. We're planning to draw down on our reserves. But I've always found over the last 5 or 6 years that you all tend to budget in a very conservative way and then overperform.
Yes, but also you have to remember the other side of that are the expenses. So a lot of the departments have been really holding the line for each of their departments, which helps with that fund balance amount.
Okay. One other question. Under revenue, also on the last page, personnel sewer fringe transfer. And I think is that related to benefits, the shared employees that get reimbursed by the
Correct.
enterprise fund?
Yeah.
Why does that stay flat? Doesn't our share of benefit expense increase?
Actually, the water and sewer departments asked the same question, and our benefits are, in fact, increasing, obviously, like everybody's, but they've actually had some trouble with breakage, so it's kind of made it flat.
Okay.
Because I actually looked at the exact same thing.
All right, that's it for now. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I see that the projection is for a 99.2% collection rate, similar to the current fiscal year.
Yes,
How are we doing on that 99.2%?
great.
So we think that the 99.2% for next fiscal year would also be reasonable?
Absolutely.
Okay. I do have some concerns about that fund balance drawdown, of course, 3.7 million. I believe that that is larger than, well, going into a budget hearing, I believe that that is probably larger than most, if not all, years that I've been on the city council. I understand that there have often been years where the city has managed to keep that in check and close that gap through different measures throughout the year. But especially when a budget is a bit tighter, and especially because we don't want to see items simply being deferred into future years, that amount is worrisome to me. And especially too, when part of that is relying on $1.9 million from the sale of city properties. I think that it seems likely that the sale of Aldridge, from everything I've heard, is going to go through this year, this coming fiscal year, so that that materializes. But the concept in general of balancing a budget on the sale of city property to the tune of close to $2 million isn't exactly sustainable. So it appears that the increase from the 2025 projection to the 2026 request is almost, if not entirely, based on the tax increase rather than projection of additional new properties or the like being added to the tax rolls, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And based on that too, the 99.2% appears to be more attainable because we're not necessarily counting on new properties being added to the tax roll to hit to that $244 million in revenue?
I'm very confident in the tax collection, yes.
Okay. That's all the questions on the revenue budget for now. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Director. I'm going to start with some questions regarding the revenue highlights. Under licenses and fees, it's indicated that the recording fees and realty transfer tax moderate as real estate and refinancing activities slow. I'm curious as to why the interpretation is slow, given all the additional construction, essentially new residential construction that is taking place. Why the city wouldn't anticipate more of a revenue as a result of that.
If you look at the 25 budget, it's at 1.4, and in 26, it's at 1.45. We're not very confident that it's going to be running gangbusters like it has been. You know, there has been some slowdown. There is new property, but that's one of those really tricky lines to predict. You know, I'd be a realtor otherwise. It's a hard one.
It's also a number that could be positively impact with the fees and assessments that take place in the building department as well, between the building
Absolutely.
permit fees, et cetera, right?
I mean, that if you look at our projection, we're a tiny bit over. So every place that we could be a tiny bit over, we're taking a little less from that fund balance too.
In other revenues, it states that the cannabis revenue is estimated to grow $330K as another store opens. last year, I think you had growth of 1 million last year.
Yes,
So this 330 you're saying is simply as a result of that one operation, right?
that is my best guess. In order to come up with that number, I was looking at the most recent quarter that we were paid, and that is approximately what we think we'll bring in.
So you are not assuming any
No, I'm
increase in revenue from the other facilities?
yeah, there's an increase. So
Okay.
there's been an increase in revenue, and that increase is going to be a little bit higher with another facility, hopefully.
Okay.
I mean, in 25, it was about $1 million, and in 26, we're at 1.3.
On the rink, the Apponaug rink, it's stated that the revenues are estimated to be at over 798,000. What is the breakdown of those revenues? How did you arrive at the revenue of 798,000?
So the way that we came up with that number is actually we reached out to our friends in Providence and asked them how their rink is doing. I mean, it was approximately in that spot. And that includes fees to use the rink, the sponsorship amounts.
The naming fees
Exactly,
for the rink,
yeah.
et cetera, yeah. Which that's,
Yeah.
could certainly be a moving target, right? As-
Absolutely. It's really tricky. The only way I knew how to kind of guess what that could be was to talk to our friends in Providence with a similar rink.
And the anticipated expenses are just about the same in your budget here, right?
Yeah, I mean, the intent is that we're not going to overexpend that rink. We're only going to spend what we take in, right?
Okay, I'll get to that after. With the drawdown of 3.8 million, I'm assuming that based upon the mayor's additional increase in the funding for the school department of over $1 million, that the $3.8 million drawdown from the fund balance, that's going to remain the same. That's not changing, right?
Correct.
Okay. So he could have reduced the drawdown by $1 million, but instead he wanted to move the extra million plus into the school department, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The property tax revenues, it shows values. And in fiscal year 2025, we had total value of $13,799,000. I'm just going to round out the numbers. And in fiscal 2026, that value is $15,282,000. So we have an additional revenue. Is this a hard line number, or is this an estimated number of the value? Because that obviously is going to get impacted with the tax.
My area of expertise is not assessment, but it's my understanding that this is as close to perfect as we can get it.
Okay. And the item on, at least in our budget book, page 49, it's 3 from the top. It says public service corporate tax. What is that?
That is a payment that we get from the state.
It's what, please?
It's set from the state, set by the governor.
Okay. And payment in lieu of taxes. I'm assuming the airport is part of this, but who else makes?
That is not the airport.
It's not.
Nope.
So where does that $1,674,000 come from? That's maybe 6 lines down.
That's a variety of properties around. There's some, I think there's Rhode Island housing in there.
This is what, please?
I think there's Rhode Island housing in there. Neil actually will answer this better, but there are a number of properties. I think New England Tech is in that amount as well, but Kent County and New England Tech.
I'm sorry, Lynn, I couldn't.
It's nonprofits in the community, so the biggest ones are New England Tech and Kent County Hospital.
Okay. And state grant revenue, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 items. And the projected for this year was 1670, 240,000, 895,000. No, scratch that 895. This year, in 3 of those, it's a 0. Why is that?
Projects are done. A lot of the money comes through DEM. This 59 is actually a pass-through from the feds, and a lot of the Fed money is drying up.
Is being that it's a grant revenue, a state grant revenue, it's fairly safe to assume that there will be no grant revenue this year from the state?
I hope there is, but we don't have the expense
Right.
budgeted for in here either.
Real estate, scratch that, realty transfer tax is essentially a break even from last year. And again, my question would be, why is that such a soft approach, given the fact that there obviously is going to be a fair amount of transfers taking place this year?
There could be. I tend to be pretty conservative on this line, but I'm also getting it pretty close to right every year. It's just kind of talking to the building department and the city clerk and kind of getting a feel of the numbers, where they are and where they might track.
Building permit fees have actually been reduced. They're actually lower than they were in 2024. They were reduced this year by $100,000. Why?
We just don't believe there are going to be as many permits coming through as there have been. There's been a slowdown in construction.
There's a slowdown in construction.
The construction is still happening. There's less permits being pulled for future construction. We brought this down a little bit at the direction of the building inspector, building official.
And it's also for those folks who are not aware of it, these units, particularly condominiums or apartment units, they're not taxed at the full tax rate until actually sold and occupied, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so some of this, or a large portion of this new construction, may not benefit the revenue side till perhaps next fiscal year.
Possible.
Rental income. What is rental income? That's the third from the bottom on page 50. It's been reduced from $79.50 to $5,000.
That's just the cost for the Thayer rink for rentals across the year.
And the anticipation is there'll be less activity at those rinks this year?
Yeah, I know they've been doing some repairs, so.
Rental income, Parks and Recs, is the very last line item. That has had a steady decline since 2023. The projection for this year is 5,700. The budget was 0. Projected is 5,700. In 2026, it's got an income of 3,000. What is that? rental income?
It's just the field rentals,
It's what, please?
the field rentals.
Okay. One item that I believe this city has been overlooking, and it's not, I'm going to put it out there because I'll get to it again when we get to the police budget, is harbor fines. We have $0 in harbor fines. And from 2023 on forward, it's virtually nothing. More from a safety perspective than anything, these harbor fines need to be enforced. More so from safety than a revenue, but that is a revenue stream that certainly needed to be looked at. The food truck fees, I know that's something that the department is working on, and hopefully we'll be able to come up with a much better plan than what currently exists. I will yield, Mr. President, to my colleagues.
We got about a minute and a half left, just FYI.
Mr. President.
Councilman, whoop, sorry, Mayor.
Councilman, just to clarify, we only have 2 projects currently under construction where we won't be realizing the tax revenue for a period of time. Those are in the intermodal zone. It's the large apartment complex on Post Road and the proposed one they're about to break ground for on Jefferson Boulevard. All the other construction you see going on, we will, upon completion and when they occupy them, they'll start paying their taxes in full. It's only in the intermodal zone because we haven't had any tax treaties with any of these projects. I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Mayor.
you.
I put that out there because I had received some inquiries about that. You know, why wasn't the anticipated revenue, tax revenue higher? And it's just important that folks understand that, particularly with condominiums, they don't get the full assessment until they're actually sold and occupied.
Oh, absolutely. And in the intermodal zone, I think it's a tax treaty of over 10 years.
Right.
But we haven't done that for any of these other projects. So the houses you see getting built where Wick School was, the former Sheridan, that's full tax value as soon as they're done and they're occupied and sold, of course.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple of quick questions relative to the expected revenue from the rink and then also the court fines, which increased substantially because we're expecting revenue from the traffic cams. Were those prorated based on when the project completions were? So for instance, the rink, project completion is expected sometime in November. So were
Yes.
your estimates that you got from Providence
Right.
were higher than 800,000 a year?
They were, but we were also really careful to make sure that our expenses matched that because we want to make sure we're not spending more money than we take in. So it was a thoughtful number, but we also want to make sure that we're,
So is it on a full year of revenue, let's say from the rink, does it reflect more like 1.2?
possibly, yeah.
Okay. And then I would assume you did some sort of adjustment scale
Yeah,
for the cameras. and
yeah, I
stuff?
mean, the rink is supposed to open in December, so.
Yeah.
November.
Okay. That was my only question.
You had a question about the fines too?
Same theory that if it was prorated based on when those will be fully operational and after the notice period. So
Yeah, we did a similar thing, only we spoke to East Providence.
Yeah.
And we tried to prorate it. And they should be coming online fairly soon. Because
Yeah.
I actually have a call this week with their finance guy to get the money set up to get flowing.
yeah, my understanding was that the cameras from the police department's standpoint should be all installed
Yeah.
before the start of school. Then we have the 30-day notice period. So
Yep.
full issuance of fines on the complement of cameras
Yeah.
should be I'd assume
Well, not the full
October.
complement, bits and pieces of it.
By October though.
Councilman, if you'd like, we have Major Sullivan here who's taking the lead on this. If you really want some questions answered, he's the man. Would you like to have him address your questions?
Sure. Yeah.
Major?
Good Good evening, Andy Sullivan for the Police Department.
Thank you, Major. So I had the opportunity to speak with you via email on this topic, and you had informed me that the full complement of cameras should be installed prior to the start of school, and then we would expect, if I understand our communications right, that the full complement would be operational and be able to issue summons, rather violations, by, I would say, first week of October, give or take, given National Grid timelines.
Roughly, yes. There's going to be a 30-day warning period at the top of the school year, so that'll be push us into late September when fines begin.
And that's a very substantial income revenue stream that we're
It
expecting.
is. So I can give you the adjusted, my adjusted figures based on that 30-day warning period, taking 1 month out of the 180 school day calendar for fines and also for the cameras. So my projection would be adjusted, again, based on where we are with the program, where we expect to be, would be 10 months of cameras fully operational. So that would put us fully operational by September.
Fantastic.
That's a conservative estimate. I'm confident we'll be fully operational with all the red light cameras by then. And then the 1 month delay due to the warning period for schools. So that adjusted FY26 revenue would be $3,746,355.
Okay. Those are all the questions I had. Thank you, Major.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council on revenue? Any questions from members of the public on revenue? All right, go ahead and up to the mic, Ms. Sheridan. And just the usual protocol for everyone, when you approach the mic, please state your full name and then say your piece. Just like the council, you're limited in time.
Ian Sheridan, Ward 9. Can I follow up with the Major on the school cams? So the question I have was last year's hearing, the department proposed the school and the red light cams and said the revenue was projected for half a year at $1.5 million. We're moving forward in this budget looking for $4 million, and now you're saying they're going to come, and that was supposed to be for 6 months for $1.5 million, and now we're moving forward to an activating start date of October through June for a $4 million.
That would be for the school speed cameras, because the school cameras can only be operational during the 100-day.
And when are the red light cameras going on?
Excuse me, Ms. Sheridan. Can you get on the mic?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
And the red light cameras?
Those will roll out incrementally as they become operational at each intersection that they're designated for. The first intersection should be ready by the beginning of June. And then there'll be a 30-day warning period for every camera that's in the city.
So they're going to start this June, so they'll be running for a full 12 months.
I'm sorry?
They'll be running for a full 12 months in the fiscal year.
Not in this fiscal year. That's why I just told the councilman that I'm projecting a 10-month full operational for red light cameras in FY26.
So we've moved from last year for 6 months, projecting $1.5 million, to this year at $4 million when we're not projecting even a full 12 months for the school and the red light cameras.
Yes, projections changed. The company, it was a slow rollout, their first time operating in Rhode Island. They went through some hiccups with permitting and whatnot. Everybody's working through that collectively. And like anything, it takes time, unfortunately.
I get that it takes time. It seems like we're taking time but getting a lot more revenue. I mean, I could be comfortable with maybe $3 million. I mean, I'm guessing that a lot changed in their calculations between last year's presentation and this year's presentation. You know better than I. It just struck me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have anything else, Ms. Sheridan?
Yeah, may I ask about the, so you were mentioning about the rink, the new rink. It's about the new rink in the back that's being
Rink.
built.
Sorry, can you speak in the mic?
I'm sorry. So we're talking about the rink that was in the back. And if McDermott and Thayer fees are $810,000 for the year, and they're a well-known facility that has, I'm sure, contracts for all sorts of events that go on a regular basis, and yet we're expecting almost $800,000 from the rink in the back that's going to go start in December. Now, I know you mentioned Providence. I think Providence is a completely different circumstance because it is a capital center. It's been ongoing for multiple years, and they've clearly had stress with their revenue and their activity down there. Isn't $800,000 really aggressive when you're looking at a December start date?
Possibly. The mayor has been aggressive about the programming he wants to have run there, and it'll be year-round. It's going to start with the Christmas parade that we have, which should bring in quite a bit of revenue as well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Do any other members of the public have anything for revenue? All right, back to you, Councilman Lattiser. You have a minute left, or a minute 15.
To Major Sullivan. Major Sullivan, I think I understood you to say that the actual cameras would be operational by October 1st.
Yeah, my conservative estimate is for red lights. There are two different types of cameras and when they can be on and when they can't be on. So my conservative estimates for the red light cameras is that they are all fully operational for 10 months out of this 12 months in FY26. They will, I'm highly confident they're going to start rolling out well ahead of.
But once you actually get them operational, there's a 30-day window, if you will,
Yes,
before enforcement, right?
For each, and that's going to be a rollout. So there's not a 30-day warning period altogether at the same time. It's for each camera at each location. So one camera might already be active collecting fines while another one's in the warning period at a different intersection down the street.
So in terms of generating revenue, it could be anywhere from 9 to 10 months of revenue. Some of them are not going active till October. That'll be 9 months, right?
I'm confident it'll be a 10-month period.
Okay. I just want to go on the record of saying that me personally, speaking for myself, I'm concerned with the revenue streams regarding the cameras, and I'm concerned with the revenue stream regarding the ice rink. I just want to be on the record on that. Thank you.
Councilman Gebhardt.
Not for you, Major. This came up maybe for Lynn, for you, but maybe for fire. I don't think we've revisited the rescue fees.
We have not, and actually Councilman Lattiser and I already had a conversation about this.
Okay. So I can assume it's underway? Yeah, no, I mean, I just don't think we've revisited them in probably
We've not.
4 years.
No, and actually I talked to our third-party administrator already, and I have some documents from other communities to set up a system so that we don't have to address it every couple years, so that it's just a continuously updating ordinance. But Councilman Lattiser and I
actually sponsored the ordinance to increase those fees about 5 years ago. It was before COVID.
Yeah, and it's time to look at it again.
Okay, great, thank you.
right, any other members of the public wish to speak on this? Councilman Gebhardt, you're done, right? And Councilman Lattiser, you're both out of time and done. All right. So seeing no one else on revenue, we move on to executive. Anyone regarding the executive department for the budget?
Bill Facenti, Chief of Staff to Mayor Picozzi. Salaries, the standard salary increases for the contractual and the non-union got the same as the union. That's basically all the difference. It did go down, if you notice, from last year to this year, it did go down. Total expense went down 28,619.
Does anyone have anything for the executive department? Councilman Lattiser.
Hello.
So it'll be the same questions that I'm going to be asking for every department head that comes up. I'm going to ask if there are any raises beyond contractual raises in each department. I will be asking if there has been new positions or deletions in each department. And I will be asking if longevity payments have been issued to anyone that has been employed with the city after July 1st of 2004. So, Chief, can you walk us through the reductions? You said there were reductions from this year to last year in your budget. Can you walk us through what those reductions are?
Yeah, so I'm performing both the chief of staff to the mayor as well as the housing community development manager position. So I'm not earning both salaries for those positions. So there was a reduction in the salary. So my salary is charged to both community development and to the mayor's office, as well as the media coordinator is charged to both the mayor's office as well as tourism, culture, and development. So there were some slight changes to those. Those are the only changes.
And so in the salary line item, 11-101, salaries municipal, it's a request for this year, $415,642. But when I look at the department totals,
It was this current fiscal year is 444,261, and we're asking for 415,642, which is a reduction of 28,619.
say that again, you're asking what?
The FY25 budget for that line item 101 was $444,261.
Correct.
We're asking for $415,642, which is a reduction of $28,619.
And you also are showing a projected fiscal year end for 2025 of 376, which is about 68,000 less than the budget. Where's that 68,000? How'd that get reduced by 68,000?
So I believe last year's budget included $120,000 for the chief of staff. I'm not taking $120,000 from the mayor's office. So that's made up of that difference, and that's those salaries. So I'm doing both jobs. As I said, so when I hadn't started until July 1st, so the budget was already passed. So that salary and those budget line items were based on the previous staffing. Staffing levels haven't changed, still the same number, it's just different bodies in the seats.
And the no, scratch that. Never mind. I'm all set. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for that, Chief.
You're welcome.
Anyone else for this department? Any members of the public wish to ask anything on this department? Any other members of the public wish to ask any questions for this department? Specifically the executive portion of the budget? Seeing none, we can move on to the legal department.
This is for the legal services for the city, other than city council solicitor. The solicitor's office has asked for a slight increase. That's why you'll see the increase from last year revised of $466.99. We're asking for an increase of $9,401. So it's $475,500. This is to cover the boards and commissions, solicitors, lawsuits, things that the city is involved with legally.
Does anyone have any questions for this department? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I think I recall last year a discussion about the public defender. It appears that that was budgeted in the amount of $5,000 last year, but it appears that none has been expended, and there's similarly budgeting of $5,000 this year. What's the status of the public defender?
I believe we're looking for one. The city solicitor's office is recruiting if anyone wants to be a public defender. As you know, municipal courts are somewhat required to have some representation for those that can't afford one. We had one years ago. Change of administrations, that was removed. And as you know, a private attorney is difficult to get to work for that fee. So if you know anyone that would like to be a public defender, send them the city solicitor's way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, since it's been a year, I would just, I'll leave my comments there. I'm glad that there are continued efforts to get a public defender. Thank you.
Welcome.
Anyone else with questions for the legal department? Seeing none, any members of the public with questions regarding the legal department / legal portion of the budget? Seeing none, next is city clerk.
Right. So on the clerk's budget, we have reduced one union position was eliminated from the budget with a savings of approximately $41,727 in a salary line item. My request was to upgrade some positions in there due to the added duties, and it was not, funds were reappropriated elsewhere. That's it. Pay scale in the clerk's office is considerably low. I was hoping to help them out. But with the market being slow, it is going to come back at some point. That position may be needed, but it has been eliminated. That being said, I've got one eliminated, one vacancy. Increases in the department were all contractual. I had 2 step increases as well. So again, salary line item went down $41,727 in the clerk's portion of the budget.
A quick question for you. Did you say your request was denied?
Yes.
Okay.
They did not do that. The compensation was not, they received added duties years ago, and it was never brought up with everybody else, and I just attempted.
Understood. Councilman Napa?
Just one quick question, Madam Clerk. The position you said that was vacant, is that posted? We're trying to actively fill that? Trying?
That's been vacant for 10 months.
Okay.
That's also a union position.
And that's allocated, there are funds allocated within
It's
the budget?
budgeted. It's a
Okay.
vacant position, but that one is budgeted.
Okay.
The other
Thank you.
position that was eliminated has been vacant since, the position that was eliminated has been vacant since October of '23.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Councilman Lattiser?
I thank you. I think I understood you to say that there were no raises beyond contractual or step increases in your department?
Correct.
Okay.
It's contractual for everybody, and 2 people received step increases due to their years of service.
Okay.
Well,
And,
actually, 1 in the clerk's budget, portion of the budget. It's 1 in the clerk's portion. Sorry.
okay. And no new positions, right?
No.
And other than, you have one position that's vacant right now?
I have a vacant position that is funded. It's been vacant for approximately 10 months, and then the other vacant position was eliminated.
So one's funded and not filled, and one is
Correct.
eliminated.
Correct.
So are you actually down a staff person?
Yes. Or
Okay.
2.
Thank you.
Any other members of the council have any questions on this line, or this portion of the budget?
Excuse me, Mr. President, I just want to clarify. That position that you're down is funded?
Yes, the vacant position is funded.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of the council have any questions regarding this portion of the budget? Any members of the public have any questions regarding this portion of the budget? And for reference, this portion, in fact, is City Clerk on page 9 of the general fund budget packet. Seeing none, we will move on to Probate Court.
That, again, it stays the same. That's one of my step increases. It was nothing but contractual. One of the step increases was done in probate. Everything else is contractual. There's only 1 employee.
Any questions from members of the council on this? And this is on page 10 of the budget. Any questions from members of the public on this? Again, it's Probate Court on page 10 of the proposed general fund budget. Seeing none, we'll move on to Municipal Court, also on page 10.
All right. Councilman Lattiser, I will clarify. My vacant funded position is in Municipal Court, not in the clerk's portion. It's in the Municipal Court portion of the clerk's office. Is that
That
clearer?
position that's funded,
Funded. The
but
funded-
not filled. Got it.
Correct.
Okay, so it's a municipal court.
Right, because I've got the 3 departments.
Thank you for the clarification. You had my wheels turning there for a minute.
I bet I did. Keep you on your toes.
Any other questions regarding Municipal Court? Any questions from members of the public on Municipal Court? Seeing none, we'll move on to Legislative. That is on page 11, the Legislative Department. Do any members of the council have any questions regarding page 11, Legislative Department? Pardon? Nope.
Council President, are we doing personnel later?
So we're following the schedule that's on the agenda. Okay. Rather than the order that's in the book.
Got it.
I know, needlessly confusing, but. So does anyone have any questions regarding the Legislative Department? All right. Any members of the public have any questions regarding the Legislative Department? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Board of Canvassers. That's also on page 11.
All right, I got it. Good evening.
Good evening. Can you just introduce yourself, please?
Krista Tracy, Director of Elections.
So you're going to have to talk right
Sorry.
into that mic. Sorry.
That's better.
That's perfect. So go ahead and reintroduce yourself. I apologize.
Krista Tracy, Director of Elections.
Already. Does anyone have any questions regarding the Board of Canvassers budget? Councilman Lattiser?
Hello, Director.
Hello.
So same questions. Are there any new positions in your department?
No.
Are there any raises beyond contractual in your department?
Yes.
And what would that be?
For myself, the director.
That's beyond contractual?
Oh, there's not, no, just regular contractual for the staff. And there is a 1% step increase for one of the staff.
How long have you been with the Board of Canvassers?
I'm going to be 2 years this July.
2 years.
Yep.
And I'm seeing in the personnel supplement that there is a significant raise in that department. Let me just get to that.
Sure.
Councilman Bill Facenti, Chief of Staff. So the clerk of the Board of Canvassers, Ms. Tracy's position, the salaries are set by the board. They asked for an increase to Krista's salary. They voted on it, passed it. So that's what there's an increase. And that's set by state law, that the boards can control the salary of the clerk, the elections officials.
So the board can control the salaries.
Correct.
And does that, are you insinuating that the city council has to approve that and can't overrule that?
I'm not an attorney. All I'm saying is it's in state law that the Board of Canvassers, the board members, they can set the salaries and the increases for the members of that department.
And that increase was over contractual
That was,
increases.
yeah, it was $10,000. I have a chart if you'd like of all the ones that are not to save time.
Okay, so this budget as a whole is here for us to approve, and each item in the budget is before us to approve or disapprove.
Again, not an attorney. State law dictates that the
Okay,
board set the compensation for the election officials.
okay. Fair enough. And the reason on 17,495, I'll be just looking to verify what the legalese is regarding whether the city council has or doesn't have authority over spending. On 17,495, primary election expense. For fiscal year 2025, it's projected at 74,610. And in fiscal year 2026, it's projected out for 55,000. Is that assuming that we may have a special election?
A special or a state election, exactly.
Okay. And how did you or your team come up with the number of 55,000?
That's based on actually previous special elections. They're generally smaller elections than, the
Right.
regular general election.
Sure.
Usually only 9 polls are open, so it's reduced.
So it's what, please? I'm sorry.
That's how you would, the poll worker salaries go down, rental fees for polls go down, when we'd only have 9 versus the 34 poll locations open.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. That's all the questions I have.
Councilman Muto.
Just a quick question.
Sure.
On the same lines, obviously you have the primary cost in there, but during the fiscal year, is there a general election schedule, that 55,000?
No, as a rule of thumb, I like to budget for 2 special elections because we could have our own city election. The state could, for example, in 21, they had a question to change the name of the state, and you would need funds if the state needed to hold an election as well.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. I would hope that, aside from the possibility of a special election this summer, that we wouldn't have necessarily two special elections in a given fiscal year outside of the regularly scheduled elections, but I understand that that can't be necessarily controlled or predicted. So the two line items, 55,000 each, just to make sure that I'm clear in understanding that that would not, neither one of those would have anything to do with the regularly scheduled elections for September and November of 2026, because those would be part of fiscal year 2027, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of the council have any questions for Board of Canvassers? Any members of the public have any questions for Board of Canvassers? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Finance Department. It's on page 12.
There are two personnel changes in the Finance Department. One, we have budgeted for added duties and responsibilities to a current employee to be the Secretary of the School Budget Commission. That is being paid out of here. We also have a small amount of money for temp. That is so Peter Schaefer can come and advise us as we move forward.
Councilman Lattiser? I preempted it, that's why I chuckled, sorry.
Sure, I think I'll just leave it on, Mr. President. Save you a couple minutes here and there. Director, you said a small amount. Which two job codes, I think you mentioned, which two job codes are you referring to?
Job code 475, it's a Secretary School Budget Commission.
And
This is being paid to somebody who works in our Economic Development Department.
is that a new position?
It is a new position. It's really kind of an add-on to a current position. The employee actually works in the Economic Development Department, but she's agreed to take on the role of the secretary as well.
Hold on, it's stuck in my head. This is an add-on to another position?
Correct.
What's the other position?
She works in Economic Development. I don't remember the title. But this person's a full-time employee who's working nights and doing added work for the Budget Commission.
So this is an increase in that particular
Correct.
person of $10,786.
Correct.
And that is because of the additional duties with the Budget Commission?
Correct.
Okay. That's one person?
Yes.
Got it. What was the other one?
Temp services, there's no actual job code here. This is so that we have some money to bring our former finance director in to consult us as we go through the bonding for the schools.
You're going to need it. Other than that, there are no additional salary increases other than contractual or longevity?
Only contractual.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Muto?
Hi, Lynn. Thank you. Just a quick question on the contingency line. Obviously, I know what contingency is, but it seems like we went up a dramatic amount, 64,000.
Yeah, actually, so this line contingency, I'm not going to define that for you. One of the big items this year was actually something the mayor brought up at the beginning. We actually have to back pay some rent for that station for the fire department. And it's actually been budgeted coming out of contingency, which is why we want to open up a line over in fire to disclose that more carefully. There are other things that come in here. I mean, years ago, this line had a huge uptick because we had that big macro burst and we needed somewhere to do repairs from. And that's why that sits there.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you. To follow up on Councilman Muto's question, which is a good point, that line item, 18,400 contingency and finance, can that contingency be used wherever?
It's
For
at the
whatever?
Well, it's at the discretion of the finance director, right? So it's anything, any emergency. The macro burst is a great example of that that was what, 8 years ago now? And that there was a huge uptick at the time. We needed somewhere to do all those repairs from. And we pulled it from here because we didn't have it budgeted somewhere else. So it's any sort of truly unexpected item that came up, a legal dispute about a fire station, that kind of thing.
When that contingency is dispersed, are we notified of that and what that money was used for?
Yes.
Okay. How?
Well, it would depend on what the expense would be. First of all, you're welcome to ask for the detail of this whenever you like. But if it was something over the $2,500, you'd be notified. Of course, it would go out to bid for your approval. But sometimes things come up that, truly are unbudgeted. A pipe bursts. We need somewhere to pay the money out of. And it usually comes out of here.
Or it could be used for a compressor at the swimming pool or
If they didn't,
for anything, right?
If they did not have money for that, or McDermott, if they couldn't fund it this year, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other members of the council have any questions for the finance? All right, any members of the public have any questions regarding the finance portion of the budget? Seeing none, we move on to Treasury, which is also on page 12. Councilman Lasser, do you have a question? Because you're lit up.
Same three questions. Any new staff, any
Nope.
less staff, any raises beyond
Nothing.
contractual? Nothing.
Nothing.
0, 0, 0.
0, 0, 0.
Thank
The
you.
only difference here is that I am taking a credit from finance over to Treasury. That's 17,750 because it's actually one of the accountants doing the work. So we get a small credit from the community development department. That's the only change.
Okay, thank you. That's it for now.
Any other questions regarding the Treasury portion of the budget? Councilman Muto?
So Lynn, on the line, item 100, sick time and other leave, we have money from 23, 24, and 25, but there's nothing allocated for 26. Is there a reason?
Yeah, we don't budget for sick time. We, as somebody takes sick time, we will expense it to that line, but we take somebody's entire salary and just budget straight into salaries. When you're out sick, you don't get an additional pay for that, so.
So that obviously that's a change then from previous years to this, because in the last 3 previous years, you have allocations in those areas.
23 and 24, those are actual numbers, not budgeted numbers. So historically, we don't actually budget for sick time. We don't budget for vacation time. We just budget for the salary in the department.
Any other members of the council have any questions regarding the Treasury portion of the budget? Any members of the public have any questions regarding the Treasury portion of the budget? Seeing none, we'll move on to the debt service portion of the budget, which is on page 13. All right, yeah, Councilman Lasser.
On the item 2501, school bonds, the request for Well, let me back up. The projected is 4,630,000. That is I'll round it out, $90 million of bonds that had already been approved.
Correct.
Okay. So the fiscal year 2026 request of 4,519,000, that is still indicative of those bonds, as opposed to including bonds for the two new schools.
So to look at the debt, you need to look at the principal and the interest together. Typically, in a first year of a bond, we do an interest-only payment to kind of help ease the flow into the budget. So if you add those two components together, 2501 and 21501, that is the total that we will need to release the money for the high schools and the current debt that we have.
And what?
And the current debt that we already are
Got
paying
it.
on.
Including
it includes old
the
debt and
remainder
new.
of the 90 plus whatever.
Yeah, and it's
Okay.
including 170 after the groundbreaking.
And what is the number that you used for the 2026 bond debt for the new schools to come up with a number of roughly 8,500,000 in interest?
In order to get that amount, we used our current debt schedules that we have, and then we reached out to our bond counsel about $50 million of bands that we will do for this summer, and then in the fall, we'll go out and get the rest of the release of the loan, and it's the numbers that they gave us at the time. So it was about a month ago, whatever the interest rates were at that moment.
So what is the number that has been drawn down from the $350 million bond to date? Because that's going to drive the interest, right? And then my follow-up
So
question is, what's the interest rate?
You released 27 million.
27
We've spent
million?
about 12.
So to date, in fiscal year 2025, you're
Correct.
talking 27
Yes.
million.
You've released about, I think it's about 27, and then we spent about 12.
Is that reflective in the 4,630,000?
Yes.
And the number, again, the number that you're using to calculate the interest in 2026 is how much? They've drawn down 27 million now. What is the number that is anticipated they're going to draw down for fiscal year 2026? And what is the interest rate that you have applied to that to get 8,500,000?
170 million,
170 million?
4.3.
And 4.3, that's the current interest rate right now?
I don't know if it's to date, but it was as of about a month ago when we did the budget.
Yeah, when you were preparing the budget. So obviously, if the interest rate increases, this number is going to increase, right?
Potentially.
When they draw it down.
Yep.
And if there is any reduction in our bonding rate, that will also drive that number higher too, right?
It could.
Okay. That's all I have right now. Thank you. Thank you, Director.
Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. I know there's been some discussion at this at other meetings as well, but when we're talking about phasing in the bond payments on the principal and also on the interest, approximately over how many years is that being phased in over?
These numbers are based on 30, but we could do less, but these are based on 30.
Pardon me, I meant more in terms of when the city is increasing its payments towards the principal and interest as opposed to the total time of repayment, but rather, when we're going on to that upward trajectory as opposed to when it's more stable and more baked into the budget, so to speak. I believe it's over the course of approximately 3 years or 4 years where we would be expecting an increase to debt, principal, and interest payments each year of somewhere, well, this year, for example, a little bit in excess of $4 million. And
It'll be a couple of years, be out till 28. Yeah. We're going to release the money as slowly as we can, but we want to get the project done.
okay, so approximately fiscal years 26, 27, and 28. Okay. And speaking of the bond rating, one of the factors that affects or may potentially affect the bond rating is the amount of money that the city has in its general fund, its fund balance, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's all for now. I'll yield to my colleagues.
Councilman Lattiser?
Director, did I just hear you say that this debt payment was based on a 30-year payback?
Peter's telling me it wasn't 30 years.
I'm sorry?
I mean, we've run it 20, 25, and 30. But remember, there's two components which Lynn talked about. We're going to do bands of $50 million probably in July or August to start make the payments for the summer. And then 170 million is the plan right now in January. And we're not going to have any principal payments until project completion because the state won't reimburse us until the project's completed. So it's going to be a long-term deal with that's the plan right now, with no principal payments for the first 3 years and then principal payments so that we can get reimbursement on them. But it was really based upon 4.3% 20-year amortization, but it's just interest.
So no, I understand all that. So I thought I had understood a 30-year payback because the bond that was voted on for 350 million calls for a 20-year payback, right?
The fiscal note that we did back then was based upon 20 years.
No, what do you mean that we did back then? We have a bond approval
Yes, and
of
it says
350 million.
It says up to 30 years.
And it's over 20 years.
What the fiscal note was based upon 20 years, but the bond documents authorize up to 30 years.
What this interest rate that we're talking about, that's what I'm calling on.
Based upon 20 years.
It's based upon 20 years. So this 8,497,000 is based upon a 20-year payback, not a 30.
Yes.
Okay.
Remember, the first 6 months is bands unrelated to the term. It's going to be six or 7 month bands, bond anticipation notes. Then that'll be refunded by the 170 million long-term debt, depending upon market conditions. So
Now, I understand that, but there's a big difference to the taxpayers between a 30-year payback and a 20-year payback. So that's why I want to get it on the record and clarified. We're talking 20 years, not 30. That makes a big difference to people paying the bills.
numbers were based upon
Okay.
20-year amortization.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council? Again, this is regarding the debt service portion of the budget. Any questions from members of the public regarding the debt service portion of the budget?
Barry Cook, 22-year resident of Warwick. I just want to go back on the discussion about the 27 million released, 12 million has been spent. I'd like to know where can the public, well, myself, where can I see where the $12 million was actually spent? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
When we borrowed in September, we were borrowing for both elementary and middle projects. And I believe that's all spent. Correct, Lynn?
That's not what he's asking. Mr. Cook, I believe you can see that at the school website.
I'm sorry.
I'm
I
sorry.
don't have my hearing aid in.
This is how I gauge if I'm speaking loud enough with you. If you can't hear it, I have to speak louder. At the school department website, my chief of staff said that's where the expenses are.
Thank you.
You're
Easy
welcome.
answer. I appreciate it. I had a similar question to what Councilman Lattiser asked about the 30-year.
Can you speak into the mic, please, Mr. Cook?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I had a similar question to the question that Mr. Lattiser asked about the 30-year versus 20-year. And then I heard a lot of discussion back and forth, some of which I missed. So for my own purposes, I want to make clear in my mind, we're still talking about a 20-year payback. Is that correct?
This schedule was based upon 20-year payback, but it doesn't really make much difference in the first year because we're just paying interest. Councilman Lattiser is correct. If we do long-term and have to pay off over 30 years, the cost will essentially be on paying for another 10 years or 5 years. And, I know, for example, New Rogers High School, they did 25 years. I believe the McCoy High School, they're talking 25 years. What I've seen is more 25-year deals recently.
Well, I'm a little confused, so let me see if I can figure this out in my own mind. For the first year, it's a 20-year payback calculation. Is that what you said?
This is the interest payment that would be due in fiscal year 26, around 2.7 million on a long-term bond and about $1.2 million on bands. The long-term cost of going a longer maturity, 25 or 30 years, will be in the out years.
Well, I guess it's easy to understand if you're in the finance business, but from a taxpayer's point of view, I'm going to leave the rostrum in a second confused. I'm hoping that the council people understand exactly all this back and forth and incrementals and long-term, short-term, this year, because it's confusing for the public. I have one other question relating to debt service. I recently read an article regarding the East Greenwich School Department. You brought up Rogers and something else, but I read an article about the East Greenwich School Department and the town approving budgets for the school building projects. One of the things I had a question about was, and I don't know that it's appropriate here, but I'll ask. They had a question about as relates to pay-go, that pay-go might not be available. And I know we've had discussions in the past about pay-go, how it affects our city. What am I missing about this discussion on pay-go? Can you answer the question?
Yeah, the state bond issue that the voters approved, they're paying pay-go to us right now on the high school project, which reduces the amount that we'll have to borrow. So we're not going to have to borrow $350 million. They're going to, I think the figure is something like $23 million in pay-go. And maybe someone from the school department can, it's right in that range, that they'll be, for the first parts of the high school project, we'll be getting pay-go that will reduce the amount of borrowing we have to do during the initial year and a half or so.
I'm in fault for not wearing my hearing aid, so let me just make sure I understood what you said. So right now, we are receiving pay-go. Is that correct?
We're using a combination of the proceeds that we had from our the bond issue in September of last year, and also the state has started making pay-go contributions for the project.
Going forward, is pay-go solid? Can we expect that to happen?
Yes, from my understanding, the states issued the bonds, they have the proceeds in the bank, and they're just starting paying us on the high school projects, just in the last month or so.
That's all I have. I'm leaving a little confused, but I started a little confused. So I'm not any worse off. Thank you.
Fair enough. Councilman Muto?
Just a question as far as the total impact on year-over-year budget for our interest and payment. So, I'm terrible with numbers here, so I'm trying to figure out. So we're looking at a combination of $4.2 million increase from year over year on our debt service.
I think the mayor's budget message covers this, and we're really talking $4 million in an increased cost associated with the interest on the high school project.
Yep. So that percent, what I'm getting at is at the $4.2 million, when we're looking at a maximum tax increase or a tax increase.
Absolutely.
That is making up about 50% of our.
Absolutely, and the mayor's message covers that in
Yep.
some detail.
Yep.
So
Okay.
and that's going to be the driver on this city budget for the next 2 or 3 years. Has to be.
Yep. Again, just trying to get clarification, make sure, we're on the same page here.
Yep.
And then the other part is just a clarification. Ultimately, when we're done with the bonding of the $350 million, are we going out for a 20-year bond?
That's a judgment to be made based upon the city's financial condition. I said there's clearly a lot of places out there the last 3 or 4 years that have been doing, for major projects, have been doing 25 years. 30 years has not been the standard. So I would think 25 years is more likely than 30. But we'll have to see what the yield, what the interest rates are at the time, what other the city condition is. We have authorization under the act that the council passed to go up to 30 years.
Okay. Well, I'll take that as a
But the
takeaway.
numbers that I ran for the council before the referendum, in one disclosure I did a year ago, was based upon 20-year amortization, and that came out to annual debt service of around $13 million after the state reimbursement again. So after the project's completed, we're talking about estimated $13 million in additional costs for 20, 25 years on debt service.
Okay.
After the state reimbursement.
Okay. No, great. I understand that. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that my council members and the public understand when we're looking at budgets and we're voting on budgets that our debt service is truly driving what our limitations are.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Ledesser?
Director, I'm just going
Not a director anymore, Mr. Councilman.
to,
Assistant.
past director, out of respect, seriously. I'll call you Peter if you want, whatever. So going back to the original bond
Yes.
and the direction calls for 20 years. I don't think that the city can just arbitrarily or subjectively change that to 30 without getting prior approval.
Well, I mean,
How-
talk to
however-
your solicitor. I think he will confirm that the act that you passed authorized up to 30 years. The fiscal note, that's definitely
That
was
would
based
be-
upon 20 years.
Something new that I learned. But if you're doing an interest payback now based upon 30 years, isn't that the same as saying, well, I'm not going to pay for this highlighter today to save money, but I'm going to have to double up on the payment next year. If you're basing the interest payments now, currently, at longer than 30, isn't that actually driving up the end cost to the taxpayers?
Yes, but you always
Okay.
have to count on what,
And if-
what other things are going on in the city. So
And if we're paying back this 350, 400 million, wherever that number lands, at a 30-year payback versus a 20-year payback that was originally approved,
Yeah.
that's going to increase that cost dramatically, isn't it?
Yes, and we've had, our financial advisor has run tables on 20, 25, 30 years.
Right.
Yeah, we have all that information.
But with all due respect, I'm equally concerned about my financial advisors, which are the taxpayers. And that is a major difference in net costs. Thank you.
Any other council members have any questions regarding the debt service portion of the budget? Any other members of the public have any questions regarding the debt service portion of the budget?
About
Can you
the
just make sure to
budgeting.
introduce yourself first? I apologize.
I'm sorry, Jim Italiani, Warwick. The debt service is going to be a major part of our budget. And since we really don't have a very good idea of how much these two schools are really going to cost us, it makes it relatively difficult to extrapolate any expenses. If we don't know what we're going to be paying for interest, it makes it a little more difficult. And if we don't know if it's 20 or 25 or 30 years, that's a difference of about 40%. So I'd like to know, with all these variances, how can you come up with a budget when we don't know any of the basic figures? And I got to tell you, as a taxpayer, I am absolutely horrified. Shame on all of you. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser, is your light on just from before? No worries. Any other members of the public have any questions regarding the debt service portion of the budget? Seeing none, we move on to the city collector portion of the budget. That is on page 14.
Good evening, Kyla Jones, tax collector. We have one vacancy in our office that is funded.
Can you make sure to talk directly into that mic? I apologize.
Better?
Yep.
Okay. We have one vacancy. We have 3 contractual longevity increases and no other raise increase. There's no new positions and no deletion of positions.
Councilman Lattiser.
Hi, Director.
Hello.
So I think I heard you say that there are no raises beyond contractual step.
Yes, we have 3 longevity increases in the department. Yep, that's all.
But no raises beyond that.
That's correct.
Okay. So tell me about line 22,323, tax sale. And why is the request this year 125,000, where last year it was 100. Your projected this year is 75. And I'm sure you know where I'm going with this, because I believe you were involved on the committee that I formed years ago about this very item, right?
Yes.
Is that what this is all about?
Well, I increased it slightly back to where it had been years past due to the fact that, we're not seeing property sales as frequently right now as we had been seeing. Like, they're still pretty consistent, but every time someone either refinances or a property sells, everything gets paid during that closing. So that's been so frequent lately. Our tax sales were down the last 2 years, but I just want to make sure that we continue to keep them lower.
What percentage of the properties that could fall into the tax sale issue are representative of water and sewer bills?
At the start of the tax sale, because it takes 90 days legally from start to finish, at the 90-day, there's about 3 times the amount of properties in for utility than there are for delinquent taxes. I would say due to the fact that most property taxes are escrowed, unless your mortgage is paid off. A lot of lenders will not allow you to pay your own taxes. They force you into escrow. And the utility bills seem to be accruing faster for some people as they're having more people come live with them, hooking into the sewers. That seems to be one of those bills that people will put to the side until they absolutely have to make payment on it.
So today, or as best as you're aware, what is the outstanding liability due to the city with respect to water and sewer bills in millions?
Does water and sewer bills fall under this portion of the budget? Genuine question.
Well, it falls under tax sale, and that is what triggers the tax sale, is delinquent water sewer bills. If you prefer, I can leave that question when we get to the water department, but there is a reason driving this question.
I understand. I can double check for you and send it to you, but we're estimating possibly around 4.
4 million. Okay. Now, I'm gonna go back to a little bit in history. Because of this outrageous amount of delinquency in water tax and sewer tax bills, that's what caused me to form a tax sale committee. The result of that tax sale committee was it was determined that the city was not sending out past due water sewer bills, not sending out shut-off notices, and people were just accumulating this indebtedness, sometimes 3-4 years. We, at that time, if I remember correctly, it was somewhere around the same 4 million. Maybe less, might have been 3-ish. It was a huge number.
We were over 6 million when we started that in 2014.
We were what?
It was over 6 million when you...
Under 6 million?
Over.
Over 6 million. Okay. And if I recall, that got compressed down to less than 1 million because of the changes, sending out past due notices and sending out shut-off notices. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we're long past COVID. I understand things get set aside because of COVID. And that's part of the reason why you've gone from less than 1 million back up to 4 million, which triggers additional costs in advertising, embarrassment for people, excessive costs to the taxpayers to do all this. Have we reinstated the yellow shut-off notices? I'm sorry, the yellow past due notices to these folks that are past due and the water shut-off notices?
We have sent out delinquent yellow notices. We have not done shut-offs since COVID. I believe we need to get back on track, and now that we have a water director, we can further discuss going back to delinquencies, shut-offs. The water department has to have the staffing to do so.
Obviously, the changes that were implemented worked, and it reduced the liability by over $5 million. But equally important is it kept homeowners from getting in trouble because we weren't doing what we should be doing. And I would hope that that policy get back on track real quick because COVID's over. That's done. A $4 million deficit in water sewer bills is pretty concerning. Thank you.
Any other members of the council have anything for the city collector portion of the budget? Any members of the public have anything for the city collector portion of the budget?
Jim Italiani, and I would like to thank Councilman Ladasso and Mudo, because I know you guys are working on that and you're looking at other sources of revenue, particularly city-owned properties that are just sitting there collecting interest in the future. We've talked about that. I would certainly like to look at that further because just like you're saying, I think there's millions of dollars of collectible revenue simply from selling tax-owned and other city-owned properties. Thank you for your efforts, gentlemen.
Any other members of the public have anything regarding the city collector portion of the budget? Seeing none, next up is the city assessor portion of the budget, which appears on the same page, page 14.
Good evening. Neil Dupuy, Director of Assessing. We did have 2 retirements in the past year, so there's 2 current vacancies, but those are going to be filled shortly. Everything from a salary standpoint was contractual. But I'll answer any questions that you might have.
Anyone have any questions for the Councilman Lattiser?
So the salary increase on line 23-101, it's an increase of about $200,000. That is strictly contractual increases in step/longevity increases?
I'm not sure what columns you're looking at. So we went from a revised 25 of.
I'm sorry, it's 23-101, salaries municipal.
Yes, so we went from 723,000, excuse me, to 743, about 20,000.
I'm actually referring to the year-end projected of 546,599. Where did that difference?
So
How
the
did you end up with that
retirements-
lesser amount of money than what was budgeted? The budget was 723,314, and your projection is 546,599. How were you able to reduce that? I mean, that's a good thing, but I'd like to know how you did it, because maybe we can teach that trick elsewhere.
So we had an open deputy tax assessor position the entire year, which we've had actually since I got here. But we also had 2 retirements, both the senior level. So those positions have not been filled yet, but one has recently been posted and the other one will be posted shortly.
So those 2 positions, you're talking about one not filled, one not posted. Those are they're part of that 743 budget?
Yes.
Okay. So it's not like, there's going to be an additional request for funding or a new position, correct?
No, and depending on who fills those positions, it might even be a little bit lower depending on their step increase that they qualify for.
Okay, I'll yield.
Councilman Nepo.
Thank you, Mr. President. Director, how long have those 2 positions been vacant?
I'm going to guess about 6 months. I don't know the exact period, but somewhere in that range.
Was that a senior appraiser and a senior assessment record specialist?
That's correct.
Okay. So those were vacant for the majority of the time you were doing your revaluation?
That's correct.
That's all I have.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. And it's my understanding that a significant amount of the work on the reval was still done in-house?
It was. Thankfully, the calls for the informal hearings were much lighter than we anticipated. We actually thought because of these 2 retirements, we were going to have to need additional services from the reval company, which they were ready to help us with, but we didn't need to invoke that clause in the contract.
That's wonderful. I can only imagine all of the long hours, extra late evenings that you stayed. Just want to thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Muto.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser's congratulations as saving money actually perked, my question here. Well, like I said, I'm tough with math here. It doesn't look like a savings. I want to make sure I'm reading this properly. The projected for 2025 is 546,000, and the request for 2026 is 743.
Yeah, so again, the number, if you look in the 2025 original budget, was 723. That included a full complement, both retirements and also a deputy position. So you get 3 positions that are in the budget for the department that were not fully filled or even filled at all in some cases during fiscal year 25, but we do expect a full complement in fiscal 26.
Okay. So an increase of 20,000. Okay, thank you. I see
You're
it now.
welcome.
Thank you.
Any other members of the council have any questions regarding the city assessor portion of the budget? Any members of the public have any questions regarding the city assessor portion of the budget? Seeing none, we can move on to MIS. And that's on page 15.
Phil Carlucci, IT Director. If it's acceptable, I'd like to address a couple of the line items that make up the majority of the increase contained in my fiscal year 2026 budget. First, with the salaries, there are only contractual increases in the salary. The difference, we had an open position last year. It remains open. We were able to stave it off using some help from interns and a couple of the local high school programs that we participated in. So that will show a difference between the projected for this year and the requested for next year. The other line item is the capital. The effect of not having the ARPA funds available to absorb a number of the annual projects. If you look, I have a $90,000 capital project listed on the budget sheet, and it has nothing next to it for fiscal year 2025, when actuality, we entered into about $150,000 worth of projects this year. We're fortunate enough to have ARPA funds to cover off of that. The second line item, software maintenance, with an approximately $474,000 increase, makes up the majority of the overall budget increase. Each year, software providers routinely raise their rates between 10 and 18%, depending on the industry company's policy. I have tended toward the lower end of that at about 10%. That's $72,000 of that $474,000, approximately. That's not an exact number. In addition to that, I've included $36,000 of maintenance charges stemming from projects that took place in fiscal year 25. And finally, the majority of these increases, $366,500, come from new projects slated for fiscal year 2026 across the city. And once again, we do not have ARPA funds that have, for the last couple of years, been able to absorb that. And while I'd be happy to cover off on any of the individual items, there were three that I wanted to highlight. From the Warwick Police Department, their existing IMC system has reached the end of life. They, like a number of the municipality police departments across the state, are faced with moving on to a new package. They anticipate the time required to do this migration to be 6 months. And since the new project the new software will be a SaaS, a software as a service offering, you start paying for it as you start doing that migration. For that 6 months of service accounts for $112,000 of startup cost, and then first 6 months operational costs. We will also be carrying the full amount for the software that we'll be using for the entirety of the year, 6 months of which will be during the migration. Then for the entire city, the migration of our Microsoft Office back office, we have it on premise now. In October of this year, Microsoft is going to be removing support, meaning that our mail system would become security vulnerable going forward from October. I had originally not put this in because it is a security risk. My intention was to submit this to the federal cybersecurity grant program. I sit on that committee for the state, and I can tell you that at this point in time, it's a 5-year program. We've gone through 2 years. At this point in time, the future years are suspect. The current federal administration is scrutinizing to some degree all of the programs that they offer up. This is one of them. I was telling Councilman Lattiser and Councilman Napa in a conversation today that we meet on a monthly basis, and at the last meeting, the feedback was semi-positive. They have not withdrawn the third year on this yet. So my intention still is to go after it if that third year is actualized, to go after a grant for this $150,000 as opposed to just charging it off in the budget. And then third is our resident access program. It's more commonly referred to as citizen self-service. Citizen self-service. This is a web-based program that the citizens use to look up their taxes and pay them if they like. There are no update supports on this from Tyler. There haven't been for about a year, and quite frankly, the application is cumbersome and very kind of difficult to follow. So they do have a new program once again. This program is a software as a service, so the costing on it is $25,000 installation just to set it up and get it up and running. But then there's a $19,000 annual cost that goes along with it. That program that cost of $19,000 is slightly higher than we see as just standard maintenance for software that we purchase up front. Those are the major items. And I will not miss the opportunity to remind the council once again, as I have done for the last several years, this unfortunately is the trend that software companies are going toward. When we go into this software as a service, as compared to purchasing them ourselves, as we've done in the past, these costs do increase, as you can see. Now, I'd be happy to answer any questions I can.
Councilman Lattiser.
Hi, Director.
Hello.
Thank you for meeting with me earlier today. That was very helpful in understanding why that significant increase was there. One of my questions was going to be to ask you to go over this list, but you have jumped the gun on me and stole all my thunder, and you've done that. On the miscellaneous capital credits, in 2023, you had a $761,224 item. And that was, if I understand it correctly, that was APRA monies, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And every year since, you have not plugged any APRA money in because you realized that when the APRA money is gone, it's gone. Right?
Councilman, I apologize. I want to make sure that I'm looking at the right line item. Is this the miscellaneous department credits?
Capital credits, miscellaneous capital credits.
Okay.
Somebody's sabotaging me, trying to get my
No,
papers to go away.
I don't want to sabotage you at all. Give me 1 second. Yes, you are correct. No sabotage there.
Okay. I just wanted to make that point clear, that you knew when the APRA funds were used up, you can't continue. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you also for giving us the detailed breakdown sheet on that $474,500 increase on the software maintenance line item, and for, meeting in and meeting out, explaining these changes, these measures, and making sure that the city is following best practices. It is something where your department really does help the whole rest of the city operate efficiently, and really appreciate all of the work and the time that you put in, aside from well beyond the normal 40 hours a week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I love my little lights. Just as a reminder. Any other members of the council have any questions for MIS? Any members of the public have any questions for MIS? Seeing none, we can move on to purchasing.
Thank you.
That's on page 15.
Good evening, Francis Gomez, Director of Purchasing. We have no raises, only contractual, no new positions, no deletions of any positions. We have one position open, that's purchasing clerk, and that remains open under the recommendation by the mayor, and no longevity. We do have a new copying contract that MIS recommended. I budgeted that $26,340. And that's about it.
Does Councilman Lattiser?
Hi, Director.
Hi.
You may have just said it and I may have missed it, but item 26,340, service contracts, you've increased that to 1,600. What are those service contracts?
MIS has a new bid for a copier machine for the whole city, so that's what I asked, what should I budget for that since it's a new contract and new service, and that's what MIS recommended, was a 1,600.
MIS recommended the number 1,600?
Yes,
Okay, so if it goes over, you charge their budget, right?
yes.
You have in miscellaneous department credits, what is that?
So previously, the purchasing department, before I became purchasing director, had more items in their stockroom than before. And that process was, in a nutshell, people would order once a month and then get it delivered once a month. And now WB Mason, which is our main office supply vendor, does all the work for us. So we also shop around with other vendors, but it's the same thing where it's delivered directly to the department versus using city manpower to do that when we're already paying that. But I do still have minimal stock supply there. So when they need something that I have, they get it at a better price through me. But we haven't had anything too much coming from there.
And I'm glad to hear that, because I know you haven't been here a long time, but for those department heads that have, they know that inventory has always been concerns and questions that I have, primarily with excessive inventories.
Right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other members of the council have any questions for the purchasing portion of the budget? Any members of the public have any questions regarding the purchasing portion of the budget? Seeing none, we can move on to the boards and commissions portion of the budget. That appears on page 16.
Bill Pacenti, Chief of Staff to Mayor Picozzi, boards and commissions. These are all the stipends that are paid to the various boards and commissioners that volunteer their time. Any questions?
Councilman Lattiser?
So, Chief, can you give us a breakdown on what you just said? Staff that volunteer their time. Is this
So there are boards and commissions.
I got two parts of my question. Right. One is the time that is technically while they're on the city clock, and then the volunteer time. How do you keep track of that?
So, Councilman, these are all, this year's budget is all volunteer boards and commission members that are appointed to zoning board, planning board, historic district commission. They're not city staff. Okay. So they're not, there's no city time. It's 100% volunteers. Stipends are set either by ordinance, state law, or some other mechanism.
On the line item, I'm looking at this a little closer. Line item 73201, the Budget Commission.
Correct.
That's got a $15,000 stipend. What is that?
That's the budget commissioners, the 5 commissioners, their monthly stipend. And it's an estimate. We don't know how long they're going to meet for.
Monthly stipend for the year, right?
Well,
Of 15,000.
yeah, they get.
Okay.
Yes, monthly stipend is broken into 5 pieces for each commissioner. Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that is for the service on the commission.
Correct.
After hours.
The budget commission meetings are historically been 3 o'clock, starting at 3 o'clock. So they're taking time out of their day to be here. Again, they're volunteering. They were appointed, 3 were appointed by the council.
Got it.
And then 1 by the superintendent, 1 by the union. I mean, excuse me, 1 by the school committee chair.
And I don't believe any of these boards have had increases in what they're compensated on for a good number of years, correct?
I haven't been in this position for a good number of years, so I believe I agree with you in my
Sounds good to me.
anecdotal-
Thank you. I'm done.
Yeah.
You agreed with me. I heard you. Thank you.
Councilman Napa?
Thank you. Chief, there's just kind of a trend overall here. There's a lot of reductions from what previous years or what fiscal 25's projected budgets were. Is that because the size of these boards have decreased, or were there changes at the state level to
There was
decrease
a position moved out of boards and commissions. It was the secretary position to the Board of Public Safety. That was moved out of boards and commissions and put where it normally lives in the police department.
Okay, I think specifically like zoning board, that's down.
There are some vacancies.
Okay.
So if there's no one in the position, they don't get a stipend.
We plan to keep those vacant through for the year.
No, we're looking for qualified individuals.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Gebhardt.
Not so much, Director, a question, or Chief. Just housekeeping, just on the personnel supplement for boards and commissions. I'm not sure if there's a reason why the number of positions on each board isn't listed, but it just might be helpful in the future.
We'll get that for next year.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the boards and commissions portion of the budget from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public regarding the boards and commissions portion of the budget? Seeing none, we can move on to community development. Oh, sorry, I missed one. So still on boards and commissions. Member of the public has a question.
Darlene Netco, Ward 7. Just quick question, just to repeat, exactly how much is the Warwick Public Schools Budget Commission getting paid? It says only 15,000, so that's 15,000 split among the 5 of them?
Correct.
Okay. And the legislation indicated money for clerical staff?
Correct.
So clerical staff's not getting paid anything?
No, we discussed that under finance. It's a staff person that's getting a stipend for serving on that as a secretary to the board. I believe the stipend for this year is around $10,000.
And that was under finance?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Any other members of the public have any questions regarding the boards and commissions portion of the budget? Seeing none, we can move on to community development.
Again, Bill Facenti, Chief of Staff, as well as Housing Community Development Manager for the city. This budget is funded through Community Development Block Grant funds. As you know, with the turmoil in federal grants, I'm happy to say that the Community Development Block Grant Program funding has been secured, as far as I know, for the coming year, July 1st. We're 100% community development funded. The salaries, there is one vacant position, the Housing, Community Development, Construction, and Rehab Specialist. With the position's been vacant for, I think, about 2 years now. There hasn't been a need to fund it. We were working with Rhode Island Housing on a couple of projects, and they did some of the oversight, and that's mostly for our home repair program, construction, residential repairs, and our loan numbers are really low right now, so we're not interested in filling that position. But in case the numbers do go up, we want to make sure it is funded. Again, these are 100% federal funds, non-city funds.
Councilman Gebhardt? Oh, never mind. Any other members of the council have any questions regarding community development? Councilman Lattiser?
My same 3 questions. Any new hires, any empty positions, any salary increases beyond contractual?
No, like I said, the only vacant position is the construction and rehab specialist. The housing community development specialist is being split between finance and community development. It's actually 46%. That math comes out to 46% of the salary.
And you had mentioned earlier that a portion of your salary.
Correct.
It comes from, is it this department as well?
Correct.
Okay. And that is budget code 433?
Correct. And just as a point of reference, current year to next fiscal year, the requests for community development salary and the like is down 22,137 from the previous year.
And that reduction came out of miscellaneous capital expenditures?
Well, so, yeah, again, I wasn't here when the budget was put in. These were grants that the city received that were managed through community development. So that's zeroed out. So if you look at the budget line item 101, it was 282,698. Now it's 259,061. So it's a $22,137 difference. So it was in salaries.
Mm-hmm. And so budget item 59,300, mileage 1,500. What's the mileage for?
So the staff do not have city vehicles, and we have a staff member that does inspections on all the community development projects. I'm sure you've seen them at some of the playgrounds and things that we've done in different wards. All the projects that we do, whether they're through city sponsored projects like playground improvements or neighborhood improvements, or their public services or public facility improvements and nonprofits. We have a staff person that goes out and monitors either construction activities or some other activity to make sure they're compliant on federal regulations. That's for a mileage. Actually, if you see, most of the time she doesn't bill for mileage. It's just in case. And that's also would come out of the federal grant.
And, I'm speaking for myself, but I'm sure all my colleagues and all the members of the community appreciate those inspections at those playgrounds. So that brings me to another question, Chief. That employee is using his or her personal vehicle to conduct city business.
Correct.
Has that been cleared with the solicitor regarding insurance or liability, et cetera?
It hasn't been asked in the past. This has been a practice probably for the last 15 years.
Yeah. To be honest with you, I just
check it.
never picked up
Yeah,
on
I
it.
mean, if we have to, then we're going to have to get that employee a city vehicle.
I think it may be something worthwhile to check
Yeah, I'll
into.
check into
I
it.
wouldn't have thought of that if you just hadn't answered that question for me, so
That's what happens when you ask a question.
thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
That's it. I'm all set.
Councilman Muto?
Just a clarification, Chief. The entire budget of 260, this is coming from federal dollars.
Correct. Correct. It's up to 20% of our annual entitlement. Correct.
Awesome. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If I didn't say it before, this one's on page 31, by the way. Does anyone else have any questions or comments regarding the community development portion of the budget? For members of the council, members of the public, any questions or comments regarding the community development portion of the budget? Seeing none, we move on to city planning. And it's also page 31.
Good evening, Tom Kravitz, City Planning Director. We actually have two positions that were vacant for some time. My deputy retired August of 24, so we're coming up on a year on that. That has not been filled, although I do have him back part-time helping out. And we did fill the principal planner position just recently. She will start on June 2nd. So Dan's going to be helping me train her as well. So if you see the dip in our salaries, that's why we're trying to fill these positions. I I did have one position, my senior planner, who handles all the bidding, construction oversight of all the city parks. Dean, he increased in class. He's in the union, but he went from a 20 to a 20A. So there's a small increase with that position. Other than that, I'll try to answer any questions you have.
Councilman Lattiser?
Hi, Director.
Hi.
So I just want to make sure I'm clear. Other than the increase in classifications, there are no salary increases beyond contractual or step.
Correct.
Thank you.
Do any other, Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. I noticed that there are some of the various volunteer boards and commissions that are listed under the Department of Planning, including the Historic Cemetery Commission, the Land Trust, and others. The amounts set for those various volunteer bodies, those amounts are not stipends for the volunteers, correct? I apologize for asking a broad question
I'm
quite
curious.
like that, but I suppose more particularly on the Land Trust and the Historic Cemetery Commission, it's not as if the volunteers are getting any stipend out of the $400.
Right, right.
Yeah, and you know, those being volunteer boards, focusing on the Land Trust in particular, for them to hire an attorney to run a title search or the like, it would cost more than $400. Fair to say?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to highlight that aspect of the Land Trust. Thank you.
Councilman Muto?
Thank you. Looking at the budget, overall, it looks like you went down around $11,000 year over year. However, it looks like you have a state grant pass-through that has been reduced by $130,000. So we've had the grant pass-throughs for the past 3 years. Are we not expecting any grants this year?
That's also been transferred to the capital side.
Capital side, okay.
That's really where that's reflected.
Okay, so overall, so if we pull that 130 out, the budget actually, you've increased about 119,000
Right.
overall. Okay, thank you.
Any other members of the council have any questions regarding the planning portion of the budget? Any members of the public have any questions regarding the Department of Planning? Seeing none, we can move on to tourism, culture, development. That is on page 32.
Good evening, Elizabeth Dunton, Director of Tourism. The mission of this department is to promote all the assets of Warwick and to promote it as a destination to visitors and businesses. And the department is funded through hotel tax money.
Does anyone have any questions or comments for tourism, culture, and development? Councilman Lattiser?
I'm just going to leave this rascal on. Hi, Director.
Hi.
Any increases in salaries beyond contractual or longevity?
No.
No? Okay. Do you have any new positions?
No.
Sorry?
No.
Okay. In the line item 61,340, service contracts, that has been vacant since at least 2023. And this year, there's an item in there, it's budgeted for 26,000. Why is that?
Due to our website, we were asked to get onto the same platform as the state, which is SimpleView. And we received grant money for that, but grant money is running out, so we're going to need some additional money from the budget for that.
That's nothing that you can plug into through the MIS system here?
No,
You have to do that as a separate,
it's, yes, the state, I wanted all the regions to be on the same platform.
they sure know how to raise revenue.
It is a
Yeah.
great tourism platform, but it is
Yeah,
expensive.
for sure. Tourism programs. You had 373 as projected use for this year. You're maintaining the same, actually, you've increased 40,000 over last year. That's about a $63,000 swing. Why is that?
Okay, I mean,
So in other words, in your revised budget for tourism programs, 61,355 was 400,000. Your projected for this year is 373,837, and you're increasing an additional 40,000 over previous. That's roughly a $63,000 swing. Why?
we had previously received a grant for the events, and now we have no more grant money, and we'll try and get sponsorships, but we're going to add that to the budget so we continue to have our Apponaug Festival.
Is there anyone?
Yes, the Winter Festival,
I'm sorry?
the Winter Festival that we have with the parade and all the activities.
Okay. Do you have anyone in your department that works on grant writing?
It's just Sue and I.
Okay. But you do work on the grant writing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Do any other members of the council have any questions for tourism, culture, and development? Do any members of the public have any questions for tourism, culture, and development? Seeing none, we can move on to Public Works.
Thank you.
It starts on page 33.
Good evening, Eric Earls, Public Works. Public Works, to answer Councilman Lattiser's question, no raises outside of contractual obligation. At the rink and pool, we have one vacancy for the recreation facility supervisor. In the highway division, we have 7 vacancies, 3 drivers, 1 operator, 1 supervisor, and 1 laborer. And then in field maintenance, we have 1 vacancy as an operator. We also have the new item, which is the plaza, which is going to fall under Public Works, at least for now. And that has 3 new full-time positions and then a handful of part-time positions.
Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you. Hi, Director.
Hello.
I'm curious, why is the new ice rink falling under DPW, and I believe the others are under Parks and Rec?
Well, Public Works maintains all the facilities. So whether it's the rink or the pool, maintenance falls to Public Works. So I think the rationale was that as far as maintenance goes, this will be a Public Works responsibility as well.
So does that mean the items that are in Parks and Recs now will also be sent over to DPW?
No, nothing's changing.
And your line item 62,310 rent, what is that rent for?
That rent is for the Sawtooth building.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have in this item. You already answered the question. No new, nothing beyond contractual or stuff, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. I'll ask about the asphalt budget as I usually do. So that one, I believe between the asphalt budget itself and one other line item relating to street maintenance, grand total of 110,000 is the request this year, correct?
Yeah, that asphalt line item is primarily for the work that the city staff does, filling potholes, small asphalt repairs. The paving budget is more the reimbursements that we receive from Rhode Island Energy and the reimbursements that we receive from DOT for those projects.
And the paving budget, what is the amount of the paving budget this year? I believe it's, if I'm not mistaken, on page 38, line 67-291. I really just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything here. If that's the pavement crack sealing line item, or if there's a separate line item for paving outside of asphalt.
So what's the answer to this question?
So our paving, excuse me, Kristen Moretti, Public Works. Our paving comes out of Capital Outlay Paving Reserve, which is budget code 4010401. And the revenue that we take in from reimbursements that we get is in 4010320.
Forgive me, I'm trying to just look that up under the capital budget. It's under the capital budget
It
or
is
the
not,
general
it's
budget?
in budget, it's not a capital item. It's just called the capital outlay. It's budget code 4010401.
And which page is that on?
I'm not sure what page it is in the budget documents.
Yeah.
Oh, one moment.
Yeah, I'm having trouble finding it too, Jeremy. What was the name of the line item again?
Capital outlays,
Capital outlays.
paving reserve, 4010401.
And where, if, pardon me, is there a space in between the numbers just so that I can do a Control F search on the PDF?
It looks like the account is 401-00-000-0401.
Yeah, I can't get it. Come up.
Yeah, forgive me, I'm doing a search of the PDF of the general budget, and I'm not finding that anywhere. I've been looking for it in advance as well. What is the, putting aside that I don't seem to have it here in the packet, what is the total amount for paving under that line item?
The total amount is about 3.8 million.
And is that, where exactly are those funds coming from? Are they from the enterprise funds or?
No, they're the reimbursement from Rhode Island Energy. So if you understand the process, Rhode Island Energy does their work. They do a main. We go and pave the road. That way we control the contract and we control the scope of work, and they reimburse us at a set per square foot rate, or square yard rate rather.
Okay, thank you. I'm much more on the same page now. So that's pretty similar to what was provided in the similar years in that particular line item, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and so with that line item, really, if my understanding is correct, that goes to paving one side of the street, the side that's where the work is being performed?
No, Rhode Island regulation requires a contractor to pave curb to curb, regardless of where they cut into the road. So the reimbursement that Rhode Island Energy provides us is reimbursement for paving curb to curb. What we control is where they end. You know, if their gas main goes and stops 50 feet before an intersection, because we control the scope of work and the contractor, we can go and pick up that intersection, at least go up to that intersection. If there's a side street that's in bad condition, we can come off of that and it's our contractor, so we control the scope of work. That's why it's beneficial.
Okay, so I might be missing something here because for quite a few years back in the 2010s, there was an issue where streets were getting half paved. So I take it that the law was changed sometime more recently.
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but I know that when I was here as a city engineer, it was not the case. So I think it happened around probably 6 or 7 years ago.
Okay, at about the time where we were no longer getting certain streets half paved.
Correct.
Okay. All right, then I suppose my next question there is that since those funds aren't coming out of the operating budget though, correct?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that's why it's not in the general fund packet. That makes sense. Okay, so out of the operating budget, between those two line items that are in there, the asphalt line item and the paving and, let's see, pardon me, I want to make sure that I'm actually giving the correct language here. So flipping to page 38, there's pavement crack sealing, line item 67-291, and then up at, let's see, I believe it was line item 340 that was the asphalt budget at 50,000. So between the two, 110,000. So those would be in part funds that would allow for the city to extend that curb-to-curb paving to an intersection where it actually makes sense for that paving to end and the like.
Yeah, and also, with regard to the reimbursement from National Grid, a lot of times we might get a little surplus from from that agreement, so that allows us to go a little further. But the crack sealing is a completely different application.
Right, crack sealing being part of the maintenance, and so putting aside the crack sealing for just a moment, approximately how much does it cost to resurface a mile of road?
You mean just to pave a mile of road the way we typically do it?
Right.
I haven't done the math in a while, but it's probably, I don't know, 400,000, I think, ish.
It was at one point my understanding that to resurface, repave a mile of road, it may well cost somewhere in the neighborhood of about $1 million, or is that more of a road reconstruction?
Yeah, it depends on the technique.
Okay, and the city is responsible for approximately 390 miles of roads?
Yes.
And about how often, I understand that it varies, but about how often on average should roads be repaved?
If you do everything correctly, if you start with a real good road and then you do your preventive maintenance like your crack sealing, you're not doing anything else that road for 20 years, but you do have to do that preventive maintenance. If you just build a good road and then don't maintain it, that's probably going to be 12 or 15 years.
Right.
Sorry, all the acoustics in this room are god-awful, so if you think your conversation is normally not an issue, I promise you it is. It's not entirely your fault. Again, the acoustics in here are awful. So try to keep any conversation to basically non-existent. If you do want to converse, you're more than welcome to go outside those double doors, chat away, just make sure the doors are shut. All right, carry on.
And it's my understanding that Warwick at this time does not have a long-term plan in place, a schedule that is for paving each road in the city over the course of X number of years?
No, the reason that we don't do that is because the variables are so dynamic. You know, whether it's the water division going in and replacing, you know, lead services, or Rhode Island Energy installing new gas mains, or, you know, any kind of host of different issues. It's tough to program beyond even just a couple years becomes difficult because there's so many variables. And also it's a function of funding.
Right. I understand that funding is certainly an issue. And one of the items that I always look at the budget every year is what type of preventative maintenance or other kind of annual expense is the type of item where it's easy to cut money in any given year, but over time we really see the detrimental effects of that. So that's why I always try to highlight the roads when speaking on these issues. I'm doing just some very rough math on my computer right now. So basically, if I take, I would say, a low estimate of $400,000 for a mile of road times 390 miles of roads, divide by 20 years. I mean, obviously, everything varies quite a bit, but just speaking very generally, the number that I'm getting back would be, even in that scenario, about $7.8 million per year to pave every mile of road into the city once every 20 years. Obviously, money from Rhode Island Energy and the utilities helps with that, but that's also not factoring in the various preventative maintenance and the like. The Beta Group report from, well, based on inspections in the fall of 2020, I'm seeing on page, let's see, pardon me, the page numbers aren't very well marked on this, but even back then, and I understand that some roads that may have required preventative maintenance, all of this is a moving target, things change, but it was indicating that 102 miles of roads back then were in need of preventative maintenance at a grand total cost of $15 million. Obviously, not all of that would necessarily be done in one go in 1 year. But
Councilman, you have about a minute left.
Thank you. But preventative maintenance is an issue. So would you say that relying on the little under $4 million from Rhode Island Energy and then only having 110 grand in the budget effectively for paving potholes and for crack sealing and similar maintenance, is that sufficient in the long term to make sure that Warwick's roads are up to par in the long term? Or over the course of 20 years, on average, would we need significantly more funding for the roads?
As Public Works Director, if you gave me more money to pave roads, then that would be fantastic. But we are as efficient as we can be. There is a point when it becomes, when, you know, I saw it in Providence a couple of years ago when they started throwing money around. They were paving roads and then cutting into them immediately. They were paving roads and then doing the sidewalks adjacent. When you get to a certain point, you do lose that efficiency. You know, we work real hard at figuring out which roads we're going to pave because we understand we need to be good stewards with the city's money. So once you start to get up into those big numbers, you might start to lose that, you know, and that would be the concern. But, you know, pie in the sky, absolutely.
Thank you. A couple of quick comments. So there are some roads in Ward 2 that haven't been paved since the 1980s. And my concern is that we're really not talking pie in the sky here. I think that we really do need to plan a target number of, okay, how much money on average should we be putting in the operating budget to make sure that this preventative maintenance is getting done on time and making sure that roads are getting resurfaced every 20 years, more or less. That's all for now. Thank you.
All right, Councilman Muto.
Hi, Director.
Councilman?
A couple of questions for you. Your 7 vacancies, are they across your department or are they in one specific?
Those are all in highway.
All in highway.
Yeah. So if you know anyone that has a CDL, anyone? So
They all work for Amazon, so don't worry
Yeah,
about it.
it's a lot of drivers. You know, we lost 3 drivers very recently, all at the same time, and so those are the guys that get into the big trucks that are driven, bringing material to the sites. And it's been difficult to fill the CDL positions.
What projects do they impact for you?
They don't.
Or
It's
for
not
us?
really projects, but you know, for example, we had foreman driving to a drainage job because he had his CDL, but instead of functioning in the capacity of foreman, now he's working as a driver, which means we're only working on that project, whereas that foreman could have had his own crew and been doing something else. So it's that's all internal work, you know. Things like going to the asphalt plant and picking up asphalt, or you know, hauling gravel around, or hauling sand to the beaches to replenish the beaches. All of those things, you know, we're kind of struggling with those types of tasks.
Now, besides those 7 openings, what other staffing issues do you have across your departments? And the reason why I'm asking is one of the more visible pieces of our community is what Public Works can do for us. And we have many projects with Parks and Rec and fixing the fields and such, you know, whatnot. How is the labor force set up for that, and how is it prioritized?
You know, with just a quick history lesson, with the Solomon administration, there was 60 people in the highway division. Now there are 43. You know, that's 17 people, you know, almost a third of the staff. And unfortunately, no one ever sent over a list of things that Public Works doesn't have to do anymore, right? So we are working hard to maintain that level of service. But what has been sacrificed a little bit is kind of the standard stuff that we do, you know, cleaning catch basins on Sandy Lane. You know, instead we're doing that one that's a problem and then jumping and doing another one that's a problem, rather than having a program. Those are the types of things that we've been struggling with, but you know, we are getting to everything. It's just not as efficient as it used to be.
One of the items, and I apologize, I'm reading text from constituents. So one of the items that has been out there is, you mentioned the catch basins. We have a lot of surface level flooding. We have that beautiful new truck, which, you know, it's impressive. Mm-hmm. But what you're saying, which sort of disturbs me, is we have this beautiful new asset and we're not leveraging it to fix the problems throughout the city.
Well, we're fixing the problems. It's the preventive maintenance that we're struggling with, right? And that truck rolls out just about every day. You know, the same driver operates that as operates the clamshell. And the clamshell is the one that actually goes deep. And but yeah, that truck has been very active since its purchase.
Okay. And this one actually came from someone on your staff. So they were checking the budget, and I can't find it, but I'm just going to read it. Is we do need the 3 lawnmowers, hurricane blower, and aerator seeder in the budget. So I just want to make sure, without me going through, this is someone on your staff that says we need these, and I just want to make sure I pass that along to you.
I appreciate that my staff is paying attention and advocating for themselves.
Yep.
That's fantastic.
All right. So I just want to make sure that way, if it doesn't happen, I can say I mentioned it. Thanks.
Very good.
Councilman Lattiser.
Hi, Director. So, Eric, over the years, there's been some times, and I'm going to go back to Councilman Solomon's days, perhaps he was even mayor at the time, when he had put in $10 million for paving roads. And over the years, there has been some pretty strong budgets for you on paving roads, 3 million, 4 million, 6 million, et cetera. And to your credit, I think that the department has always done a good job at getting those roads done and spending that money accordingly. It is concerning to me, to follow up on Councilman Ricks's comments, it is concerning to me that it seems as though we are not appropriating monies for road paving that we certainly need. You say we have 3.8 million in roads coming from the state and 50,000 somewhere else. So my question is, knowing the condition of the roads and knowing how infrastructure deteriorates because of lack of maintenance, why don't you have a higher asphalt budget? Is it because revenues need to be proportionate elsewhere? Or is it just because you couldn't get the roads done if you did have another 3 million in the paving budget? And we know, you know better than us, the amount of monies that are put out by the city every year for tires and rims and snow plows and the beat up things that happen to your equipment. So how is that? How is it that there is not more money put into this budget for that?
Yeah, I think if we had a sweet spot, it might be 5 million a year with a lot of the preventive maintenance in there as well, like the crack sealing. We did the micro surfacing, which you see at the end of Sandy Lane. That's been a couple years. Oh, okay. All right. But yeah, I think that's the number that we'd be talking about. And like Christy just pointed out, you know, we have reimbursements from DOT. We have the ARPA money, Rhode Island Energy reimbursements. So those are the things that that have kind of been pushing us recently.
But you don't have ARPA money now.
Not now, no. But that's how we were able to kind of stockpile. So we spent ARPA money and then got reimbursed from Rhode Island Energy, right? So now we have the Rhode Island Energy reimbursement that we could still use to pave.
So are we actually risking more deterioration of our roads by not increasing the asphalt budget because there just isn't enough money to go around? Is this the chance that we're taking? And then in next year or the year after, now all of a sudden we're going to have to come up with 7 million, 8 million, 10 million paved roads because we've neglected. And I'm not saying you're neglecting them. I'm saying the driver or the lack of the driver for the budget you need to get the job done.
Yeah, I think regardless of who's in this position, you're not gonna, even if the roads all fell apart, you're not gonna do that all at once. One way or another, you're gonna chip away at it.
Right.
You know, the best pavement management programs aren't the ones that pave the worst roads. They're the programs that stop roads from getting bad. You know, because if you mill and overlay a road, that's not expensive. You have to completely reconstruct a road, that's 5 times as much. So what you want to do is you want to stop them from getting to that point. So we're in a good place right now with the work that we've done recently. So now we're trying to chip away, we're maintaining the existing roads as we chip away at some of the real bad roads, like Gilbane and Kilvert, roads like that have, you know, really fallen into disrepair.
But the monies that are coming from the state, this 3.8 million, you can't use that for maintenance. You can't use that for repairs and filling potholes and crack sealing and all that stuff, right? That's strictly for the state when they're doing, whatever magic they're doing. So you, this year, this fiscal year, you have to rely on, and I lost track of the numbers, 50,000 or whatever that number is all you have to work with to take care of potholes, crack filling, roads that are in just despicable condition, like Meadowview is one that comes into my mind because I'm getting 100 calls on that thing. You're very limited in what you are going to be able to do.
That's just for potholes and stuff. Paving comes from primarily this one.
Yeah, so the asphalt line item is, what is that? Right.
63,290.
Yeah, and what do we have in there? 55,000?
50,000.
50,000. And then the crack sealing budget is a similar amount. So, yeah, I mean, those are the maintenance, that's a preventive maintenance things. And again, it's a start. And that's what we're trying, like I said, regardless of who's in this position, they're going to chip away at it. It's not, one fell swoop where we're spending $60 million paving all the roads, right?
Eric, believe me, I'm not being critical of you or your department.
Thank you.
Actually, I'm being supportive of you and your department. But you can't work miracles if you don't have money. You can't pave roads, you can't fill potholes, you can't do any of those things if you don't have money. And in the interim, we, 9 of us, are the ones that get the phone calls from people screaming and hollering about the potholes, and rightfully so. So that's my concern, is that, there's only so much money in the pot to go around. And at the end of the day, here we are, we've gone from line items of $3, $5, $6, $10 million to 50,000. I think there's a problem here. Thank you.
Councilman Napa?
I'm not going to ask about paving, I promise. So just a couple of specifics that I wanted to run through. On page 34 of your budget, 63,274. Fiscal 25, you had allocated 2,800 for snowplows, and that nothing was spent. Fiscal 26, you have 28,000. Was that supposed to be?
No, that was
63,274.
Yeah, that was we transferred money out of that. That's why it's there's that discrepancy.
Okay, so does that line item need to be corrected, or is the fiscal year request in fact 28,000?
No, the request this year is accurate.
Okay.
It was that. I think it initially was that previously, but we transferred money out, and so that's why it's only showing up as that small amount.
Okay. And is that for purchase of new plows to affix to plowing vehicles?
Yeah, plows, blades, that kind of stuff.
The next item I had a question on page 35, 68,239, supplies relative to containers. So that looks like the request is going up by about 15,000. I'm assuming that those are trash receptacles, recycling receptacles that are going out to new residences, or can you just explain that increase?
Yeah. I'm sorry, what was the code again?
68239 on page 35.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those are the recycling and the trash containers. A lot of Warwick was one of the first municipalities to start the automated, and everybody still has those bins. They're getting to their end of their useful life. I'm sure you have heard and gotten the calls about my wheels, my lid, and so it's both that we're getting more development and we're replacing existing bins more frequently just because of their age.
Okay.
Some neighborhoods like mine have the baby-sized ones, and they get upgraded.
Well, you're just a little guy. I'm a little guy, so I can say that. So on 38, one other item that I just wanted to draw attention to. 38, line item 67224, street lighting. There's a significant decrease there. Does that have to do with like not lighting certain streets as far as a program reduction, or are those the LED replacements? Costs on that?
Oh, engineering? Yes, thank you. Yeah, so with the LED conversion project, we weren't sure what we were going to see as savings. So in the years past, we've been kind of conservative about that. Now, as it's been implemented for, you know, not necessarily a full cycle, but at least we're starting to understand what the savings could be. That's why we're able to adjust that number a little bit.
Okay, so that's just the DPW being proactive and changing those over and saving the city money long-term.
Yeah.
Job well done on that. One other, page 40, field maintenance, line item 7281. So I know we put a bunch of money into the fields to get them ready for the excessive use because we're not using the high school fields because of the school construction. Right now, you're only requesting $50,000 for maintenance materials for the fields. My concern is that with the excessive use of the fields we are using at Mickey Stevens and other fields around, is that going to give us enough to keep those fields in good enough shape?
Yeah, that number is actually going up, right?
Well, it went up from
25
fiscal 23 and 24.
Right, it went up from
The fiscal
30.
25, I'm assuming that was because we had to dump a bunch of money in to get them ready. That's 500,000.
500,000 was for the vets.
Okay.
And so we had 35 that we were going to use for our stuff. So now we're bumping it up to 50. So that's the 15 plus.
I mean, you're comfortable that's going to be enough to get with the excess use?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure that you're appropriately funded. And then just one overarching thought as I'm going through your budget: materials, parts, hardware, small tools, things like that are relatively small line items when we're considering the size of this budget, and they appear in different areas. My thought is that there is a massive number of supplies and tools and that are small in nature. Do we have an inventory system in place, or has there been any discussion about implementing one if there isn't, so that we can maybe mitigate loss, have a better idea of what our inventories are, and long-term handle that cost more appropriately?
In the highway division, they have a certain area that's locked, and that's where most of those small tools are kept. And so if you are going to use something for the day, you'll check it out, and that'll be cataloged. And our mechanics, you know, they work on trash trucks and, you know, fire engines, all that, but they also work on small equipment like that as well. You know, so, and they're really good about that with regard to maintaining that equipment. So there is accountability with regard to who has it and when, and lately there's been better accountability of maintaining your own stuff. And I think that that's been working really well with the foreman that we have now.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser, you only have a few minutes left, bear in mind.
Thank you, Eric. I see in the maintenance, field maintenance, some new items. Sewer usage, 7305. Why is that there now? And I have not seen that before.
I'm going to have Christy come up.
Christy Moretti, Public Works. So Councilman Lattiser, that is in a couple of different budget codes. It also shows up in 63. There was no 305 for sewer usage. Because of the way that we do the billing now, rather than us typing out vouchers to pay all our water and sewer bills, they'll be paid electronically through Munis. And the departments that had, for example, field maintenance, they have a sewer component to some of the bills, but we didn't have a line item to charge it to for sewer. Everything went into 7304. So now with this new system and the new way of paying bills, we added the 305 where needed to make sure that the bills were paid properly, so the expenses show, you know, for water or sewer separately.
So it's the same amount of money, it just, you have it categorized differently?
Correct.
And building maintenance, that's jumped up from a couple of thousand to 18,000. Why?
Which
I'm
building?
sorry, it's line item 7331.
That goes along with the maintenance that we have to do with the composting toilets that we have down at City Park. We have the bathhouse there. We have the bathhouse at Oakland Beach. That was only funded at $6,000. But with what we're experiencing with these facilities, including Bed Street as well, the issues that we have, or the amount of times we have to have them cleaned or pumped or septic pumping, that type of thing, we're experiencing an increase in the usage. So we're trying to accommodate the bills that we have to pay.
And line items, it's two of them actually, 7224 for propane gas and natural gas. That has not appeared here before either. That's a total of 30,000. Where is that for? It's 7224. There's two items. One's propane and one's natural.
Those actually should not be. They should not be. There is no propane or natural gas at those facilities. I think initially, and this probably is where it comes from, because if you look at it, they all say 224, which is electricity. I think initially it was because when the discussions were ongoing about the City Hall Plaza and where we were going to put the expenses, initially we anticipated putting them into field maintenance, which obviously now it has its own separate code. So I think that was just an error in the budget.
So that 30,000 should not be there.
It should not be there.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you.
Councilman Muto.
Just a follow-up to a conversation we had several months ago when we were reviewing the DPW employment contracts. One of the items was setting up a commission or a committee within DPW for efficiency and optimization. Is there any activity on that?
I haven't heard of that, so I am not familiar with that discussion, so no.
Okay, we'll revisit that one. Thanks.
Thank you.
Do any other members of the council have any questions for Public Works? Do any members of the public have any questions for Public Works?
Excuse me, Barry Cook.
Just make sure you speak into the mic, Mr. Cook.
Barry Cook. I have a question about the vacancies. If I wrote this down correctly, this is what I wrote, and this is what I thought I heard. There's a vacancy to do with the pool. There are 7 vacancies. I think some are machine operators, and I'm not sure what the rest of them are. And I thought there was one for field maintenance. Do I have that correct?
Yes.
Do you know off the top of your head or from your records what the total cost salary would be if we filled these vacancies?
No. I mean, I would be guessing, but no, not off the top of my head.
So you have no projection as to what the cost would be to fill these positions?
Well, the budget, it's in the budget because we understand what the minimum salaries are, but I don't know that number off the top of my head.
All right. So then there was also a discussion of 3 new full-time employees for the plaza. And I think you said there was 1 part-time position as well?
No, there would be a couple part-time positions. That would depend on the events. It's similar to the way we do things at the rink, where we have rink guards that are there for, big hockey games. There'll be rink guards. Public skate, they're rink guards, but they're just not volunteers. They're part-timers. And so that would be that the number would be based on how many events there were.
So again, just to clarify in my own mind, are we saying there are 3 full-time employees for the plaza and several part-timers?
Correct.
Okay. Now, going back to the vacancies, there are 9 vacancies, which we just discussed. Just a brief comment, and I'm going to save the rest of my comments for some other time, but my wife and I, who are in the late 70s, we've been here for 22 years, and we have decided we're going to sell our property and we're moving. But one of the concerns that I have is, I've been coming to the council meeting since, I don't know, early 22. And I'm sad that I didn't start coming sooner. But I ran for council in 2022 because I wasn't happy with what I thought was happening in the city, the way the city was managed and the way that our council was operating. And I ran against Mr. Foley and he beat me. Well, that's not a surprise. I didn't expect to win. But I'm wondering, is there ever a time when we decide not to fill vacancies? Is there ever a time when we say, you know, it's tough? Now, for my wife, this is an example, and I'm tying it all in before the chair rules me out of order. I'm tying it all in. What's happening in the city is we're going to be taxed out of the city. Now, when we continue to add employees, we need to say to ourselves, what is the other end of this equation? Here's the other end of the equation. Most of our budget is comprised of personnel. I've been coming since 22. I don't ever remember seeing anything about reduction in staff, layoffs of employees, a move not to fill vacancies. We just keep doing it and doing it and doing it. Now, when the president asked about comments on revenue, I didn't speak. But just to quick tie it again, we don't have a problem with revenue in this city. We have a problem with expenditures. So I'm going to suggest that if you have 40 employees, 43 employees, you used to have 60. Well, I used to run a division of Citizens Bank where I had 50 employees. And you know what? When I put my budget together, we didn't always get what was in our budget. And I think it's time that the city council demand that these situations be looked at carefully. Just because you think you need them, do without them. Maybe more senior citizens will be forced to leave. We're leaving. My house is for sale. Because as I look at what's happening in the city, we're building a plaza, and now we're adding 3 full-time employees. Huh? How does that make the city more affordable? So here's my point, I guess, and I'm done. I strongly recommend that the city council have the moral courage, the intestinal fortitude, the desire to say, we're not going to fill these positions. Because when you do that and you add more and more burden on the taxpayers, it's a problem. Later on, they're going to be talking about the school department. When I drove in tonight, I couldn't get in the driveway. There were hundreds of people on the sidewalk. We haven't gotten to the school department yet. So what you're doing is you're neglecting to look at how it affects me. Now, I'm selfish. I'm unemployed. I'm 78. My wife's going to be 80 shortly. We don't work. We're on Social Security.
Please
So
try to
now
keep the
we go
topic on
through this
public
process
works.
of budgeting, and I don't hear any of you people saying, Eric, that's your name, right? Eric? I don't know you, but I'm going to call you Eric. I don't hear anybody saying, Eric, you have to tie down. You have to button up. You have to tighten your belt. We're not going to allow these positions to be filled. That's just the way it has to be. So this will probably be my last budget hearing. This will probably be the last time you'll ever hear from me. But I got to tell you what, I'm disappointed in this city council. I'm disappointed in the administration. I'm disappointed that nobody cares enough to worry about the senior citizens, the lower income, the middle income people in the city who are being forced out. We're leaving for 2 reasons. This government in the city is inefficient. It doesn't consider the taxpayer.
Please keep on topic to public works.
I'm on the topic of public works, Mr. Sinapi. You can't wait to have me leave. I'm leaving. So I request that you folks in this discussion make a decision not to fill these vacancies. How we're going to get 3 full-time employees for a plaza that we don't really want nor need. We can't keep up with what we have. Eric said that preventive was part of the problem here. That's what you said. Preventive was an issue. We can't do enough to prevent these problems. So don't fill these positions. Take into consideration what you're doing, how it's affecting the taxpayers. Wait till you get to the school department, and we talk about how that's going to really whack us
Department is
around.
not applicable
Well,
to
this is
public
probably my
works.
last budget hearing. Good luck. Thank you.
Well, now that this has become applicable, bear in mind, I'm in charge of handling decorum during the council meetings. One thing that it runs volatile of decorum is being redundant, either of your own self or of testimony in general. for instance, if the first 5 people in front of you say, I don't like that you're doing X, then you can just say, I agree with them and move on. If you try to say the same thing along with a long spiel, that is arguably violative of being redundant and therefore impinging on decorum, and I will likely gavel you. So that's just a heads up. Another notification, or I guess clarification. Bear in mind, you'll notice that not every council person is asking questions. That's not for fun or just because we don't care. A lot of us write down our questions throughout the process, and then we email the various departments. Some council members choose to do it a different way. That's their business. We don't think either one is worse or better. So bear in mind, just because you don't hear certain council people either asking the questions that you wanted to hear or making the statements that you might not want to hear or did want to hear, doesn't mean those aren't happening. Many of us like to and prefer to conduct our business either one-on-one or without making it come up here, we'll say. That being said, as another member of the public wishes to speak, Ms. Netco.
Hi, Darlene Netco. If there are vacancies and they need to be filled in order to perform the duties of the Department of Public Works, then fill the vacancies. I don't have a problem with that. I'm a taxpayer just like everybody else. I like the city of Warwick. I like the services the city of Warwick provides. That includes all of them. I do have a question. Earlier under rent, it was revealed that that rent applied to the Sawtooth building. I was just wondering if the Sawtooth building rent shows up in any other department budget? Or
No,
is it just DPW?
just Public Works.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do any other members of the public have anything for Public Works? Does anyone? Nope. Yep, go on up.
Jim Italiani, we've talked a lot and specifically related to Public Works about maintenance. And sadly, I know that Rhode Island is rated 50th in quality of roads, but it's rated #1 in cost per mile of maintenance. That should tell us something, I think. What I don't know is how Warwick compares as far as maintenance with the other cities in Rhode Island, and I would like to know that. I've heard some excuses about, well, Rhode Island's weather is much worse than other states, and that's why we're rated #50. I don't know. I mean, Massachusetts and Connecticut are rated much better than I don't think they have that much better weather. Broader yet, I've seen the maintenance in the city decrease a lot since pre-COVID. I'm happy to hear that we're at least talking about improving the maintenance in our roads because they're atrocious and they're embarrassing. So thank you guys for working on that. The other thing I would like to say is Mr. Cook and I don't always agree, but he's been here so many hours for so many years. Thank you, Barry, for how much you tried for this city, which we still love. Thank you, Barry.
Does anyone else have anything regarding Public Works? Seeing none, do we have a motion for a recess? Councilman Lattiser moves for a recess. Do we have a second? Seconded by Councilman Napa. All right, we'll be in recess for approximately 30 minutes because for those who don't know, this meeting usually goes till midnight, so people need to eat. Roll call, are we good? All right, so we're moving on to the personnel portion of the budget.
Stephen Rotondo, Personnel Director. There are, in our budget, there are no new positions. There are no increases beyond steps and contractual. You'll see that the budget actually is, the total budget request is a little bit lower than last year. That owes,
Can you make sure to speak into the mic? My apologies.
that the budget request is a little bit lower than last year. That owes largely to a reduction in temporary services. and our request for temporary services. I do want to point out one slight error. If you look at 15,140 temporary services, the year-to-date spend and the projected is nothing there. In fact, we have spent about 1,600, 1,700. We anticipate spending a little bit more. So, and that was incorrectly expensed over to the salaries line. So we did use some temporary services this year.
And just so I'm clear, did you say that the money that was supposed to be included there was instead included in salaries or no?
I'm sorry, what?
Did you say that the money that was supposed to appear in 15-140 instead appears in 15-101, or did I mishear that?
Yes, that was expensed up to salaries. It should have been in temporary services.
All right, does anyone have any questions for personnel? Councilman Lattiser. This appears on page 10 for those looking.
Director, in your, in the personnel supplement, you're showing, and you may have said it, but I couldn't understand you or hear you. You're showing new positions, a new job code, number 221, 499, and 222. What are those, or what is the reason for changing those job codes?
Those were, so there are no new positions. We did change the deputy, which, can you go through those again, please?
Number 427, that's a new code for this year. It's a deputy personnel director.
Correct. That last year was the HR services supervisor. That's a change in title only. And so we put the new code on it. It's a change in title. That was a deputy personnel director was a title that we weren't using, but that person, for all practical purposes, is the director. When I'm not there, she takes on my role. And so there's no change in her salary other than the contractual. But we did reanimate that title, deputy personnel director, which is pay code 427.
And you have a new position, job code 499, pension administrator. What is that new position?
The pension administrator isn't new for this fiscal year. It was in the last fiscal year. It was in this current fiscal year's budget. That was the new position that was put into the budget for the current fiscal year. That was there last year. Or I should say it was in the last personnel supplement. And in last year, Councilman, it didn't have a job code assigned to it yet. So if you looked at the last year's supplement, it was blank. And
I'm looking at last year's personnel supplement right now, and I don't see a job description for 499.
if you look at the bottom, you'll see pension administrator. So you go down that roster of jobs before you get to overtime. There's a pension administrator. There's no.
Okay.
That was new, so that was in the budget. That's not new this year.
Okay, just didn't show a budget code.
Yep.
In my book, there is no budget code. It's got a number of position, 1, but there is no budget code, and it's got a salary of $76,000.
Correct. Correct.
So that's should have been budget code 499.
Yes.
Okay. And the last one is 222, human resource generalist. What is that position? Is that just a new code because it's got a different title, or is that a new position at a higher salary?
No, it's a slightly revised title, but I think last year it was incorrectly It was incorrectly coded as 221 last year. It's actually 222. So that was just a correction.
Okay. So last year, that human resource generalist had a salary of $44,882. This year, that position at 221 is $52,451.
Yes.
So that's almost an $8,000 difference. Are you saying that is strictly contractual?
No, it's also steps. It's a $7,500 dollar difference.
What was the step increase was what, please?
It's a step increase. That person is going to the third step. Also, for that particular position, that is slightly overcalculated because she will not achieve the third step on July 1. It's going to come during the fiscal year. I should have subtracted out for that. So that dollar amount will be a little bit less, maybe 1,000 or 2,000 less.
Say that again.
So that position, the human resources generalist, is due for the final step increase, step 3, or I believe it's his third step increase. That increase is not going to occur on July 1 because it's based on her time in the position. So it'll come in October of the new fiscal year. So that dollar amount is actually a little bit high.
The dollar amount that you have in your budget is higher than it should be?
It's a little high. It's because, like I say, her step increase will not occur on July 1.
So how much higher is it?
I'd reckon about probably 1,000. It may be as much as 2,000, but I think 1,000.
Okay, so you don't need to do it tonight, but tomorrow I'll need to get an email from you telling me exactly how much that line item is overfunded, okay?
Okay.
And this staff person we're talking about, how long has this person been employed by the city?
Well, let's see. She would have got an increase at 6 months. So it's been a year. So this year, she'll be employed for 18 months because you get a step increase after 6 months. And that's when you go to step 2, and then you get another step increase a year after that.
And I think 6 months is, what is that, a 1% increase?
No, those increases are typically more than 1%.
They're what, please?
They're typically more than 1%.
Okay, yeah, that's what I just asked. So after 6 months, it's a 1% increase, and then in 18 months, it's what?
No, it's not a 1% increase at 6 months. It's more than a 1% increase in 6 months.
How much is it?
I don't know. I don't have that.
Okay, if you could let me know on that tomorrow too. And the base salary for that position has not changed, you said?
No.
Okay. And at the bottom of your personnel supplement, you have some fund credits there, water, sewer, and pension. What are those credits for?
Those are credits expensed to those accounts by the finance department, although the one that's expensed to the pension assets, the pension administrator is, that salary is funded to pension assets. So it's dollar for dollar reimbursement. The other two are set annually by the finance department.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have right now. You answered the question, I believe. You said outside of the ones we're talking about, there was no salary increases other than contractual and step increases, correct?
Contractual and
okay.
Well, that one also is a step increase.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Do any other members of the council have anything for personnel? Do any members of the public have anything for personnel? Seeing none, we'll move on to employee benefits on page 42.
Again, Stephen Rotondo, Personnel Director. There are no personnel costs in the employee benefits budget. Our request increase this year, which is about 9.17% over the anticipated year-end costs, are driven largely by, there's an 8.62% increase in health insurance premiums. For this fiscal year, there's a 5.38% increase in dental insurance premiums for this year. And we're also accounting for higher than expected increases in terms of enrollment in police, retirees, fire, active municipal and active fire, and also an unexpected increase in the FICA.
Does anyone have any questions for employee benefits? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. Just to clarify, the reason that line item 75-196, let's see, does not have any funding this year is because that funding is on page 44 under line item 85-196. For those looking at the OPEB trust funding over there. And yeah, I see that it appears to be a total increase in employee benefits of the amount of 2.7 million. So my question is, do we think that this trend is going to continue of, as in this budget year, approximately 2.7 million or somewhere thereabouts, give or take? Is that a trend that is likely to continue in future years?
That's very hard to predict because it will also depend largely not only on the cost increases in health insurance and health care, but also how our enrollment goes. What our experience is, how many claims we have, basically. I did take a look.
It might be 4.5 in the trust fund.
So is that in the employee benefits though? I thought it got moved.
That's just the trust fund. The trust fund is in a separate fund completely. The general fund in front of you funds the trust.
I only interjected because I want to make sure we stay on topic for employee benefits.
Okay.
So I'm just not sure if that is there anymore because OPEB got moved.
And 75-198, city contractual obligations. So that number, if I recall, has been in the $1 million range for a fair amount of time. And that has been reduced to 500,000. And the reasoning behind that is?
The $1 million was a reserve for the municipal and the police groups in the current fiscal year. Fire negotiations are currently ongoing, so we've reserved 500 just for the fire negotiation contract. That's set to expire on June 30th.
I'm sorry, it's what?
Their contract expires June 30th.
The fire department's contract
Correct.
expires June 30th.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, we'll have a question about that when we get to the fire department. Okay. That's all I have on that one, Mr. President. Thank you.
Does anyone else have anything for employee benefits? Any members of the public have anything for employee benefits?
Ian Sheridan.
Could we go back to discussing Medicare and what types of employees would have Medicare?
I'm sorry, what?
What types of employees would have Medicare? I mean, Medicare typically is for a senior, for a 65 when you're.
That retirees are on Medicare. I don't think any of our active employees are on Medicare. We insure retirees, police, fire, and municipal. Those retirees, when they reach 65, would go on Medicare.
But the retiree police and fire activity is counted in their separate categories, is it not?
Yes, we have different categories for police,
And
fire,
fire.
and municipal retirees, and police, fire, and municipal active. Yes.
So I guess I'm lost. I don't still understand who in city services outside of police and fire is on Medicare.
I don't think anyone who's currently employed, actively employed, is on Medicare.
Then why do we have $1 million budgeted?
That's a mandatory deduction by the feds. It's Medicare. It's the 145 that comes off your paycheck. Comes off all our
So
paychecks.
that's part of your FICA?
FICA and Medicare, collectively, we just kind of call Social Security, but FICA is paid separately than Medicare. Medicare is at 1.45%, set by federal law. The employer and the employee has to pay that. So I pay it, and I hope you know I'm far from retirement.
Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
So, all right. So now we mentioned FICA. So a year or so plus, we had an issue where we were not charging the correct FICA.
Correct. Yep.
And I'm assuming that's been settled.
Yeah,
But what procedure is in place to ensure that doesn't happen in the future?
So this is actually something that comes under the umbrella of Treasury because we're in charge of payroll. We kind of work symbiotically. So I can try to talk about that. A couple years ago, we realized that we were calculating the FICA incorrectly based on the co-share on our healthcare. We were doing it after, not pre. We corrected that going forward. We fixed it back for 3 years, and it's been fixed going forward. I've taken the attitude of using technology to do this better, and we've completely changed the system on the way that we do our deductions for healthcare out of payroll.
So it's part of, so it's now part of.
It
a
is correct.
Electronic software system that's.
Our system was not set up correctly, and I had it all completely changed so that nobody else could make that mistake again.
I have one other question. Severance pay.
Yep.
So wouldn't severance pay be part of a person's salary? So that if you're terminated, when you leave, wouldn't you have, salary that's converted from salary to severance?
There are a couple components when you leave service. There's, your vacation payout. That's absolutely part of salary, but there's also a small severance amount per contract, and that calculates based on years of service.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other members of the public have anything for employee benefits? Seeing no one, we'll move on to insurance, also on page 42. Does any members of the council have any questions regarding the insurance portion of the budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Items 76, 357, 358, and 359. You're not looking to fund those items at all. And why is that?
We don't know what they're going to be. We usually budget on the flip side, the revenue that we get for those. I mean, you see the claims that come through all the time. So we've just decided instead of budgeting for something so unpredictable that we'd zero it out. We could have budgeted the other side a higher revenue to offset this, but
So is that an additional expense that's going to come down the road?
But we get checks for it. So if there's a,
You what, please?
we get a check for it from our insurance company.
Okay.
So if a fire engine gets in an accident, we get repayment from our insurance company.
At 100%
There's a $2,500 deductible.
for each occurrence?
Yeah.
So where would that come out of? Because we know we do have accidents that occur with the city
I
vehicles.
mean, it could come out of here.
It would come out of where?
It could come out of here. It depends on the situation with the accident.
But there's no money appropriated for it.
No.
So if we have 5 accidents, that's $1,250. Where does that $1,250 come out of? Where do we pay for it?
I'd probably tell fire that they need to find the $2,500 in that particular case. But typically what happens is some of the work is actually done internally. So we don't actually incur the full cost.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Napa.
Just one question to follow up on what the chairman was asking. Your line item 76327, deductible payments, is that where we pull deductibles from if there's an accident, or is that specifically allocated to one particular department? Because the chief looked like he was nodding in consent that he was going to pay his own deductibles out of pocket, I think.
I don't think he was nodding, but you're right. Sorry, I'm getting tired. That
That's
is
okay.
where we pay our deductibles from. If there's an additional expense for, say, a fire truck, that's the most expensive one we've got around here. It'll come out of there, but then we'll get a check for the rest, and the deductible goes there. You are correct.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone else have anything for insurance from the members of the council? Do members of the public, does anyone have anything for insurance?
Chairman Taliani, earlier we were talking about insurance when employees were using their own personal vehicles during the time they worked for the city or city projects. And that question was brought up by one of the 2 councilmen. So I think it would be a really good idea if we look and see if our insurance would cover such things.
We can do that.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to hearing that in a couple of meetings. Thank you.
Do any other members of the public have anything for insurance? Seeing none, we can move on to council claims. That's on page 43. Do any members of the council have any questions regarding council claims? Do any members of the public have any questions regarding council claims? Seeing none, we can move on to postage. It's also on page 43. Do any members of the council have any questions regarding postage? Do any members of the public have any sorry, Councilman Lattiser.
On the postage for the police department, that's like kind of a negative every year. Why is that?
What page are you on? Sorry.
43.
Oh, I'm sorry. Page 43, line item 78,615. Matter of fact, municipal court's the same way, and building inspection. Actually, there's a whole bunch of them, all the same way.
Yeah, so this is actually just the way that postage was set up a long time ago. What happens is we pay our Pitney Bowes machine, and then we back charge some of the departments for the residual. In this case, we're charging the police department $10,000 for them sending out their notifications, and that's why they're negative. It's just us reallocating it to those departments.
Do any other members of the council have any questions regarding postage? Do any members of the public have any questions regarding postage? Seeing none, we can move on to fixed costs on page 44. Do any members of the council have any questions regarding fixed costs? Councilman Lattiser?
On the line item 79-170, it's on page 44, is workers' compensation. These numbers that you have for fiscal year 25 projected, are those audited numbers or are those just a guesstimate, projected numbers?
I don't think we're going to, I don't know why that number came in there. I don't project that it's going to come up to the full 418. You can see that in the next column, we're requesting 322, which is a substantial reduction from year to year. And the reason is that in fiscal 25, I was estimating for some high cost workers' comp claims. And fortunately, they under exceeded our expectations and didn't generate that amount of cost. So the 322 that you see in our request is a lot closer to where we think we're going to land at the end of fiscal 25.
So the fiscal year 2024 of 283,870, that was an actual audit number?
Right, so fiscal 23, yeah, so 268,064, that's actual. 283 in fiscal 24, that's 283,870, and but those are the audited. No,
Okay, and I believe we're self-funded for workers' comp.
Yes, self-funded.
And so we wouldn't have an experience mod, is that correct? It's money in, money out,
We
whatever's left.
are pay-go. We pay weekly indemnities, which is the biggest cost, and then the rest of this is these are medical expenses for the most
Whatever the
part, independent
experience
medical
is.
evaluations and other overhead costs that we incur.
Okay, thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions regarding fixed costs as far as members of the council? Do any members of the public have any questions regarding fixed costs? Seeing none, we can move on to pensions on page 44. Do any members of the council have any question regarding pensions? Councilman Lattiser?
On 85-196, you're projecting for OPEB funding 944,000. Can you tell us where that 944 is coming from?
Well, the actual, remember, you passed an ordinance 3 years ago that caps a combination of pension and OPEB funding.
I can't hear you, sir.
I'm sorry. The council passed an ordinance 2 or 3 years ago that caps the funding for pensions and OPEB at 2.5% increase each year. So the actuary computed what the increase in each of the pension plans was, plus expected claims, retiree healthcare claims would be, and the figure then was approximately 1.4 million that should have gone into the OPEB trust. But since that, the mayor has negotiated with all three unions for a contribution to OPEB, so that amount will be deducted from what the actuary came up with. So that's, the number was around between 1.4 and 1.5 million, and we deducted the amount that the employee would be putting in, and that leaves you at $944,000 based upon the ordinance that was passed by the council.
You deducted, what'd you say, about 400,000?
For the amount that we're estimating employees will pay.
Will pay.
Will pay.
Because
during
that
the year.
2% didn't kick in until police and municipal agreed to the 2%, right?
This is for
OPEB, for the OPEB funding.
For
that
26,
2%.
we've only made the change for fiscal year 26.
So how did you arrive at that, being that this is something that wasn't in effect for all of 2025?
Well,
or 2024 for that matter.
Frankly, we were 2/3 of the way through the year before the contract that had been agreed to. And it's a smaller amount because it's phased in over 3 years. So it really became, I would say, a not material contribution for the last part of the first year. So it becomes material this year, and we've taken the deduction from what the city would otherwise contribute.
So that 2%, excuse me, that became a contractual participation.
Yes.
When that actually took effect was when police and municipal agreed to do that. The 2% that is being assessed to the fire department, did that go back to the date their contract took over or the date police and fire agreed?
No, I
mean, police and municipal.
I'd need Bill to talk about the timing of when the fire. Go ahead.
Thank you. Bill Facenti, Chief of Staff. Fire started July 1st of this year. It did not go back to the original contract.
It didn't go back.
Did not.
To the original contract.
To the original contract date. It started July 1st of the year we're in.
Everything else in the original contract stayed the same. But the 2%
Correct.
that was supposed to be part of that
The
contract
OPEB,
approval
yes.
didn't take place until July 1st.
Correct.
Interesting. And that would also have taken place with police and municipal as of July 1st?
Correct.
The unemployment compensation, what is the ratio for that? That's 79.
Yeah, I don't have.
I'm sorry, never mind. That was back to another. Lynn, you can just send me that tomorrow. That was
We're self-insured for unemployment. So we don't have a percent. We're
unemployment
self-insured.
compensation?
Yep.
Okay. All right, thank you. Mr. President, I do have one more question. So, Peter, with this 2% contribution from those three departments to OPEB, when would you predict that would actually reach a break-even point?
Well, first of all, you don't get the 2% until the third year because it's phased in over 3 years. So the offsetting amount will be larger next year than it is this year. But I don't think there's ever been any expectation that 2% would fully fund the OPEB liability. But it's offsetting, reducing the amount that the city would have to put in.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. So when was it determined that the city's contribution to OPEB should be the $944,000 as opposed to the approximately $1.5 million?
You know, I'm sorry, I didn't say that you were gonna, and you have to ask the question again. I'm sorry.
It's okay. About when was it determined that the city should be contributing for this coming fiscal year the amount of $944,000 into OPEB as opposed to the amount of approximately $1.5 million?
Once the contracts were signed and ratified by the city council, including a change to the fire contract. So once we knew for certain that we were going to be collecting money, then we adjusted downward the amount that the city would be contributed. And that's, if you look at the fiscal notes from those three contracts, you'll see that that was one of the assumptions in the fiscal note.
Okay, that's just an item that was a little bit confusing to me because I believe that the city council ratified the contracts in January and the presentation from Mr. Newton of GRS was prepared. The packet is dated March 10th, and the packet from Mr. Newton, the numbers, all the other numbers seem to line up more or less on the fiscal year 26.
I had not informed him about the contract change, so that we discussed it, and he knows we were planning on doing so.
Okay, so just to make absolutely certain, between the employee contributions and the city contributions, it gets us to that same number that Mr. Newton was referring to the idea is here to keep us on track.
Yes.
Okay. That's all for now. Thank you.
Do any other members of the council have anything for pensions? Do any members of the public have anything for pensions? Seeing none, we can move on to schools on page 46.
Mr. President, members of the council, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here to ask for your full support of the Warwick Public Schools proposed budget for fiscal year 2026. This budget request of $198 million is about keeping our schools running and making sure our kids get what they need to meet the basic educational requirements established by the Rhode Island Department of Education. As you know, we have experienced financial difficulties this past year. We have provided to the Rhode Island Auditor General, the City of Warwick's Budget Commission, City of Warwick, and to the Council the proposed FY26 city appropriation, and we've compared it to our school department recommended budget, and there is a variance. I want to thank the mayor for this evening making an adjustment to that appropriation. I appreciate it. It does make a difference. I will let you know all our internal efficiencies have been exhausted in this budget. We have approved reducing staff by 45 positions. We have reduced our non-staffing budget from the FY25 budget. We have the same challenges other city departments have. We have increases in health insurance premiums and funding of wage increases. Lack of school funding impacts our kids' futures, our neighborhoods, our property values, and the overall strength of our city. Warwick is at a turning point. To get there, one key element is to invest in our schools, not just in words, but in real dollars. Over the last several months, we've been transparent about our finances with the city, with the Rhode Island Auditor General, with the School Budget Commission. Our finances are an open book, and we have nothing to hide. We have answered all questions sent to us by the council president, individual council members, community members. We have spent hours meeting with Budget Commission members and recently provided to us to some members so they could see in person what's happening in our high-cost programs. It's not just a number on a spreadsheet, but why it costs so much money. We've spent countless hours meeting with a small group of council members. I do want to thank Councilman Muto, Councilman Lattiser, Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Gephardt for all the time you've put in meeting and discussing issues, making recommendations. It has helped us in supporting in the development of our FY26 budget. Since taking over the caretaker role as an interim superintendent, March 17th, we've prepared our FY26 budget. We've completed the FY24 audit, submitted a 5-year deficit reduction plan to the Auditor General, calculated projections for FY25, evaluated grant funds and established new process and procedures, and instituted new purchasing practices. We cooperated with the Budget Commission and the city to assure successful fiscal management of our schools. Mayor, I am thankful for the financial team in the city of Warwick. Both the city finance team in Warwick and in the schools have worked together. They've made the Budget Commission process seamless, and payments are being made to our vendors. Requisitions are getting processed, and I thank you for that. I did present to the city clerk a brief sheet with 6 slides. I know that you've gone over some of these slides in the past. One is the revenue sheet projection. 2 of them I did not get to discuss the other night. I felt like I took a big swing, but I wasn't able to hit the ball because I wasn't able to discuss these 2 slides, and they have to relate to the deficit reduction plan based on the revenue projections. One plan was based upon what we're asking for and how we could possibly get out of deficit by FY29. The other projection would be based upon the allocation made in the initial appropriation, not what was readjusted this evening, and we still would be in deficit in FY29. I'd ask that you take a look at that just so that you can see the numbers. It's basic math, and it's just something I'd ask you to digest when considering voting on a budget on Thursday. I've summarized some of our expenses, and I can share this with you electronically. So some of you that are challenged with the eyesight, like Councilman Foley, laughing at me right now, can see it in person. 95% of our expenses are fixed costs that we can't control. There's a very small portion that we have control over, and that's what funds the school programs. That's what provides the $10,000 to $11,000 to each elementary school, what provides the $110,000, $75,000 to the middle schools. If you look at it, the bulk of the money is targeted already. I will give you a flavor on what they consist of: legal, audit, contractual nurses, transportation, property and liability insurance, errors and omission insurance, tuition to other districts, tuition to private special education, tuition to ed services, tuition to charter schools, utilities, fuel, electricity, fleet insurance, natural gas, compensation and benefits. That represents 95.08% of our budget. Everything else remaining is a very small amount, just under $10 million. I know that you've had time to look at our budget. Do you have any questions this evening? I did try to answer all your questions. I believe I got them back to you. If you didn't receive them, let me know. I'll make sure you get them before Thursday.
Do any members of the council have any questions regarding the school department budget? Councilman Lattiser.
Hello, Director. First off, I want to thank you for your prompt response and replies to my emails, questions, etc. Questions I have right now is this revenue sheet that I'm looking at now. It shows fiscal year 147,094,757 compared to the budget book that you gave us the other day of 144,994,757. And what drove that increase?
Can you repeat that again?
Sure. On city allocation and fiscal year 2026, and the budget book that you gave to us the other day, you were calling for the city allocation in fiscal year 2026 of 144,994,757.
Yep.
And in the sheet that was just passed out to us, it's showing the city allocation of 147,094,757. So what was the driver of that roughly $3 million increase?
What that had represented was there was a reduction, I believe, in the budget. It should have read 144,944,757.
It should have read what?
It should read 144,994,757. I believe we reduced that amount by $3 million. And what you're seeing there is you're seeing the revenue projection pre-school committee vote. What you'll see in the book is the post vote by the school committee, where it's 144,994,757. The total revenue is $198,162,060. And I believe I was reading that in my opening statement. That revenue sheet was the packet that was provided to the school committee prior to their vote, prior to making their adjustments. In that slide, that was a slide that I had used in the presentation to the school committee before they had voted and made an adjustment to that line. So that should be $3 million less.
The 200 should be $3 million less?
the city allocation, which you asked about, the
Okay.
144.
That should be $3 million
Yes,
less.
and then we made a reduction of 3,100,000. We added back, I believe, $1 million to the benefit area for pension. So there was an adjustment of, I believe it was $2.1 million as the school committee voted on back in April when they approved the budget.
So, Superintendent, we've had, as you said, we've had a lot of conversations along with the members of the school committee. And I've been pretty straightforward as to how I look at this particular financial situation that we have. And it still appears to me that the department is looking for the taxpayers to pick up the lion's share of this pain. I had made requests to yourself and the school committee about making approaches for considering reducing the 90 sick days to 10 and picking up the expense of the TDI for those teachers that don't get it. And I think the number came back with, it's only a savings about 400,000, something of that nature. I also asked for consideration for 4 voluntary furlough days, 1 every quarter. And that didn't come to be.
Yep. It's part of the collective bargaining agreement.
I understand
We
that,
could
but
definitely, I would just try to say that we can keep your ideas and make it part of our next collective bargaining agreement. Furlough days are very difficult in a school environment where you need someone in front of the students. If someone's not there, we still have to pay for a substitute to be in front of the kids. So it's tough to furlough people out during the school year.
Oh, I understand the expense of the substitutes. I see it in the budget lines about what I was just talking about, 90 sick days. And I've been talking about this since I got elected in 2012. In addition to that, I had suggested, had any discussions been made with opening up the contracts? The point I'm getting at is the lion's share of this financial crisis is being put on the back of the taxpayers. And I understand that we have teachers here in the city who are also taxpayers. I get it. But the lion's share of the taxpayers that are out there are not. And the concessions that are being made, they don't balance with what is being expected of the taxpayers. Now, the mayor increased this line item today by, or up to $2,194,076. And I don't know if that's going to work for you. We have a financial crisis. And it's very troubling to me that the pain is being borne by the taxpayers. The lion's share of the pain is being borne by the taxpayers. And in addition to what has happened over the last 3 years, when budgets were filed as being balanced and weren't, now we're being asked to support additional monies going forward. So that's my feelings on it. Should be no surprise to anyone in this room. I've been totally transparent and totally vocal about it. Been accused of disseminating false information and inaccurate information. Well, that seems to have proven to be otherwise. So That's where I am at this right now. I'll defer to my colleagues and see where it goes from here. Thank you.
Finish the question.
So I should have done this before, so I apologize. But Mayor, if you could speak briefly on your intent to allocate more than previously stated.
And Mayor, if you can do it slowly.
Slowly? Do you have
I'm
specific?
doing basic math over here, so I just need
Okay.
it a little slow.
We did the line items you wanted to change. You all got that correct? In the beginning?
I'm sorry?
I had the line items changed where the errors were made. We all got that?
No, actually, if you could repeat all of that.
Okay.
Well, the ones for school department at least.
Yes.
Oh, the school department, that's just one line item. It's the school appropriation.
Yeah.
We changed it from initially it was $409,606, and we've added $1,785,140 to that for a total revised school appropriation of $2,194,746.
Is that 746 now?
746. Yeah.
And as I said before, doing this, revising the appropriation, it does not alter our anticipated tax rate that we've been talking about, nor does it go into the fund balance. This was just money that was misappropriated in the first place. I get nervous when I see the solicitor going over there. Oh,
Thank you,
are
Mayor.
there any questions on that? Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. So I don't expect that under all of the circumstances, including the existence of the School Budget Commission, you'd be able to answer this question this evening. But because the School Budget Commission is meeting on Wednesday, and I'm sure that there are going to be conversations ahead of the City Council vote on Thursday, what would be helpful for me is for us on the City Council to receive an email or the like on information on exactly what would be cut and really what wouldn't be cut as well. Those, especially those high-profile issues such as layoffs, whether they're members of the WTU or the WISE union.
If I can, there'd be 20 WTU positions and 25 WISE member positions. The initial cuts would start off anything that's not required by the basic education plan by the Department of Education. I certainly can give you a list of items that aren't covered by the, that aren't required by the basic education plan. And I'm more than happy to provide you a list with dollar amounts.
Thank you.
Do any of the members of the City Council, Councilman Napoli?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Superintendent, are you intending that those layoffs, those 45 layoffs, be consistent through the entire school year, and that the layoffs are not on the surface until the school year starts, and then we're hiring those back? Or are you going to go on record tonight to say that we are laying off and not hiring back those positions to end up in the same position that we were last year?
Those positions are reductions based on need and on student population. If we have 100 students move into the city the last week in August, and we have to open up a classroom or we have to add a few sections, and then we would have to address that as that comes up. Our enrollment isn't locked in like at a private school where you have to apply by May 1st and that's your number for the year. We have kids that leave our district and come back to our district. So it's all based upon where our numbers are at the start of the first day of school.
Okay.
But I would be pretty confident to say that most of the positions will not come back at this point.
Okay. I think the overarching theme throughout this entire process, through Budget Commission and hearing testimony from Teachers Union and WISE Union and public council, is that the intent is to protect the interests of the students. That said, is it your intent to, if further budget cuts are needed, is it your intent to cut from athletics first, or are those athletic and extracurricular activities that are vitally important to the students going to be protected this year?
The first thing we would do, look at any other efficiencies we could achieve. I have said publicly that we are looking at our healthcare costs and we are shopping around for healthcare. I would like to see what that savings would be first before we do any cuts. If we can achieve some efficiencies in healthcare, that would be great. And that if that can help us balance the budget by June 30th, that would be a priority. That wouldn't impact programming. People would have the same healthcare, and it would just be a more efficient way to operate. After that, we would look at the basic education plan and see what we're required to fund, and we would rank what our priorities are as a community. And that's how we would make the decision based upon the priorities of the community and what's best for kids.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Foley.
Thank you. As you said, you don't have a lock-in date for your enrollment.
No.
Last year, enrollment increased by how much? Last year, so August of 2024.
I believe I sent an enrollment.
Can you speak
I
up?
believe I sent an enrollment sheet to the council president. If you could defer to that sheet, I don't want to be misquoted this evening, but there should be enrollment sheets for all the schools, all the grades. I believe I sent it off yesterday. If you could take a look at that, that'll provide the information you're requesting.
I'm not trying to lock you in or, but ballpark, 100, 250?
I can get you that information tomorrow.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
But I can
No-
give you the data from June to September 1, so you can have that information.
Okay, second question is, you must have a sense, at this time last year, there had to have been some type of anticipation how many teachers would be retiring. You don't know that for a fact. I understand that, but you have to have, when you sit down to do your budget, you have to have an idea in your head or in your mind how many teachers might retire.
We do,
So
yes.
do you remember what that estimate was last year at this time?
I could defer it to our HR director. Give me a moment.
Good evening, Kim Ruggieri, Director of Human Resources. For teachers, we don't really have an idea because it's all done through the state. It's not through us at all. And it all is a rule of 95. So it's their service time plus their age. So it all depends on if they've had any unpaid time, if they've taken leave of absences. So we could think that somebody's close, but they actually have 2 more years to go. They don't know until they actually meet with their counselor with the ERSRI. And we don't know that until they've done that. We have an idea. Sometimes people will tell us they're thinking about it. But,
So I understand that. So you have an idea. So you do not work into your budget forecast. We anticipate having 10 teachers retire in this coming school year. So you leave that number at 0 is what you're saying.
when we figure our staffing, we don't figure it that way. We figure based on student enrollment and student need. So it's basically irrelevant how many retire. It's how many teachers we need in classrooms.
I understand that, but it does matter in your calculations of your budget. For example, I taught, and when I left Davies, I was a top step teacher with, as I say, all the bells and whistles. So if they anticipated I'd be leaving, they would say, well, Mr. Foley's salary and benefits is $150,000. And if he leaves the social study classroom, we might be able to hire someone as low as third step or someone fresh out of college who is going to make $75,000. So my question is, you're saying that calculation you don't do that calculation at all when you prepare your budget?
So the finance department does do that. They call it the breakage number.
They do or do not?
The finance department does. Human resources does not.
Okay.
But what I have done the past 3 years is I take an average of all the new hires. And in the past 3 years, it's been a 6.4 4 average step that's come in. We're not getting step 1s and 2s. As a matter of fact, in the district right now, we have 3 teachers at step 1.
Okay, so again, the difference between step 10 and step 6.5 is substantial. So that so this year, in this budget that you're projecting for next school year, how many retirements are you projecting?
Again, the finance department does that. I don't do that section, so I don't know.
But who does do that?
The finance department, the director of finance typically does that.
Isn't there a communication between those departments when you set your budget? So somewhere, isn't there a line item that, or some calculation on savings because you're anticipating 10 teachers
Typically,
retiring?
we do put breakage into the budget. With breakage, it varies. In 2024, we had a breakage number that was, I believe it was around $2 million. We didn't achieve that. We're very leery of using breakage this year. As you know, we've gone through a difficult budget, and in prepping, we want to make sure we get this number right. I would also say with retirements for teachers now, they typically retire on their birthday. For myself, my birthday is October 30th. So when I do get to that point where I could retire, it wouldn't be June 30th. It would be on my birthday. They had the way they have it structured now. It isn't you can retire at the end of the school year. You're going to end up retiring throughout the year. So as people have retired, we have replaced positions. So
and again, I understand all that completely, having been a teacher myself. And what I did as a teacher, and being concerned about my students and being concerned about my school, I knew I was retiring on December 30th, 8 years ago.
Sure.
I notified my administration on January 3rd. That's when we started the next semester, the year of that year. I gave them 12 months notice, and I dated my resignation letter, my retirement letter, to December 30th of that year.
Yep.
So that they could plan, they could anticipate not having my salary, replacing me. I voluntarily took a less senior schedule. Matter of fact, I was teaching seniors. I gave that up to teach freshmen, so that
That's why you retired, huh?
so that the seniors didn't have to deal with a brand new teacher at mid-year. I gave up my classroom, which was one of the best in the building, so that, again, at mid-year, people wouldn't have to transfer, change things. I'm not doing that to get a pat on the back. I'm just saying there's ways to forecast and predict so that it's a benefit to me.
Sure.
And it's a benefit to the schools, and it's a benefit to the city. And I'm just trying to ascertain that some type of calculation is going into the budget.
We did not put breakage into this budget.
All right, thank you.
We have in the past. Some years we have achieved the number. 2 years ago, we did not. We don't want to take a risk this year with breakage, so it's not in this budget.
Thank you.
Councilman Muto?
Okay, just a couple of questions. So just to follow up with what Mr. Foley was asking, Mr. Superintendent, early on, Kim Ruggiero did send me an email of known retirements.
Sure.
What number is that?
If Kim sent it, I'll ask Kim. Known retirements. Was it the sheet that went to the council president?
No, it
Was
was
it
a
an email
question.
that went directly to you or to the council president?
I definitely got the email, and at that time, it was about 2 months ago, it was 7 people on it. I just wanted to
Okay.
confirm if that was still the case or if that has grown since then.
If that's what she had given at the time, we had 7 at that time.
Okay, so that 7 is not counted in your reduction of staff.
Well, depending upon the positions, it might be.
Okay, that's why I'm trying to get the clarification. Earlier you said it wasn't counted, the breakage wasn't counted, but
No. What you're saying is, was the position counted in the development of the FY26 budget, or was it counted in breakage?
Okay.
We did not count breakage for those 7 teachers that retired because the position might have been eliminated where we did take the position itself.
Okay.
And that would have counted.
Okay. So retirement is not in the
Break-
45
break-
positions? that
Breakage,
you've-
breakage is not in there. Elimination, reduction, yes, there's $3.35 million in the budget of a reduction from those positions.
Okay. And just one more time, just so it's very, very clear, the retirements are not in that 45.
I would have to, I have to look at the data and get it to you tomorrow.
Okay, I appreciate that.
But there is a reduction of positions that total $3.35 million.
Okay.
I think what you're asking is there are 20 positions that are reduced.
Yes.
There are 16 layoffs, so 4 positions were lost by attrition. Is
Okay,
that the question
that's
you're
exactly
asking?
what I'm trying to get
Okay.
at. Yeah. So we're really reducing the impact on 16 people. What I'm trying to do is understand the impact of the people. It's not 20, it's 16. It's still a tough number, but it's still.
So those 4 retirements are actually, we realize, a bigger savings because those are the higher step teachers. For the other 16, it ends up with the, going through seniority. So those end up to be lower step teachers.
Great. No, thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. And just so we level set with the numbers here. So with the new numbers that came out, which is the 2,194,000, I'm sorry, the 196,636,988. And what the school committee asks is 198,162,060. We have a delta of 1,525,000.
Yes.
Are we on the same page there?
Yes.
So we're looking at a potential savings, again, we still have a lot of work ahead. We have a potential savings of about $1 million on the healthcare, if that works out.
And it's subject to contractual clauses we have now with our current carrier.
Yep.
And also contractual clauses, when can the new plan be up and running to achieve that savings? So it may not be a whole year, it might be 10 months of a year that the savings would occur. So those are 2 other variables we have to look into.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is we're closing this gap.
Yes.
Okay, we're closing the gap. We have a couple of months to close it with additional work, additional savings, additional streamlining, right?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a good thing.
It is a good thing. And again, Bill and I have had an interesting relationship over the last several months. I love him.
It's been
He's
spirited.
It's been intense, but we are making progress.
Absolutely.
And we were at a financial cliff. We still have some challenges.
Sure.
But we're closing the gap. All right. So
We'll get
us all on the same page here.
We'll get there.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Lattiser?
Bill, to follow up on the question that Councilman Foley asked.
Yes.
How many students less do we have? I believe the sheet that I have in front of me was one that you sent me. It was the RIDE October 1st enrollment sheet.
Yep.
Okay. You're showing in student population from 2018 through 2025 a decline of 947 students. From 23-24 to 2025, you're showing a decline in the amount of 61 students. However, what I'm not sure about is in the special ed population, that's in addition to the 7,853?
The special ed population since 2018 has grown. The numbers have grown.
No, but my question is, so those two, the student population and special ed population, those numbers are going to be added together to get the population?
Yes.
Okay. So,
What was that again?
those two numbers have to be added together to give us the total population?
We have a total population.
You got to make sure to speak right in the mic.
I'd have to see the sheet you're looking at and the
Mr.
sheet that you
President,
have there.
May I approach?
Yeah, sure. I just want to see the sheet he has. Let me take a look. I didn't send you the sheet. Who sent you the sheet, you know? The 78 is the total? Yep. You want me to hang on? Will you have your questions or? Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying that, Mr. Testa, on who sent me the sheet. I didn't make a notation on it. So there's a decline of 61 students from 2018 to current day. The other thing that I have, again, I need to make better notes as to who emails this stuff to me. As the council president knows, I'm not the greatest with emails. And it says Warwick schools have seen a decline in enrollment from 10,979 students in 2010 to 8,883 students in 2018. That's an 8-year period. In order to address the decline in enrollment, multiple schools have been closed and staff in every area have been reduced. So from 2018 to current day, you've lost another 947 students. So just putting that out there for the record to follow up on the question that Councilman Foley had asked. That's all.
Okay. Okay.
Do any of the members of the council have anything for the school department? Councilman Knapp?
Just one thought, not so much a question, Bill, but just overall, there was some conversations today with Director Carlucci and some conversations that I've had going on with Councilman Muto and Chairman Galligan. I think it's important to, when we have this $1.5 million gap that we've now know we need to reconcile somehow. No doubt we have issues on the school side in addition to issues on the city side as far as budget. We have those year over year. I think there needs to be some real thought given to sharing costs and cost share on technologies like the Munis system. And from what I understand, you guys are using SIS. We use a different side of Munis, and those Director Carlucci confirmed for me today that if we do merge, you can maintain your autonomy within that system and have a net savings across the board. I think there needs to be some real work and effort put into more cost-saving technologies. We don't need to pay for 2 user licenses on all of these different technologies that we're all using the same thing. So more collaborative effort as far as cost share only makes sense to make these gaps that we have in funding more palatable, and we can share savings on both sides of the coin. So I would just implore you with your collaborative work with the commission moving forward to be open to and exploring, and I'd ask the administration to be open to exploring those cost-saving options that it's going to alter the way we do business, and the same stuff we do all the time is clearly not working. So let's change it. Let's see if we can cost share and spread the butter a little bit thinner across both sides. So I would just ask that you entertain that and give that some thought and real effort. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it stands worth noting that for those who haven't been following along over the years, the relationship between the school department, school committee, and the city council has gone from, I think it's safe to say, very bad to extremely collaborative. The school department, the school committee, it's like night and day as far as transparency and making efforts to make things work. I mean, you can tell just by tonight where the mayor offered to switch over funds in addition to the allocation, whereas years ago that wouldn't have happened. In fact, years ago, I think it did happen. That exact situation where the money went back into the surplus instead. So it's clear that we have made leaps and bounds progress, more than I've seen a few years being on council and having watched council prior. So for those who still seem to be of the opinion that the relationship is antagonistic, I promise you couldn't be more wrong. And I encourage you to talk to either us, if you have that opinion about us, or the school committee and school department, if you have that opinion about them, because I'm sure they or us will gladly set the record straight in that regard. That's why we meet so often in small groups when we can. That's why we're constantly on the phone trying to get things done and trying to make things work. And that's why even the Budget Commission, which was seen as gloom and doom by some, has turned it into something that helps all parties, which is exactly what we were hoping. And as far as for the public, Councilman Gebhardt, my understanding is you have a statement from a member of the public you wanted to read in.
We're going there now? You want me to do that?
If you're ready. If not, we can.
Yeah, give me a quick second. Of course. Okay. Yes. So the Cedar Hill PTO had prepared a brief statement. They weren't able to make it tonight, so I told them I would read it into the record for them. Good evening, honorable members of the council. We are here tonight as representatives of Cedar Hill Elementary PTO, not as financial experts, but as parents, caregivers, and advocates for Warwick's children. We understand that the proposed budget includes only a small increase, slightly larger now, in funding for the Warwick Public Schools, an increase that is well below what the district has requested. We also understand that the city has established a budget commission to review the school department's finances. While we were not directly involved in the commission's work, we respect the effort to understand the challenges facing our district. Our request is simple: please prioritize our schools. A strong, responsibly funded public education system is vital to the success of our students, our families, and the future of the city. That includes making sure we have the resources to support all of our students, especially those with specialized needs. Programs that serve students with learning disabilities, and other individualized support needs are not optional, they are essential. When we underfund these services, we risk leaving behind the very students who depend on us the most. We recognize the difficult choices involved in building a city budget, but we urge you to weigh those trade-offs with our children in mind. Investing in public education fully, fairly, and with a long-term view benefits everyone in Warwick. Thank you for your time and for your continued service to our community.
Do any other members of the public wish to comment on the school department?
Mr. President, can I read a closing statement?
Do you want to do it now or after the?
I can do it after the public.
All right. Ms. Sheridan?
Hi, Ian Sheridan. Quick question. There is no allocation for professional development?
Hold on. Make sure to keep,
I'm sorry.
even though it seems impolite, just talk straight to the mic instead of turning.
So looking at the proposed budget, there is an absence of professional development. And it's been around $140,000.
Dr. Schultz will answer this. Recently, we have completed training our teachers in the Right to Read Act, but she can further discuss professional development.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I said we have recently completed all our professional development related to the Right to Read Act, which all teachers are required to complete in Rhode Island, but Dr. Schultz will give you additional information on our professional development.
That's a great question. And we've basically cut everything that we possibly could out of the budget, including professional development, to the point where we would have to fund days in addition to the teachers' salaries to make it a longer school year. The past 3 years, the Department of Ed has given us days for professional development, but in order to save money and keep the school system running appropriately, we had to take those 3 days out of the calendar. And so we have one professional development day this year. We're going to be embedding the development throughout the course of the school days with coverage by other teachers, substitute teachers, things like that. So it's still happening, but it's going to be in a different line item and mostly teacher-led.
Can you just identify yourself for the record?
Yes, my name is Lisa Schultz. I'm the curriculum director. Sorry about that.
No worries. And I know it's going to be awkward, but for whenever someone else switches the mic, just make sure you identify yourself, because some people are only have audio and they're just listening in, so they can't see the fact that people are switching.
On a $200 million budget, I would hope that we're not being foolish and that we give the teachers the opportunity to take professional development as they can. I mean, 140,000 out of 200 million is nothing. Okay. So, and another question I have is you've mentioned that you've cut $3 million, $3+ million in salaries, but there's a $3+ million increase in contributions to pensions?
That was a we adjusted that. There was a $750,000 addition to the pension contribution. There was an additional $1 million contribution to the pension system, plus what the actuary had recommended for the WISE union. And the additional amount put into the pension was to accelerate the payback to the system so it maintains its fund rating of approximately 81-82%.
Okay.
We want to be responsible with the pension system and make sure it
Right.
maintains a high level.
Right, and so that's the teachers as well as WISE is around 82%?
Say that again?
The teachers' pension as well as the WISE pensions are around 82%? That's the goal for this year?
The WISE pension is approximately 82%. The last time that we had a rating sheet out on that pension fund, the state pension system, I can't speak to what the rating of that is.
Right. Well, what are we contributing at a rate higher than 80% or 82%?
No, we're contributing based upon what the actuarial had recommended to the fund. We did not fund the pension system for 2 years. It's the responsible thing to do is to fund the pension system so it maintains its level to make sure that we can pay the benefit that we've guaranteed people who have retired from the district.
And I have one other question. I'm confused. We started out with announcing that the school department had approximately a $5.4 million. That was the latest deficit for the ending fiscal year.
The
Yes.
deficit projection after it was reviewed by Diane Brennan was approximately $9 million. After cuts had been made, it had been reduced down to $6.8 million. We still haven't completed the year so that we could be able to achieve a lower deficit than that. And the other issue that is complicating the issue would be the completion of the 24 audit. With that, there is a small amount, I believe $449,000 that is carrying into this fiscal year. And once the audited statements are released, we'll have the exact dollar amount.
So my question is, if we have, and it's very simple, and I have a very simple approach to this. If we have roughly a $5 million deficit, that means $5 million was spent. Where is that money coming from to meet those obligations? What funds are you having that are sure? Do we have $5 million in bills that aren't paid, which I'm assuming not? So where is the $5 million coming from? I know there's a projection to reimburse over time, but
How the deficit is handled at the end of the year will be determined between the city of Warwick, the school budget commission, and the auditor general, and how that needs to be handled, whether it's taken out of the fund balance and repaid by the school department, whether it's taken out of the fund balance and treated with having a value added to it as a loan. That's all will all be stipulated by the city of Warwick, obviously the mayor, the city council, auditor general, and then the school budget commission. That's beyond my authority to make that decision. That sits with the auditor general and how the mayor and the city council and the budget commission wants to handle it.
can you tell me how much the fund budget is?
Excuse me?
How much does the school department have as a fund balance?
We don't have a fund balance like the city. If we finish the year and we have a surplus, the surplus would carry into the next year's budget, but it's not a fund balance.
So I'm still confused. There's $5 million that has to be met. And I mean, I'm thinking about my personal budget. If
Sure.
I overspend, I've got to come up with the money to meet the balance. So where are we coming up with this money other
I
than
know, you want me
coming?
to answer a question where I don't have the answer to. I did tell you who will make that decision. And once that decision's made, I'd be more than happy to give you that information.
Thank you. Thank you all.
So just make sure you identify yourself.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Landry. I am a teacher at Tollgate High School. Earlier this afternoon, a person outside claimed that teachers can't do math. So I'm going to do a little math here that I figured out this evening sitting here. Even though I'm a science teacher, I think I can do a little bit of math. I'm looking at the pie chart in the general funds budget. There's a pie chart on page 6. And according to this pie chart, the schools account for 51.1% of the total budget, while public safety, which I'm assuming is police and fire, am I right on that? Is public safety police and fire?
So that'd be a question for the administration.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I just want to make sure I'm right. The public safety budget is 15.5% of the total pie chart. So I did a little bit of math, and according to your numbers in this document, budget personnel funds, there are about 232 employees of the police department and 237 employees of the fire department, which totals 469 employees in public safety. For the schools, there's roughly 865 teachers, roughly 400 support staff in the WISE union, and about 100 middle management positions, totaling about 1,365 people. So the school employees are 2.7 times that of public safety. And the school budget is about 3.3 times that of the public safety budget. So those numbers seem to coincide in my mind. They're around 3. We have 3 times more people, so therefore we have 3 times the budget. That just makes sense to me. The other thing is that the schools, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, so that was that comment. And then I have one more question. In this package called General Funds, on page VIII, the mayor is quoted as saying he is committed to investing in and improving our community. And then I read on that there will be 62 single-family units being built in the old schools locations. I think it's Wicks is one, and maybe Rhodes, I'm not sure. 214 units at the 2119 Post Road location, 297 residential units at the Interlink location. And my question is, are you assuming that none of these will have school-aged children? I mean, obviously, we're going to have more kids coming into the district as this development goes on. And I'm wondering, is the mayor warning people coming into the district that we are not fully funding the schools compared to the rest of the city? And is it okay to offer new hotels and restaurants as a selling point for Warwick, but not first-rate schools? That would be my question.
Hi, my name is Nikki Green, math interventionist at Holloman. I'm also one of the district math leads in the elementary school, and my colleague, the other district lead, is here as well. I'm a veteran teacher of 28 years, proud veteran teacher. I've been a special educator, a classroom teacher, and now a math interventionist. I'm here tonight because I wanted to address some of the comments that were made at last week's meeting to maybe clarify, explain, and to ask you to think bigger. Last week, I realized there are time constraints, but School Committee Chair, Mr. Galligan's presentation was almost cut short in regards to special education, and that lacks transparency, and that was concerning as a special educator and a
Ms.
parent of a
Green,
special educator. Yes?
please try to keep it on topic to the school
It is-
department budget request.
Okay. Cutting 45 positions 20 WTU, 25 Ys, and potentially more if the school department does not receive the funding it needs to function is quite worrisome. Every year we seem to be cutting more and more positions, and the schools are already stretched extremely thin. So many positions have been reduced over the years, and honestly, these cuts will significantly impact student learning. For example, on Friday at 3:15, my colleagues were informed that their position was cut. We went from 14 interventionist positions, one full-time at every school, to now being split between 2 schools. This means that students who are below grade level expectations will receive less support. Our role is to help close the learning gap and bring those students to grade level expectations. Our role is also to assess students who potentially may need special education. And we bring those concerns to the IEP team. With less students being serviced by us, more students could potentially fall behind grade level expectations. A comment was made about career in tech. I don't know how you could be more off the mark with this. Approximately 10 years ago, the Situate School Department realized that many of their students were leaving their district. You're asking why our students are leaving? This is why they are leaving. To attend Ponagansett High School, as they have one of the best career and tech programs in the state. Instead of cutting CTE, they invested in their district, and now their programs rival that of Ponagansett. As a board member of the STEM advisory group through RIDE, many representatives from local STEM industries commented on the need for more CTE and said, we need more. We need to expand to the middle school. They gave this example. For every 50 welders that retire at Electric Boat in Quonset or in Groton, there are only 10 to fill those positions. Those are high-paying positions, probably more than what I make. The demand is high, and we as a district need to capitalize on that need. He stated, we are the submarine capital of the world. Do we have a welding program here at Warwick? I don't think so. We do?
We
Okay.
do.
I'm at elementary. But these spots would then be able to fill. Other public and private schools have sports facilities that are state-of-the-art. There's another reason why our students are leaving. Finally, we need to recognize that not all students can or want to attend a 4-year college. We need to provide learning opportunities for all our students. I have a lot more here, but I want to be respectful of your time. I emailed all of you directly. My last comment is about how we take up 80% of your budget. And you mentioned you're a former teacher. Many of us were hired in the late 90s. We had to go back to school and get our masters. You're top heavy with teachers with 28 to 35 years, master's degrees plus. I was on my way to a second master's degree. You're paying a lot for me. I could have retired this year, but Gina Raimondo changed that. So trust me, I would love to retire and let you hire 2 more teachers who could take my spot. I can't go anywhere for 12 years. I've been speaking to representatives and anyone that will listen because this problem is catastrophic. If you think it's bad now, it will be worse in 5 years because we cannot go anywhere. So to wrap it up, Councilman Muto, you mentioned how much you love Stone Soup. I'm also a reading specialist. I love that book too. But I think what we're missing, and you made a great analogy, but we're missing the moral. The moral is that the importance of sharing and working together. Yes, we've come a long way. We have a lot farther to go, and we need to work together. Thank you.
All right, so let's, just as a level set, let's try to make sure we stay on topic. We're discussing the school department budget ask, which, because this is before the city council, there's just one line item. It's yes to that amount, no to that amount, and do we modify that amount? We don't get to weigh in to what may or may not be cut. And as it was already pointed out here tonight by the superintendent, there are no set things ready to be cut. So it doesn't really serve anyone if we start speculating on all the things that could be cut, because the list is infinite. It could be literally anything. So let's try to refrain from going so in depth for all these potential things that is just speculative at this point. I understand in some cases, there's certain things that are not speculative, that layoffs happened. I get that. That's different. But go ahead. Sorry, Darlene.
That's okay.
Ms.
Darlene,
Denko, sorry.
yeah, that's all right. I had Anthony in class. I've been teaching a long, long time. 30, Darlene Netco, Ward 7, 37 years in the classroom, 35 here in Warwick, and taxpayer, just like everybody else, and president of the Warwick Teachers Union. I just want to follow up and make some corrections, though, about our career center. We have a thriving career center. We bring students in from other districts that are paying tuition, so our career center is making our district money. We have pathways in our high schools. The only problem is other districts have the same pathways, but we got on board a little afterwards. And because RIDE won't count anything as substantially similar, we still have to pay to send kids to other schools. Hopefully, we can rectify that with RIDE. It's a very complicated issue, and a lot of our budget, unfortunately, goes to paying tuition in these other schools, and the money follows the kids. So, and they take the money, our per pupil cost, and our per pupil cost is based on the fact that our district pays Social Security, and thank goodness it does. And that's why our costs might be a little higher than some neighboring districts that don't pay into Social Security. But I have a question. Because I did read the budget documents carefully, but I could not find what is the local appropriation for the city side of the budget. I found the local appropriation for the school side, and then, of course, that 2.5% increase that's printed in the budget document includes the state aid. And so, as printed in the budget document, the increase to schools was only 0.2%. So obviously, sitting here tonight, I was happy to hear that the mayor has put more money into the school budget. And I think our schools could use a little more, and that's why I would also like to do a little more speaking, but I would like to know what the local appropriation for the city side is.
Do you have a general fund budget in front of you?
I have an abbreviated portion. What page would it be on?
It's on page 46.
After getting on in years, have to put the glasses on. Yep, page 46.
Yep, it's right there. It's right there on page 46. It says city expenses.
Yeah.
Except you'll have to reduce that by the 178, I think it was, that the mayor reappropriated. So if you reduce that, move from city expenses to school department, just reallocate that over.
Okay. All right. Thanks. All right. Now, a couple of topics that came up as it relates to the school budget. Breakage. The fact that you can count on some people retiring, they're at top step, and then you can count on new people being hired at a lower step. Unfortunately, as Nikki just referred to, Gina changed that for us all. I think I heard someone over here say that we only have 3 first step teachers in the district, and that is thanks to Gina. So you cannot really rely on breakage anymore. You can't even rely on teachers retiring anymore and planning to retire. The whole retirement system is different. It's based on when you reach a certain age, and that age for everyone is different. There's the rule of 95, but there's also another scenario for older people who have been around a lot longer time, like me. And there's a different calculation there. There's a sliding scale between ages 59 and 67 as to when a teacher can retire. So we are going to have 67-year-old, kindergarten teachers, and we currently do have 67 and older teachers because of Gina. So unfortunately, you cannot rely on knowing when someone's going to retire, and you can't rely on breakage. You also can't rely on knowing exactly how retirements are going to affect the entire district. We do have positions being cut based on retirements. A math teacher is retiring from Pilgrim. That position's being cut. But we also have some special ed elementary positions being cut. In the meantime, there are some special ed classrooms opening. As Mr. McCaffrey said earlier, it has to do with student need. Where is the student need? And if we need an AAP classroom to open or an IASE classroom to open, if we need a TA for a one-on-one with a student that's in an IEP, you have to provide it. Here's the point where I show up every year and I provide a little historical context also. Let's keep in mind that our poor schools have been underfunded. Not any of you people are responsible, but going back to the Great Recession, this city underfunded the schools 5% below maintenance of effort and never returned it. The only city or town in the entire state. And then on top of that, due to a previous mayor and a previous school committee chair, the schools were paying the interest on an older bond. In order for the bond money to be released, the mayor made this plan with the school committee chair. So the school budget started off with 1.5 million before anything else. And we closed and consolidated schools in 2016 and 2018. 72 teachers were laid off one year, 65 teachers another year. A previous superintendent eliminated elementary science and elementary guidance. A previous superintendent eliminated our marine environmental program. I found out one of our budget commissioners was a participant in that program. Wouldn't that have been a nice pathway for our students to have? But we don't have it. It's gone. Once something's gone, it doesn't come back. That was very short-sighted. And we have to worry about now what kind of decisions we make that might turn out to be short-sighted. Yes, the schools are a large part of the city budget because the schools have the most employees, the schools have the most buildings, because the schools serve the most clients on any given day. And there's much talk about reduction in student population. Well, yes, the student population has been reduced, but so has the teaching population. We've lost classroom teachers at a very large rate, but at the same time, we've gained support professionals. We used to never have a nurse in every school. Nurses had to go from school to school. There's a nurse in every school now. We used to have a social worker in charge of a high school, a junior high, and the feeder elementary schools. Now we have 2 social workers at 3 of the high schools, 1 social worker at 3 of the secondaries, 1 social worker at the other, and enough social workers to split the time between the elementaries. We have school psychologists. We have special educators. We have OTs, PTs, librarians, and so on. And all of those WTU personnel figure in when you look at the entire number. Right now, 865. And some people like to do calculations. Oh, you have so many more pupils per teacher. Well, that's not classroom teacher. That's counting all of the professionals that are in the WTU. And so it isn't a good plan to look at the total number that way and divide it by the number of students. And it's not a good plan to look at a certain number reduced from one year to another. And by the way, that year is put in there because a previous superintendent kept returning to the 1960s when we had 40,000 students. So that's why we had to have a baseline number, because yeah, we don't have 40,000 students anymore. When we did, that's why we got Pilgrim and Tollgate and Windman and Drumrock and so on. But we have been right-sized, to use the terminology of a previous superintendent. All of those consolidations, all of those eliminations. So here we are, and we need to properly fund our schools. And tonight's action at the beginning of the meeting was a step in the right direction. The other night, Mr. McCaffrey spoke about us being one city, and I concur. We're one city. Our schools are as just a vital part of this city as any other service. As a resident of Warwick, I gladly pay my taxes. I'm glad that I have police. I'm glad that I have a fire department that's not volunteer. I'm glad that I have my trash picked up. I'm glad that I have a DPW to plow the roads and I don't have to pay for a private plow. You can pay.
You have about 1 minute left, Ms. Necco.
Thanks. You can pay lower taxes. My sister lives in Charlestown. They have very low taxes, but she also has to pay for trash and so on and so forth, or take the trash to the dump. They have a volunteer fire department. You get what you pay for. Warwick's a great city. All of our services are great, including the schools. And I want our schools treated the same way that the rest of the city is treated, and not being denigrated or not being attacked. Teachers shouldn't be attacked. WISE union members shouldn't be attacked. Our support professionals shouldn't be attacked. You know, I'm glad Mr. Sinapi made a very fine acknowledgement. The city and the schools are working together. The frequent meetings is something that the frequent meetings are something that did not happen under previous administrations, both city side and school side. So let's continue, and what happened tonight is a good start. Ask Mr. McCaffrey what else he needs to properly fund the schools, and please do so. Thank you.
Jeremy Langell, Ward 5, parent. I'd like to enter into the record our PTA statement as well. The mission of the PTA is to make every child's potential a reality by engaging and empowering families and communities to advocate for all children. Every year, the city allocates funding to support the Warwick public school system. This appropriation funds the essential work of our teachers, school support staff, and administration. In recent years, the city has done a better job of funding our school district. As PTA leaders, and I serve as the treasurer, we are very grateful for this. But recent financial support cannot overcome a decade of chronic underfunding. When tasked with addressing our current financial shortfall, our school committee proposed a budget that eliminates the deficit over the course of 5 years while maintaining essential services. The proposed 5-year budget requires an initial increase in support from the city with yearly decreases for the following 4 years. Having served as board members of the Warwick Neck Elementary PTA for the past 2 years, we know firsthand the impacts of underfunding our school system. We have now become responsible for funding field trips, including the buses, for all community programming, for most enrichment and cultural activities, and are even being asked to cover items related to the maintenance of the buildings. This is not sustainable or equitable. We are parents, we are volunteers. It is time that we advocate for all children by reminding our city leaders, by coming together to support our public schools and to understand that our public schools are in fact public resources. This is signed by Jessica Beaupre, our president, Allison Palm, vice president, myself, the treasurer, and Natasha McCluskey, the secretary, and we're the board members for the Warwick Neck Elementary PTA in Ward 5. I'd also just like to say personally, we've heard a lot of conversations tonight about taxpayers. I'm a taxpayer. From my view, underfunding our school district is irresponsible, and as a taxpayer, it deeply offends me. I encourage the city council and our mayor, thank you for already doing this good work tonight, to prioritize our students and our children. Thank you.
Jacob Maduro, Warwick resident, Warwick graduate. I have two main comments. I'm going to start off with addressing a comment made by my councilman at Lattister. He stated that, in his opinion, the lion's share of the financial issue is being asked for the taxpayers of Warwick to handle. Just rough numbers, a member of the public accused that teachers couldn't do math, as one of my colleagues suggested. So just some basic math. Over $5 million in cuts, a little more than $3 million increased in state aid from the state of Rhode Island, and around a $4 million ask. I don't know how $4 million is the lion's share or 12. It's not even a simple majority, never mind a super majority, but I digress. My main comment is regarding what could have happened tonight if the schools did not get any funding, and what we might still see as a result. In recent years, the city has prioritized the school department, its students, by increasing funding year over year. This corresponded with increased test scores, a renewed morale, and a building boom across the city, and the increased tax base that comes with that. For the first time in recent memory, Warwick is on the rise, and this is no small part due to the changing tides of our school system. Families are moving to Warwick, families are staying in Warwick. This year's proposed budget would undermine the actions and prior wisdom of this council in previous years. Its effects would run counter to the growth made by the school department over the same period of time. In the light of last year's deficit, this original proposed budget would be setting up the school department for failure. Now, it should be noted that this is just not any department. This is not a department made up of administrators, teachers, TAs, and custodians and secretaries. Its impacts are far more wide-reaching and long-lasting. It's made up of approximately 8,000 students, 8,000 futures, 8,000 deserving individuals. They're not just a name, a number, or a face. Each one of them has their unique challenges, their own struggle, and their own set of lived experiences. Each of them have their own goals, dreams, and aspirations. By extension, this proposed budget would be setting each and every one of them up for failure as well. As I stated before in my original comments, cuts have already been made. As Superintendent McCaffrey stated, over $3 million in staffing, which is over 40 positions. In addition, there was over $2 million in non-staffing expenditures eliminated. Now, another $4 million in cuts, which I'm glad to see might not happen, on top of the $5 million that have already been enacted, would place everything on the table, including sports, extracurriculars, and much more. As a teacher that goes to every game, every concert, and every play, I see firsthand the impact that these cuts would have. It gives students a purpose, an outlet, a sense of belonging, which impacts students' individual well-being and, by extension, their academic progress. Look at the impact that these proposed cuts for us to the budget and the effects that they could have on our incoming senior class, and put yourself in their shoes. Imagine if they were your child. Sports that would deny Friday night lights, deny senior nights, deny a chance at being a team captain. Everything that they have worked for or would be pulled out right from under their feet. The same feet that would never again see the field, court, or rink of the sport they love. Our music program would deny students a last concert, denied a solo, denied us one last chance to showcase their passion and love to their family, friends, and school community because the courting closed 1 year too early. Cutting extracurriculars would impact drama, denying a last play, denying one last bow, denying a chance at a leading role, and denying one last bravo. Now think if that was your child. But in some ways they are. They are your constituents, and you are their representative, and at the end of senior year, they can vote. Traditionally, such budget cuts and its corresponding blame would be placed at the hands of City Council and the administration. But due to recent actions proposed and passed by this mayor and approved by this council, such power has been stripped away from the very elected body that is charged with overseeing the schools. Therefore, public accountability would be laid at the feet of those who establish the Budget Commission, who coincidentally are the very people who can prevent this disaster from ever occurring. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sammy Davey, and I graduated from Warwick Vets as class president in 2011. So I was here in 2010, speaking again, trying to save sports at the time. Now that I am a special ed teacher in the district, I'm seeing things a little bit differently. So this is my first year in the city that raised me, but it is also my 10th year in special education, and this has been the most important year of my career because I'm back in Warwick Public Schools. If you watched the school committee last week, you saw the Bridge program, which is our special education program for students aged 18 to 22. If you didn't watch it, you can go onto the Warwick Public Schools website, and we are underneath special services. So I am coming up here to talk about the cuts in general. I am mentioning that it is my first year in Warwick as a special educator, and yes, my job could be on the line, but it's what my students have gotten this year. We have over 20 students in the program, and that is in our community. They are all in Warwick Public Schools. We have come into this building. We have been around Apponaug. We have been everywhere in the city, and I'm afraid of what any kind of cuts would do to that program. So I would be doing an injustice to my students, who I teach to advocate for themselves and really focus on self-determination every single day, and I won't do an injustice to them tonight. I need to share that even though there's a lot of talk about money being spent on special education, all of those students are general education students first. There is no division when we talk about funding our schools because every single student is our student first. Thank you.
Good evening, Jim Gianoffi, Warwick Teachers Union Executive Director. With the recent information of the increase in funding, I'm glad to hear that, and hopefully the council members will vote for that increase. And I would hope before you do your final adoption that that number is increased even more. The information I had is now irrelevant, so I want to ask the city a couple of questions, please. So originally, it was $141,809,660 that the city was giving to the schools. What is the new number, please?
It's an additional 1,785,140. So
Excuse-
take that number and add it.
All right. The original number was 141.
Yep.
809,606. What is the new number with the 1.8 million increase? It's a simple question.
Can you repeat the number again?
141.
Excuse me?
Repeat the number again?
The original city appropriation to the schools was 141,809,606. Is that correct?
Sounds about right.
That's what I have in the budget document. There was an increase of 400 and something thousand.
So you're using the appropriation amount?
You're using
I'm
the
sorry, what?
appropriation, not the total budget?
Repeat that?
Are you looking at the appropriation or the total budget? You're looking at the appropriation, right?
The question is, in the proposed budget, the city was providing to the schools just the municipal contribution, 141,809,606. I appreciate that that number has now been increased by approximately, I believe, $1.8 million. But I'm asking you, what is the new city appropriation in dollars to the schools?
143, 594, 746.
Thank you. 594, what was the last three?
746.
Okay. Now, my second question is, on the city side, just the local revenue from tax dollars, how much is the city receiving?
From tax dollars?
The question is, on the city side, you're telling me what the city is giving the schools from the local tax dollar. How much is the city receiving on its side from the local tax dollar? Not counting state aid, federal aid, any other sources of revenue. What is the local contribution? The schools are receiving 143 million plus. How much is the city receiving from local revenue?
You can't do it that way. So what did I say? I said 143 something, 143.
Maybe a member of the city council knows.
Give me 1 minute, please. Was it 141? 141, 809. Plus 1785, 140. Total revenues, hold on. No, I got it. Hold on.
So that means we get 236 million. City side gets $236,716.62. I mean, yeah.
236, 716, 621.
I'm sorry, with the acoustics in here.
I'm doing very quick math here, so I'm not actually taking out the revenues for the school department here too. It's hard to do this quick on the mic, but if you take the 143 million that I just gave you, I can show you how to do the math. So the city budget is 380. You got to do the math. 367. I'm doing it for you on this piece of paper right now. You take out the 143.
If you could speak on the mic.
If there's any other information that's needed that requires a calculation, that'll be something that they get you after tonight rather than here, because this is not a worthwhile use of everyone's time, especially when we have many other departments to go. And as of now, we will be here potentially past midnight. That's not to say that your question is not valid and worth answering. It's just to make sure we actually get you an accurate, full answer at the appropriate time.
So the problem with this math thing is you also have to add back in the revenue sources so that the school stating.
I appreciate the attempt, but I don't think I can get the answer because the number I'm given is 236 million. The question, if the council can get the answer, please?
I'm sure that answer will be provided to you.
Well, it goes
if
to
not later tonight, then tomorrow. Do you have any other questions for the city?
It goes to the crux of what I'm asking. So on a tax bill, when you get your tax bill, is it true that in this fiscal year, the tax bill says 59.89 goes to the school side? Percent. Is that
That sounds
correct?
about right. I haven't done that memo for your tax bill yet, but,
No, the current tax bill.
oh, I don't remember what it was.
Well, that's what it says. And it says on the city side, 40.11 goes to the municipal. Let's use the round number. Let's talk about fairness. And again, I appreciate what was done tonight. But it's all about a fair share. The council needs to look at that. Answer that question. If the tax bill says 60% of your taxes, local revenue, we're talking about the local revenue, goes to the schools, they're not getting 60%. Do the math. I heard a lot of people here talk about do the math. I can't even get the number so that I could do the math and tell you. And
Mr.
again,
Jaffe, on the tax bill, that refers to property taxes collected, not other revenues.
yes,
Property
I
taxes alone.
understand that. I understand that. But if it's 60%, then they should get 60% of the revenue from the local revenue. All I'm saying is,
And they do. They get just under 60% of property taxes.
well, I can't determine that because I'm getting a number of 236, $716, $621, when my question was, how much is the city giving to the city side versus the school side? So you can do this comparison. Maybe one of you people can find out. And again, I appreciate what's been done tonight. All I'm saying is, it's about a fair share. Ask yourself that question. Give the schools their fair share of that.
Councilman Muto.
Thank you. And I hope by the time,
Councilman Muto.
No.
I appreciate the effort.
and I hope by the time you vote on the budget, that the number gets closer, that the mayor's done a great job. And I hope the members of the city council tonight vote for what the mayor has come up with. That's deeply appreciated.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Mark, Ward 2. I'm here tonight not only as a resident of Warwick for over 20 years, but as a father, business owner, and educator. I'm the proud father of 4 children, 3 of whom are currently enrolled in Warwick Public Schools. My oldest daughter, Tori, graduated from Pilgrim in 2020. My daughter, Taylor, is set to graduate this year. My son, Aiden, is a sophomore, and my youngest, Cammie, is academically thriving at Vets. I also have a niece with severe disabilities who relies entirely on special education services provided by our schools. She's set to graduate this spring. It's an accomplishment that she would not have achieved without the funding of our special needs program. And now I have a grandson, 8 months old, who is soon set to enter this system, just a few years away. I'm speaking tonight with all of them in mind. Local news and our city leaders, including the mayor's office, want you all to believe this issue and resolution is the problem and solution to a single year of ineptitude by our school committee. But this budget crisis is not new. It's the fault of it's not the fault of one person or even one committee. It's the result of years of underplanning, level funding, and a failure to think long-term. But what you're considering tonight, this so-called fix, while graciously higher than what it was a few hours ago, is not a solution, it's a bandage, and one that cuts straight through the skin of everybody we're supposed to be protecting, our students and their futures. As a small business owner in the analytics space, I can tell you firsthand, talent is very hard to find. The kind of people I need in my company are problem solvers. They think critically, they communicate well, and they are technologically advanced. They aren't skills you're born with, they're learned. They're built through years of educational investment in classrooms, on teams, in clubs, and through the guidance of the great teachers that are behind me today. I want to tell you about one of them, if I may. My daughter Taylor was the captain of both the field hockey and debate teams. Pilgrim High School debate team didn't exist until this year. It wasn't a funded club. It was born simply from a student who wanted to start a club and a teacher's passion to support her students' wants and needs. Her name is Mrs. Miss Biz, what they call her, Miss Biz Regani. Taylor's chemistry teacher. With no experience, no guidebook, and no budget, she stepped in to lead. That team, top 2 in the state. Taylor and her partner placed second in the entire state their inaugural year, and they were not alone. Several of her teammates earned top honors against schools with decades of funding, support, and guidance. It wasn't about the winning, it was about the growth. That experience helped my daughter strengthen her purpose. This fall, she's attending Roger Williams University on scholarship with a chemistry focus on with studying chemistry with a focus on behavioral health. I have no doubt that Miss Biz helped plant that seed. There's my son, Aiden. He has an IEP and receives critical academic support. Without those services and the committed professionals behind them, he might have slipped through the cracks. Instead, he's still there, he's still learning, and he's still a part of the system. Those are not luxuries, they're necessities. As a data professional, someone who works in budget forecasting and economic modeling every day, I can tell you that cutting educational programs today does not create savings. It simply shifts the cost. You may balance a spreadsheet in the short term, but what you're doing is borrowing against the future of this city. Many of you have graduated from these schools that we're talking about now, have had the teachers that we're talking about now, and are successful because of those teachers that we have now. We're watching our societal 401k drain by not funding these schools. And the returns we're sacrificing aren't numbers. They're doctors, they're CPAs, they're electricians, future educators, and potentially your financial planners. I'm not just here to say don't cut. I'm here to say we need a cultural shift. One that prioritizes process, planning, and long-term thinking. The proposal in front of you tonight is not that. It's reactive, it's short-sighted, and worst of all, it punishes the very people we claim to protect, our children and the teachers who support them day in and day out. So what do I ask? I ask that you reject this quick fix and demand better. I ask for harder questions. I ask you to require remodeling, fund progress, build a path that doesn't preserve this school year, but builds a future that we can all be proud of, that brings people to our city instead of away from it. I thank you for your time, and I urge you to see our schools not as a line item, but as the foundation of everything that we are and everything we hope to be. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Dave Testa. I'm a member of the school committee. I'm a taxpayer, parent of 3 graduates of Pilgrim High School. I had no intention of coming up to speak tonight, but as I'm sitting here and listening to the comments, I just want to point out a couple of things. Last week, I went to the Tollgate Honors Night. The valedictorian and salutatorian of Tollgate High School, the Maynard twins. These 2 young men were accepted to Georgetown, Boston College, Dartmouth, and Brown. We can turn them out just like any other school. The same token, this very same school system will have a severely autistic student. We take them all, every single one of them, and we provide excellent services to them. And all of that costs money. And I've said publicly, and I'll say it again tonight, Mayor Percosi, since he's been in office, has been more friendly to the schools than the previous mayors over the last 20 years. And I know that because I've stood in this well for the last 20 years complaining about school funding. Okay? I would personally thank the mayor for that, and I appreciate the efforts taken tonight. I also want to invite you, because some council members come, some don't, and that's your prerogative. But when Dr. Schultz does her presentations on our RICAS results, on our SAT and PSAT scores, our K through 8 scores are incredibly good. They really are. There's a problem at a high school? Yeah, problem. That's typically where the problems come in anyway. But the needle is moving here. And it's moving here because, again, I'm gonna go back to the Mayor Percosi with the approval of the council, of course, because we supported it. And the needle will continue to move. And I think the building boom that's happening in the city will draw more kids to the city. Common sense tells us that. We're a community of 3-bedroom capes and ranches. Retirees aren't moving into 3-bedroom capes and ranches. So I just wanted to thank everyone for what's happened tonight. I've been coming to these things, like I said, for 20 years. I believe in public schools. I'm a public school kid. My whole family are public school kids. My kids are public school kids. They got great educations at Pilgrim, and they were prepared for college. And we do that. But you've got to remember that it's not just what your achievement scores show, because some students who come to our schools are never going to get to that level, but we educate them. We take them, okay? So when we hear about, oh God, per pupil cost in Warwick is X, and I'll send my kid to this private school and it's Y, okay? Until their populations mirror ours, you can't compare them. It's as simple as that. So thank you.
Mr. President?
Go ahead.
In closing, I want to leave you with a thought. Every budget you hear tonight tells a story about each department's values. Our story is about keeping our schools running and making sure our kids get what they need to meet the basic educational requirements established by the Rhode Island Department of Education. The FY26 budget isn't just a spreadsheet. It is what we believe our kids deserve. It's giving students a safe place to learn and develop. It is giving teachers the resources to teach and giving parents and guardians the confidence that their children are being set up for success. We know every city dollar has to be stretched, and we're asking for the necessary funds to keep our schools functioning well to meet the needs of our students and community. Delaying or denying financial support now only creates financial constraints in the future. I urge you to fund the school's budget, not because it's easy, but because it's the right thing to do. Thank you for your time this evening, your consideration, your commitment to the Warwick's future. Thank you.
Seeing no further members of the public on schools, we can move on to the animal shelter. Bear in mind, our goal tonight is to get through all the departments. So we got a ways to go, and it's 10:15. So buckle up. And as we noted previously with the acoustics, I know you're all want to chat with each other, but please do it outside the double doors because we won't be able to hear anything if you talk prior. Do any members of the council have anything for the animal shelter? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Hi, Director. Same questions. Do you have any raises above and beyond contractual or step increases? Any new staff or any eliminated positions?
No, no, and no.
Good answer. That's the only question that I have, Mr. President.
Do any other members of the council have any questions for the animal shelter? Do any members of the public have any questions for the animal shelter? Seeing none, we can move on to police.
Good evening, Mike Lima, Deputy Chief, Police Department.
It's page 19, by the way, everyone. Does anyone have any questions for the police? Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. So I'm looking at line item 30-140 night program. According to the latest Munis report, I believe that it was indicating that spending on the night program was just under 50,000 as according to the latest Munis report run earlier today. I'm not sure if there is any reason in particular that it's not approaching the 90,000 as allocated by the council.
Yeah, so if you recall last budget hearing, that was increased. That was a request by Council President McAllister to increase that from 45,000 to 90,000. We always had issues trying to get that filled with our normal overtime, with details. We have our normal traffic grants. That's an added grant, if you will, funded from the city. So it's difficult to reach that 90,000 mark, which is why we dropped it back down in this budget to 45. We think that's a level that we can hit. And if we were happen to reach that 45,000 level, you all can still reach out to us. We can still do those enforcements in different ways. We have traffic officers, CP officers, our normal patrol officers that can handle any other complaints that are above and beyond the $5,000 that are allocated for each ward.
So Is the problem that officers simply aren't volunteering for the additional voluntary overtime for traffic enforcement?
Correct. Just again, because we have so many of the construction details that you see on the road. We have overtime, we have forced overtime, we have the other traffic grants, the speed, click it or ticket, distracted driving, DUI patrols. So there's abundance of opportunities for our officers to work. So we just can't really reach that level to get people to, work that overtime to the 90,000 mark.
Are there any restrictions preventing officers from voluntarily putting in that additional overtime?
No.
It's my understanding, and I may be mistaken from speaking with an officer, that officers are not allowed to work more than one night program shift per month.
No. So normally what happens is it's put out to everyone that volunteers to work on the night program, and everyone has at least that one opportunity to work it. So, you can't sign up for 10 of them, and one officer would have 0. So everyone's given that first bite at the apple, and then it's put out, over and over and over again until they're all filled.
I suppose that I'm just surprised that more officers wouldn't be interested in that. It's also something that I think that is important to all members of the City Council, or most members of the City Council. The amendment supported by former Council President McAllister certainly received a majority of support on this council. And I've had instances where a constituent has called in requesting for additional enforcement. And for example, calling in not to the police department necessarily, but calling in to the city and being instructed, talk to your councilman about adding that intersection to the night program. And then the constituent calls me and I tell them that intersection is on the night program. It's been on the night program the entire 8.5 years I've been on the city council, but the constituent isn't seeing that type of enforcement out there. And I think that we on the city council, we want to make sure that as a matter of public safety and as a matter of constituent services, all of those things that help keep Warwick safe and help address constituent concerns when it comes to speeding and people blowing through stop signs and the like. As I see it, it really is a very small part of the budget. And so if we're able to direct some more resources towards that type of enforcement, there's nothing like having a police officer presence out there and just having people have that idea in the back of their minds that, oh wait, when I'm driving through Warwick, when I'm driving down these residential streets, the so-called Easton Ave Expressway, oh wait a minute, maybe I shouldn't be treating that residential road, Easton Ave, Fairfax Drive, Patuxent Ave, all of these residential roads, houses close together, houses close, small front yards, shouldn't be treating that as some sort of highway. So if there's some way that we can encourage officers or make that opportunity more available, I would really expect that officers would be interested in getting that additional overtime. But thank you for the feedback.
You're welcome.
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, High Commander.
Hello, Councilman.
The salary item for crossing guards if we take into consideration this new budget, has gone up about 63% in the last 3 years. Why is that?
We have 14 crossing guard positions that we try to fill. believe it was last year, we actually increased the hourly wage, if you will, for the crossing guards because we had extreme difficulty trying to fill those spots because it's only, an hour a day, a half hour in the morning, half hour in the afternoon, 5 hours a week. We really couldn't attract pretty much anyone to put in and apply for this position. So we had to increase the pay, and we actually did get a fair amount of candidates and applicants. So we were able to keep all those 14 posts, for the most part, filled. So that's why there's an increase. It's always budgeted. It's just we don't have the bodies to fill them. So at the end of year, it actually looks pretty low.
Hold on just 1 minute. Before I ask you a technical question, I got to make sure I'm in the right personnel supplement. You had said you have 14 crossing guards?
We have 14 locations, yes.
14 locations, but
So
do you have, is it 14 crossing guards?
We don't have all 14 filled.
Okay, because your personnel supplement's stating for 10.
Yeah, no, we have 14.
14 locations, but only 10 crossing guards.
Right now, we only have 10 crossing guards, but we should have 14 to fill all those spots.
So does that mean that there's schools, I'm going to just use schools, that don't have a crossing guard? 4 of them?
There are times when we don't have a crossing guard. Sometimes we have to fill in our traffic officers or our officers to take those spots. Sometimes a crossing guard will do double duty. Depending on the time of school when it starts, they can actually hit, the middle school area, high school, then maybe go to an elementary school right afterwards.
So this salary of 130,000, that's only for 10 crossing guards, not for 14.
That is for 14. It's actually $126,000 is what we needed.
For 14?
For 14, correct. Yep.
Okay, because this is showing in the personnel supplement again, number of positions 10 and the annual allowance 130. But you're saying that it's funded for 14, not 10.
Correct.
Okay. Hold on 1 minute. And well, let me ask you the question that I didn't ask you. 3 questions. In your salaries, do you have anything beyond contractual, beyond step increases, or longevity?
On the police side, no. On the civilian side, we have a few of those that will qualify. We have 3 employees where their hours we're looking to increase from 35 hours to a 40-hour work week. There's no increase in their hourly wage, but there is an increase, obviously, because of the extra 5 hours per week. And that's the secretary for the police chief, the secretary for the administration, and our communications support tech.
Tell me those people again.
The secretary for the police chief, the secretary of the administration, and our communications support tech.
And their salaries have increased because their hours have increased?
That's correct. They are 35-hour employees right now, and we're bumping them up to 40 hours a week.
So how does that work? the department worked and functioned with these employees at 35 hours a week. How does this work now that they're getting bumped up to 40?
The hours are needed, so our municipal overtime budget, they are pulling from that because they're working in excess of 35 hours a week, every single week right now. A lot of times they're working Saturdays, and then a lot of times they're working double time on Sundays just to keep up. Their duties, their roles, their responsibilities have increased over the years. Our communication support tech, for example, he's really in charge of our radio system, but he does so much more for us. He handles computer issues with our fleet that has expanded over the years. Each cruiser has a laptop in it, which is tied into our radio signals. So he has to work on those vehicles, which is time consuming. When we can't have our radios and our laptops up and running in our cruisers, they're down, which causes issues. So he's an important part of our civilian staff. So again, to try to negate the overtime issue, 40 hours we thought would be better for him. And same with our two, administrative secretaries. There again, their roles and responsibilities have increased as our bids have increased, purchasing has increased all across the board. So we're trying to get them to where they're supposed to be to do their work. And in turn, we did cut down the municipal overtime budget to try to offset what the increase is going to be for their pay.
So let's stick with the communication support tech. What's the hourly rate for that job code 111?
I don't have it, but I have what the increases would be as a total.
Yeah, I have that.
But I do not have the hourly wage.
Okay, could you send that to me tomorrow, please? The hourly rate for the communication support tech.
Yes.
The annual difference is approximately 12,000.
You talk about going from 35 to 40 hours?
Well, last year, that job code was 57,967. This year, it's 70,544.
Okay, I have different numbers than you. I have going from $61,932 to $70,787 for an increase of $8,855.
Is that for job code 111?
I don't have the job code in front of me.
All right, well, I'm looking at job communication support tech. I've got the right position, right? And the job code is 111. And in last year's budget, it was 57,967. And in this year's budget, it's showing 70,544.
Yeah. So that wouldn't include the raise from last year.
I'm sorry?
That wouldn't include the raise from last year? That wasn't in the
Okay, so you're saying it was
budget.
the contractual increases from the 57,967.
Brought it up to 61,932, and then we're looking to jump it up.
But do we agree or don't we agree on the position of 111 for this budget? My numbers say 70,544. What do you have?
Yeah, we're pretty close. I'm at 7,787.
You're at 70,000 what?
787.
I'm sorry, 787?
Yep, 70,787. Yeah, but I understand.
Chief, how can we have a difference?
I'm not sure. We do our personnel and submit it.
Okay, I'll follow up with you on that tomorrow. And communication radios, there's a significant jump this year for radios. I believe recently we've awarded bids for new radios. How does this play into it this year with an additional 45,000?
Yeah, our issue right now is our 800 megahertz radio system, which is a different system than our traditional radios. All those radios have reached their end of life. Literally in the next few years, they will be useless to us. So we need to obviously purchase new radios to cover the 800s. So that's why you're going to see a drastic increase in the budget to pay for those. In years past, we were able to get those type of radios from REMA, but right now we cannot. So we have to purchase those. We're looking at a dual band type radio, which can do both, but those are significantly more expensive than our traditional radios.
So does that extra 50,000 bringing us up to 180, does that pay for all of the radios? You had said you're going to need more radios over a few years.
That's probably about a third of the cost.
A third of them.
Correct.
Service contracts, 3340.
Yes.
That is increased by 60,000. What is service contracts for the police department and why the increase?
So it looks like it's increased, but it really hasn't.
I'm sorry, I stand corrected. It wasn't 60, it was 38.
Yeah, so it looks like it was increased. What happened was we had purchased Dragon software, which is like a transcription software for the police department, and we had reduced our part-time and full-time transcriptionist job. We eliminated that. So we couldn't take that money out of, originally when we came before council to make that purchase, it came out of a different budget code. So we had to transfer 40,000 from 3340 into that other budget code to pay for it. So when you look at that, you're looking at the revised number. I think it was like 312,000, I believe. That actually was 40,000 higher when we originally got approved last year.
And what number did you transfer that out of?
That came out of 3340, and I believe that went into our computer budget, if I recall. I believe it's 3231, maybe. Yeah,
Okay.
3231.
What was it, please?
Yeah, 3231, our computer budget.
3231. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have for now.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. One other item I wanted to check in on. I'm not sure what the plans are for the community police. I'm not, that is, we used to have 3 for many years. I believe that we now have 2.
Yeah, so right now we actually have 15 people in our very first Warwick Police Academy. Once they graduate in June, they have about 14 to 16 weeks of field training. Once they all get through training, we are actually going to be at our complement of 175 for the first time in a very, very long time. So we're going to be able to now start supplementing those specialty divisions with the original staffings that we had, years ago. So it's in community policing, it's in our professional standards division, it's in all divisions right now that we had to take those players out and put them into patrol to make sure we had enough officers on the street.
That's fantastic. Glad to hear that full complement is coming up soon. And, certainly having the community police officers out there makes a huge difference. Just really having a point person to follow up on some of these different recurring issues. And not necessarily asking for further comment, but I would think too that staffing up, having that full complement might also provide more opportunities, more officers who may be willing to take on that voluntary overtime with traffic enforcement as part of the night program. Just something for my colleagues to also consider when it comes to making sure that there's enough resources out there for the traffic enforcement across all 9 wards. Thank you.
Any members of the public have anything for the police? Seeing none, we can move on to organized crime / drug enforcement on page 20. Do any members of the council have any questions on this part? Again, that's organized crime and drug enforcement. Do any members of the public have anything regarding organized crime and drug enforcement? Seeing none, we can move on to alcohol and highway enforcement. This is on page 21. Do any members of the council have anything regarding alcohol and highway enforcement? Do any members of the public have anything for alcohol and highway enforcement? Councilor Muto?
Sorry, couldn't run fast enough on that one. So on the alcohol and highway safety, I'm looking at least the largest item 133, as a grant. So are other items in I should have asked this in the last section. Both of these areas, are most of this expense covered by federal grants or state grants?
Yeah, 100% reimbursable for everything that you're going to see in 31, 32, and 33.
Awesome, thank you.
Any further questions from members of the council or members of the public regarding alcohol and highway enforcement? Seeing none, we move on to police grants. That is on the same page, page 21. Do any members of the council have any questions regarding police grants? Do any members of the public have any questions regarding police grants? Seeing none, we move to fire. That's on page 22. Do any members of the council have any questions for the fire department? Councilman Lattiser.
Good evening, Chief.
Good evening.
Chief, I'm going to talk about the same thing I talk about every year, which is the overtime. And I went back a few years looking for staffing numbers. And as an example, back in 2018, you had a complement of 212 firefighters. There was one point in time when I believe I had just gotten on the council and your complement was around 202 or somewhere thereabouts. And your complement today is how many?
We currently have a class in session right now of 11 recruits. And once they come on, we'll be at 225.
You have 225?
Yes. Once those 11 come on board.
And currently, I say currently, in the 24-25 budget, you were showing 236. So have you had some firefighters retire that brought you down to 225?
Bear with me for 1 second. Okay. That number had included 12 recruits that we elected not to do in this fiscal year,
Okay.
in 26, in fiscal year 26.
224, 25, you had 12 recruits. So currently you have 225. Does that include the class that's going to be coming in?
Yes, it does.
And is 9?
There's 11.
11 coming in. And that's in that 225 complement?
Yes.
Okay. So what I can never wrap my arms around is how the overtime has gone from when you had 212 firefighters, and overtime, it ran $1.2 million, $1.6 million, in that area there. And today, the new norm is 4+, and you're looking for 4.4 million this year with a fair amount of additional firefighters that you had back in the day. Why hasn't the fire department been able to get control on the overtime? Now, the police department, granted, they don't have 225, I believe it was just talked 170 some. Their overtime doesn't anyways near approach what the fire department does. How is it the fire department has never been able to get control on the overtime?
We do have control on the overtime. We forecast a amount, just as we did last year, that was pretty spot on this year for what we anticipated our overtime figure was going to be. We are contractually obligated, as are all fire departments in the region that I'm familiar with, by minimum manning staffing. And where we differ a lot from the police department is just the nature of the composition of our department. So in the police department, they have many different facets of a department, from detectives to traffic and a lot of different divisions. In a fire department, we really don't have a diverse amount of divisions like they do. All of our manpower is in a line function. They're staffing our trucks. They're staffing the trucks and manning our stations. We have a small headquarters staff where we have 12 positions and headquarters staff. Everybody else is on a frontline vehicle, and because of minimum manning, when there's a vacancy in that frontline vehicle, it has to be filled on overtime. Now, in the past, there were times when there was a very large number of floaters per shift. Right now, we try to organize ourselves so that we'll have 2 floaters per shift. We feel that's a good number. A floater can help reduce overtime, but at the same time, that floater comes with a cost, right? The healthcare and pension benefits and things of that nature. So it would be cost prohibitive to go back to a figure of 7 floaters per shift that we once had, because there's going to be a lot of costs incurred to maintain that number as well. So we think 2 is a more realistic number to shoot for. And it gives us a little bit of a cushion so that we have 2 floaters per shift to accommodate retirements that'll come up throughout the year.
The contracts, the administration, yourself as an example, you are part of the negotiation team that negotiates these contracts?
Yes.
Okay. And as I said to the school department recently, they also sit in negotiations on these contracts.
Yes.
So you guys all agree on that stuff. You agree on the contracts. So you need to live with it too. Now, I'm looking at your revised budget for 2025. In other words, this year's budget. You budgeted overtime of, use a round number, $4,200,000. And that was with, I'm going to take out the recruits, that was with 225 firefighters, the same as what you're talking about now. But yet you still didn't come in under budget on overtime. You still came in almost $300,000, at least projected, over the overtime. So there's something that just doesn't, I just don't get it. I can't wrap my hands around how this overtime continues to grow year after year after year, and not a little bit. We're talking a growth of over 3 times since 2018.
I think it's worth noting that we came in over roughly $300,000 over in overtime, but not from what we predicted it would be. That was the amount that the council had approved. We anticipated our overtime being within $40,000 of where it's most likely going to end up. We were almost spot on from our prediction with what we requested last year to what it actually is.
But it's still 3 times more than it was years ago with the same complement. It just, to me, it just does not make any sense how this overtime continues to grow. But as you say, it's contract driven, so we don't have any control on it, apparently.
If I may, Councilman, I think the fiscal numbers you're referring to from years ago were when they were carrying a lot more floaters. They did have 6 or 7 floaters per shift back then, whereas now we don't. So if you have more floaters, we're going to have higher personnel costs. If we have less floaters, we're going to have more overtime. There's still going to be the same expenditure. It's going to be a difference of which column will it be in, overtime or personnel costs.
Chief, I remember a year when I first got on the council, the fire department had, it was either 6 or 8 floaters with a grant from Senator Reed of $3 million. And your budget request for overtime then was somewhere around 800,000. City council awarded 900,000, and you came in like $1.2 million. That was with the extra floaters. So overtime has been historically overrun year after year after year. I don't know how that changes or if it can change. I don't know. But I do see it as a problem with something that how do you get control of this? Because it doesn't matter how many staff you receive, because the overtime does not come down. Doesn't matter how many staff you receive. The overtime in the dispatchers, 150,000. Why is the overtime so high in dispatchers?
Councilman, can you give me the line item that you're looking at?
Sure, sorry. 35,129. Sorry about that.
So, Councilman, we did have a vacant floater position. The dispatchers have a 9th position that we've had vacant, so that would account for more overtime. And also they were awarded extra vacation time for this year, which would also be an incurred cost on us for overtime.
So do you have more dispatchers now than you did, say, in 2023?
I can't speak to, I can't recall exactly how many we had, but it's been the same number. It's typically been 8 regular dispatchers plus a 9th position that is referred to as the floater position. that would fill in for people when they're out on vacation or out sick, things of that nature. So that position has been vacant for a while. I know there was a period where there was a lot of vacancies in the fire alarm dispatcher position. Back in 23, I can't really recall, to be honest with you, what the level of staffing was at that time.
The reason I ask is because in 2023, your overtime was 164,478. In 2024, it dropped to 129,000. And this year, you're back up again to 158. So the question is, how were you able to reduce the budget 35,000 from 2023 to 2024 with apparently the same amount of dispatchers? And how did that trend change and go back to 158 projected for this year?
We did have a floater for that year in question. That's why the salary was higher. That we had the floater position filled. That person also tested for the fire department, and we hired her on the fire department, so that position became vacant. And that same position is currently vacant now.
So you had a floater leave. That's why the overtime dropped, because you had a floater leave? Who was filling the extra position then? If somebody leaves, somebody's got to fill that position, right?
We pay out, we'd have to have other dispatchers filling in overtime.
And that goes into a different line item?
No.
Okay, just, it comes out of normal salaries?
Comes out of dispatcher overtime.
Mm-hmm. Service contracts, Chief, 35,340. In the amount of, this year you're looking for 171,500. What's the service contracts?
So the service contracts are the annual monthly service contracts for all of our stations and our equipment. Things such as compressor services, service agreements for our dispatch center, fire alarm testing and repair for our buildings, generator service, hose testing, the life pack service, monitor service, Lucas chest compression service, multi-gas meter service agreements, overhead door repairs, things of that nature that we come before you for to award throughout the year.
Okay. And are there any salary increases in the department above and beyond the contract, step increases, longevity?
No, there are not. There are no increases other than what's contractually obligated.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Councilman Napa.
Thank you. Chief, just a few questions about some of your line items about gear and training. So 35,282 for turnout gear. That line item is substantially lower than previous years. You have a full complement of turnout gear and we're just expecting to purchase less, or with the people coming out of the academy?
We are expecting to purchase less. We have had a robust program in maintaining our gear and replacing it as required through gear inspections and things of that nature. So we expect to see a decrease in that for this year.
So if we have a decrease this year, it's reasonable that that's going back up in subsequent years?
And
once these things get to their
with these recruits,
lifetime.
with the 11 that we have, we're going to need to outfit them, but we will not be increasing. Typically, we've been hiring 12 recruits a year. We don't plan on doing that for FY26, so we will not see that expenditure for the recruits.
And the next line item down, 35,283, special operations, that request went to zero. Are you not participating in special ops, or did that move?
So our special operations is funded jointly by a grant and from the city. So we feel that we can adequately cover what we need to this year with the grant funding that we receive from REMA, which is why the city doesn't show any incurred costs in the budget.
What do those spec ops include?
So it's our technical rescue team. We're a regional technical rescue team for the state. So we'll be able to do some purchases for new equipment and training out of the grant money we receive from REMA.
Okay. So that brings me to my next question then. 35,301 for training and education, that's decreased by over 40% as well. So is that also going to be allocated through grant money for training and education? I imagine the ongoing training for your personnel is still going to be.
A lot of it will be, but also we will not be bringing on, as I said, the 12 recruits that we normally would in fiscal year 26.
Okay.
That's going to be a savings right there.
And then just a few questions relative to staffing. You're going to be around 225 when those 11 recruits come out. Is that considered a full complement, or are you still low on full complement?
That'll be a full complement for us.
Okay. When's the last time you were at full complement?
Last July.
Okay. We didn't put any more trucks or frontline vehicles on the road in the last few years.
We've, through the SAFER grant that we're in our third year of, we did put as a grant, the grant provided staffing for a fifth rescue and additional manpower on our ladder trucks. So we're still in that grant. We're still in our third year of that grant. So those are not contractual obligations, but that is grant funded that we're still staffing.
Okay. So just so I can understand how your overtime functions, you're paying 225 personnel their flat salary anyway.
Right.
So whether or not they're sitting in back step of engine 3 or they're considered a floater, they're getting their base salary no matter what position they fill, correct?
That's right.
Okay. So how would adding more floaters at their base salary increase your personnel cost if you're paying 225 anyway? That doesn't seem logical to me when you made that statement to Councilman Lattiser.
How would adding floaters?
So you were saying that if you added more floaters to your daily and nightly rotation of personnel on the road and on the front line, it would increase your personnel cost. Your baseline personnel cost is fixed.
So if I added over that 225, if I added additional floaters over than what I have,
okay,
then if I wanted to put more than 2 floaters on per shift, if the city decided to put 7 or 8 floaters on per shift, then I'm going to incur a cost for the benefits associated with those positions on top of their salary.
So what you're saying is if you wanted to add more floaters per shift, you would have to exceed the 225.
Yes,
Gotcha.
that's correct.
All right, that makes more sense. And then just so I can get an idea of how overtime actually generates, where does the majority of your overtime come from? Is it call-outs? Is it vacation? Is it injury?
Vacation.
Okay. Is there a policy procedure in place so that you're not doubling up on how many people can take vacation at the same time?
We have a specific number of people that are allowed to be out. We have a specific number of people that are allowed to be out during peak vacation times, July, August. And then throughout the rest of the year, there's another amount that we allow to be on vacation so that we don't create a burden for the department.
So the burden of the department would essentially be overtime.
So
if you adjusted how many people are allowed to be out at any given time, would that inherently lower the burden relative to overtime?
No, because they're allowed a certain number of vacation time for the year. So and that's what we factor in to the overtime. Right? So a new firefighter is going to get a certain amount of overtime versus a 20-year firefighter is going to get more overtime. So we factor those costs into our overtime estimate, because we know they're going to take that overtime. They have to take it or they're going to lose it. So we know they're going to take that overtime. when they take it is not significant to the cost. The cost is there because they're going to be out a set number of weeks.
So your calculation of projected overtime is based on how much overtime each individual firefighter actually has, assuming that they use all the days they have because they're going to lose it. They don't roll over.
Correct.
So essentially, it's manufactured via their contract. You know what the overtime is going to be. That's been negotiated into their contract. They've
Exactly.
negotiated that for themselves.
That's right.
So there is no controlling it.
Correct.
Okay. I guess that answers my question. Unless they don't take their vacation times, which they're definitely going to.
Then they would lose
okay.
it. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Evening, Chief.
Good evening.
My question is about your grant pipeline.
Okay.
So I know at this point of the year, if you had grants lined up, they may be included here, but you're always working forward. Prospectively, are there any grants that you have put substantial work into that, if achieved, would yield any savings in this year's budget to the taxpayer?
So I guess the question is, would that be discussed here or under fire grants? And I don't know the answer to that because I'm not sure.
I'm happy to hold it, but
It might affect this budget. I
question
just
is
don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Like,
Yeah.
so on gear or on apparatus or on repairs or hose or, some of the things we've seen you all bring in, 6 and 7 figure grants in the past.
So we have worked on some grants over the years. I think the 20. So we did apply for a AFG through FEMA. That's the Assistance to Firefighter Grant for a ladder truck, but that will be fiscal year 27. The DERA grant, what truck is that? Is that in the truck coming in? That's already, but that truck hasn't been received, but is ordered. All right. There's a DERA grant, which is a diesel reduction emissions grant that's going to offset the cost of one of the pumpers that we have on order. We haven't received yet. I don't have a definitive timeline for when that's going to come in due to the delays we're seeing across the industry, but that grant was for $188,000 that'll go towards the purchase of the truck on order.
Okay. So of the ones that you have in mind that are far enough down the path to speculate, those would largely reduce maybe lease purchase payments in the future or something along that line.
Exactly.
But not necessarily operational expenses in this fiscal year.
Correct. Right. The vehicles will be affected by lease purchase.
Great. Thank you.
Councilman Muto.
Hi, Chief.
Hi.
Thanks, Councilman Napper and Councilman Vinny. You answered most of my questions. I have one question left for you. On line or item 799, miscellaneous capital expenditure. One, the increase, obviously the large increase, but obviously you guys have large equipment. Is this part of your replacement strategy over several years? Number one, and number two is being capital. Is the operating budget the right place for it, or should it be in a capital budget?
Good evening, Assistant Chief Upmanham from the Fire Department. So the administration reduced that number, that 1,875,000, 1.8 million, they reduced it by 1,550. So that number is now $325,000.
Okay.
That is the two items in our capital budget that are funded through the operational budget. The rest of that is through lease purchase, so it wasn't appropriate to be in our operating budget. It was just misallocated.
And I apologize. I just got handed the email that I read 6 hours ago. I totally forgot about it. So thank you.
No problem.
Councilman Gebhardt, or are you good? Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. Of the remaining, I believe it was $325,000 in line item 35-799, miscellaneous capital expenditure. Any plans for that $325,000 in particular?
Yes, 300,000 of that will be for equipment to upgrade our fire alarm dispatch center, and 25,000 will go towards window replacement to upgrade some of the stations for the energy saving measures we're trying to take.
Oh, that's good to hear. One other item, line item 35-124. And this is always something where, you know, the numbers appear as black and white, but behind it, you know, must be some unfortunate stories. And I'm sorry to hear about any firefighter who suffered an on-the-job injury. So, with that said, of course, first and foremost, I know that the fiscal year 2026 request, similar to previous years, there's not an express line item request for 35-124 along with 35-117 sick time and a few other much smaller items there. I understand from previous years that really those numbers are built into the salary line item and then reallocated, which really makes that salary line item line up much more intuitively, mathematically for me when I take a look at the budget overall, factoring that there's an increase in salaries of close to 4% contractually, but the budget is also providing for the loss of 11 positions with the complement going down to 225. So kind of evens out a little bit closer when adding up all of those numbers together. So my question there is, do we, and I know that we cannot anticipate necessarily future injuries, of course, but as to those firefighters who were injured and were receiving the on-the-job, on-job injury salary, do we anticipate that line item is going to decrease in the coming year, or is it going to remain relatively stable?
We have several members that have been out long-term injury. A few may be retiring because of their injury, so that will show a decrease in cost in that line item once they're off the payroll.
Thank you. And, you know, any, you know, without getting too deep into some of the precise math this evening, I think that it might be helpful between now and when the vote occurs if, instead of me just kind of relying on a ballpark back of the envelope type of math, the numbers, of course, listed under the salaries, etc., are all very precise. I can mostly get there, but I don't know from back of the envelope math if the salary line items may be effectively over budgeted by a few $100,000, or if they're right on the money, more or less. So if an email could go out in the next couple of days or so to give us a little bit more insight, that might be, excuse me, that might be helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Any members of the public have any questions for the fire department?
Chief, thank you for your service, first of all.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sorry, but can you, I know it's annoying. Can
Jim,
you just-
Jim Italiani,
Thank you. Sorry.
Last year, there was a repair on a fire truck that had a cracked frame that was 300 and some odd $1,000. Do you recall that?
Last year.
You had to send it off somewhere in
Right,
the...
yes, I do, yep.
How did that work out? Was that cost effective, and how long did that increase the service life of that vehicle?
That truck is still going through the repair process. So it's in the process of being repaired, so it's back at the manufacturer having the work done to it. We have not yet received it back.
So is the estimate still close to the same?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But the repair is still ongoing. So I don't think it's going to be that much longer. I would expect within the next 4 weeks, we should, I expect to hear back from them that they send the truck back to us.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public with a question for the fire department? Seeing none, we move on to EMA. That's on page 23. It's listed as Warwick Emergency Management. Do any members of the council have any questions regarding EMA? Do any members of the public have any questions regarding EMA? Seeing none, we can move on to fire grants. That is also on page 23. Do any members of the council have any questions regarding fire grants? Do any members of the public have any questions regarding fire grants? Seeing none, we can move on to building inspection on page 24. Do any members of the council have any questions for building inspection? Councilman Lattiser?
Good evening. They shut my mic off. Oh, no, they didn't. Hello, Director. Good evening. Demolition services, what is that for? It's your line item 36,351.
Yes. Excuse me. Normally, we have asked for $10,000 in the budget. This year went up $20,000 because we are receiving receivership funding through the court. So we're projecting an extra $20,000. This past year, we deposited $15,600 into the general fund from receivership funds. So that's why you see the $20,000 increase that's projected. I think we're going to get a little bit more, but that's conservative.
Is there any, did you have any vacancies in your department right now?
We have no vacant positions right now. There are 4 eligible for retirement, and one has August 1st will be the construction inspector's last day. So we've already put out the posting to fill that position, knowing that it's going to take a bit of time.
I ask because earlier in the meeting when we started with regards to the reduction in permit fee, not permit fees, but permit revenue, et cetera, I found that concerning. And now I find it even more concerning because if you have any less staff than what you have now, that's going to have a very negative impact on getting the plan reviews out, getting the inspections done, getting the permits issued, et cetera, et cetera. And that is going to have a negative impact on the revenue.
Well, the revenue is projected on what is in the planning board stage. So we take a look at that, and of course, we're going to still get the additions and the new houses and stuff.
No, I don't mean just the revenue to your department. I mean the revenue to the city, because the tax stuff doesn't come in until plan review is done, permits are issued, inspections are done, and buildings are occupied. So that's something that, I would certainly need to make sure that your department is fully staffed so you can continue to roll this stuff out.
Right, we're trying to get ahead of the curve with the retirements, so we have one already that we know of.
So it's already out as a posting, knowing that there are far and few construction inspectors with the certifications out there. So the plan reviewers are still employed by the city. They're not going anywhere. So that, it's going to be a little bit of a change in the department. So we'll have to wait and see.
Because I'm of the belief that your department is a revenue generating department.
Can we make sure to keep things on topic? We're not on revenue, but
No.
also there's no proposal that I'm aware of to reduce the number of positions in this department. So I'm not sure how relevant it is for us to talk about that being potentially the case. I know it was mentioned that there's a bunch of retirees, and that's obviously concerning, but that's not exactly part of the budget.
I realize that the reasoning for my questioning is when it comes time to make an amendment, perhaps I want to make an addition. And that's the reason for my questions.
Addition?
Yeah.
They're adequately staffed currently. They're already taking steps to make sure they stay that way. If your question is, would more people, in addition to what you have, help you turn around more permits, then that's a question that makes sense.
Perfect question. He couldn't have stated it any better. Director, could you answer that question, please?
More personnel would expedite things in the office, but
Thank you. Thank you for that, Director. And thank you for the help, Mr. President.
I'm happy to help you get there.
I'm all set now, though. I got what I needed. Thank you.
Any other members of the council have any questions for building inspection? Any members of the public have anything? Oh, are there even? I'll ask anyway. Are there any members of the public that have any questions for building inspections? The empty seats say no. All right, we can move on to Parks and Recreation. And thank you.
Good evening, Bill Facenti, Chief Staff. Bev Wiley, the Director of Parks and Recreation, is sick right now, so I'm filling in for her. There is one new position in Parks and Recreation. That's a harbor master, and I believe that was part of council's interest in increasing the harbor masters. Other than the contractual raises, there are none. I'll answer any questions you have.
Any members of the council have any questions regarding Parks and Rec? Any members of the public have any questions regarding Parks and Rec? Seeing none, we can move on to the library. Do any members of the council have any questions regarding the library? Councilman Lattiser?
Aaron Kutu, Library Director.
On your salary line, 43,101, there is almost a $400,000 increase in salaries. And can you explain that?
None of them are outside of contractual requirements or step increases. There's no new hires. That's just related to
I'm
the
sorry,
contract.
could you repeat that again? I can't hear you.
Sure. There are no increases that are not tied to contractual requirements or step raises. That's just related to the 53 employees that we have.
So there are no additional increases in salary beyond contractual or step?
That is correct. Everyone, it's either the base contractual increase or obligatory step increases.
Okay. Building maintenance, 43,331. You have a budget in there for 93,000. What is the building maintenance that you're looking for 93,000 to do?
Well, that's the number we've had for many years. That covers maintenance at all 4 of our locations. So the central location, as well as the Connecticut, Apponaug, and Norwood. Well, some of the stuff is carried over to there as well. But basically, it's everything from basic cleaning to basic repairs. the installation of repairs that have to be brought in from outside vendors.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm all set.
Any other members have any questions for the library department? Any members of the public have any questions for the library department? Seeing none, we can move on to human services. That's on
Thank you for
page
your time.
28.
Good evening, Kathleen Bowl, Director of Senior Services.
Does anyone have any questions for human services? Councilman Lattiser, I don't know if you turned it on or if it's still on. Got it? All right. Do any members of the public have any questions for human services? Seeing none, we can move on to senior centers on page 29. By the way, I know I'm not stating it explicitly, but thank you everyone who's stayed all this time to speak or sometimes just to be present for the opportunity to speak. It's appreciated.
Home stretch.
Oh, so for senior centers, do we have anything from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser?
Thank you. Hi, Director. On your salary line item 47101, same question. Any increases in salary beyond contractual steps?
Nope, no new positions, no deleted positions. We do have one vacancy that's posted that will be posted shortly.
But
it's not new.
But it's budgeted for?
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions from members of the council regarding senior centers? Any questions from members of the public regarding senior centers? Seeing none, we can move on to senior transportation, also on page 29. Do any members of the council have any questions regarding senior transportation? Councilman Ricks?
Thank you. I always get a couple of questions from constituents about the transportation and just specifically trips, day trips, that sort of item. How does it look potentially with the, I see $1,000 in the request. How does that translate to services?
Sure. So right now, Transwic is doing their regular trips to the market, to the hairdresser, to the bank, to the pharmacy. Those are more vital trips to get people their medications and food. They hope to do recreational trips. Our main hang-up on that is the posted position for a part-time driver that would be providing those trips. So that position has been posted since October. It requires a CDL and a passenger endorsement, so it's a matter of getting that position filled.
Thank you. Hopefully the word goes out. I understand that must be a hard position to fill, but I'm sure that there are some people out there. Thank you.
Sure.
Councilman Lattiser?
Same question. Any contractual or step increases beyond that?
Nope.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the council for senior transportation? Any questions from members of the public for senior transportation? Seeing none, we can move on to capital. Any members of the council have any questions regarding capital? Councilman Gebhardt.
Just one. Under DPW, just senior center exterior priority 1. Is this like the facade and windows and things we talked about?
So Bill Vicente, so these are, the senior center went through a needs assessment and there were priorities associated, roof, flashing, brickwork and things like that. And this is just moving through that process.
Okay. And I trust Councilman Lattiser will be consulted before any windows are purchased?
We'll be going through the bid process.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, they consulted me.
Councilman Lattiser.
Very, very good question, Councilman Gebhardt. I thought, at least in numbers, the budget was already approved for those windows. On DPW auto, tractor trailer cab chassis, tell us about that.
Eric Rose, Public Works. I'm sorry, what was the question?
It was on your capital budget for a tractor trailer, cab, and chassis. for 225,000. What is that for?
That's what the cabin chat, no, that's for the 18-wheeler. So we've had that, the piece of equipment that's currently operating it literally has probably 1 million miles on it. It's 50 years old. We've done a great
It's
job.
how old?
50? Yeah, it's ridiculous. It was a long haul vehicle when we got it way back when, and we've been using it and maintaining it. And it's when we consolidate trash or whatever and haul stuff to landfill, or we pick up gravel. And but right now it's no longer functioning, so that's why it's in there.
Could you save that to deliver windows?
Yes.
Just asking. Seriously, next question on the senior services total, the planning. There's no monies in this budget for anything at Mickey Stevens. Why?
Correct. It's going to be for next fiscal year. Right now, with the schools and everything else that's going on, we didn't feel it was prudent to issue bonds for additional work at Mickey Stevens.
So are we to take that meaning that there will be no additional work done at Mickey Stevens this year?
No. The DPW and the field guys have done a lot of work at Mickey Stevens to get the fields and everything ready for the high schools to play. The bonds and Mickey Stevens work was for the complete redesign of Mickey Stevens, relocating fields, moving fields, new lighting, which we already have new lighting, just an overhaul, complete overhaul. And that was probably around $10 to $11 million.
Now, there's still a bond sitting out there, right, for
There's a bond
8 million,
approved.
I think, or 7 million?
Yeah, there were 2 bonds that were approved by voters, but not issued.
And the total of those two are?
I believe it's 10.5.
How much?
10.5 million.
10.5. Okay. So with the wastewater treatment facility, supervisory control and data acquisition upgrade, 1.5 million.
That's sewer.
What is that?
Councilman, would you mind waiting for that question until sewer comes up here and just get it all at once?
Sure.
Okay. Wastewater. That's sewer.
Which department were you looking at? What, sewer?
I'm just, yeah, I'm in, oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I got it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I got your point, Mayor.
No, is that good with the capital questions though, Councilman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Councilman Ricks?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank
I
you.
apologize.
A quick one. I saw that the fiscal year 26 includes the ADA accessibility improvements at the Norwood branch. Just wanted to get a brief update on that, see if that might actually be completed within the next year or so.
That project's on hold right now. It came in, the lowest bidder neglected to include the cost for the actual elevator, which is $200,000. The next lowest bidder was about $250,000 to $300,000 over our bid. And because it's an earmark grant that requires both ADA improvements to both Norwood and Apponaug, if you don't do both of them, you have to return the money. And it literally takes an act of Congress to change the requirements of those grants. And I'm not sure if the Congress has an appetite. So we're looking at rebidding that.
I see.
And identifying new sources of revenue for it, or grants.
Thank you for the update on that. Yeah, my other questions, I'll wait until outside of the council meeting. Thank you.
Sure.
Any other questions on capital? Any members of the public have any questions on capital? Seeing none, we move on to the enterprise funds. Stewart? And my understanding is that there's at least one question for Stewart. Councilman Lattiser?
Good evening.
Evening.
Betty
Sorry.
Ann Rogers, Director, Warwick Sewer Authority.
Good to see you.
Hi,
See you
Director.
too. Hello.
So I'm probably going to jump back into the capital budget, but the question was supervisory control data acquisition, $1.5 million, and I'll just kind of run down gravity thickener, $4 million, improvements to biosolids, $7 million. Just give us an overview on that $13 million or so.
Sure. So you're referencing our capital improvement plan and our plans for FY26. We have earmark grant, a CDS grant in the amount of $1.5 million that we obtained obligated funds for from the EPA, and we've already started that project. So we see that coming to fruition. Believe the deadline for that project is February 28th of 2026. So that particular CDS grant requires that we provide 20% matching funds. So 375,000 of that will come from our renewal and replacement program, and then the 1.5 is coming from the EPA. The other projects that you mentioned, the GT odor control, that's a project that's on our project priority list with Rhode Island DEM, so we can obtain state revolving fund loan proceeds to pay for that particular project. The biosolids handling, that's another project that we're just starting. We're working with our engineers to develop a means for us to produce what's called cake. It's the driest form of sludge, so that we can dispose our dried sludge at Cinegrow. I don't know if anyone's aware, but Woonsocket, the wastewater treatment facility there, and the solids handling facility there will no longer be taking liquid sludge, which greatly impacts the state of Rhode Island. They take approximately between 25 and 35% of our liquid sludge, concentrated sludge, but now we'll only have Veolia taking the liquid sludge. So we have to come up with a means of producing what's called cake, and that we can now continue to utilize Cinegrow services. But again, it's going to be one of those things that's going to be quite costly. But that's the other project that you mentioned, Councilman.
Thank you. On your electricity budget, you've got a 350% increase on that.
What happened for FY25 is there are multiple line items in our budget that we receive projections from the finance department. So the amount that they told us to budget for FY25 was very low. We're actually over budget at this point.
I see that.
And moving forward in FY26, anticipating that, yes, we're going to have higher electrical costs. We're not going to be getting all of these different Captona credits that I believe they thought that we were going to be getting. And that's why the budget's much higher. But that's pretty much in line with what we thought it may be last year. And then for FY25, excuse me, this year, FY25. But then the Captona charges really didn't amount to as much as we thought they were going to. So that's why we're over budget, but we're planning for that, and we have adequate funding for FY26.
Yeah, over budget, almost 800,000.
Yes,
Over
yes.
budget. And you got those numbers to budget for electricity? How?
The finance department actually tells us what we can anticipate because they're the department that handles all of the Captona credits.
In 2024, you had a budget, an actual budget of 865,000.
Correct.
And then that was reduced down to 222,000.
It was actually even less than that.
No one questioned it?
It was less than that.
It was what, please?
It was actually less than the 222. That 222 included a 2.75 or whatever interest calculation that they did. I'm not aware of the procedures that they use to calculate that. We've actually become much more involved in this process because they have a new budget analyst, Aaron. Aaron Isaac actually does the calculation. So he's been working with us to determine what we would need for FY26. Prior to that, we were just told what to budget.
And in fiscal year 2023, it was 185,000. This is like kind of bizarre.
That's because the credits were applied to the account. We received credits in both FY '23 and '24. So it was greatly reduced. And that's why the 222 sounded like, okay, this is going to work. Instead of us budgeting all this money, getting all these credits, we'll budget for what we're being told, 222, because we know we're going to get a bunch of Captona credits. And then it ended up being a lot more expensive than we had budgeted for.
But fiscal year 2024 wasn't reduced. It was increased. Fiscal year 2023 was 184, 547. And in 2024, it's 856, 516. So it wasn't reduced, it was increased. Then in 2025, this year, it was reduced to 222,000. And that's where I'm asking the question. Nobody questioned that, a $600,000 reduction?
The credits were applied the following year at 865, 516 in FY '24, and then the credits were applied the following year. Is that correct?
When you say the following year,
There was a lot of work that went into actually getting these credits. They kind of, I believe that they accumulated over maybe a couple of years, 2-3 years, and then they were applied. That could be why it was so low in 2023.
and
in 2024, we were expecting more credits, which we didn't get, but then we were told we would get more in '25, and that's why it was budgeted as low as it was.
so you didn't get the credits in 2025? Is that
We're
why you're
getting some,
projected
we
out
are
at-
getting some credits, but it's not as much as what we thought we were going to get, what we were told to budget for.
So in 2025, you're going to end up projected right now at 957. That does not include any credits that may come in?
No, there are credits coming in.
How much credits?
Councilman, I apologize, but I don't know exactly how these calculations work. This is something that is handled by the budget analyst, by
Okay.
the finance department. It's not anything that we partake in. We do talk with them about the kilowatt usage. We check our bills to make sure that the kilowatt usage is in line with the trends that we've seen through the years. I mean, we haven't built any new buildings since the phosphorus building went online at our treatment facility. We have 49 pump stations. We haven't added any more pump stations. So our electric charges are based on the kilowatt usage and whatever the charge is per that kilowatt hour. That hasn't changed. It's the actual application of the Captona credits. That is something that we don't participate in. That's handled by the finance department,
Right.
because those credits are applied across the city to the different departments.
Okay. All right. Bypass pumping. That's another item with a 900% increase.
Yes,
And what
we
is
are,
that?
we are looking to do a lot more investigations in our collection system this year. For those high-flow locations, it will require that we do a small bypass so that we can actually get the camera in the line and do some CCTV work, inspection of those lines. Recently, we had a break in an interceptor located on Falcon Meter in that neighborhood, and it was quite costly, the bypass work that was done. And what we would like to do is be proactive, scheduling bypasses so that we can get in and do investigation in these very deep, very large interceptors that have substantial flows that our own equipment, our own CCTV equipment cannot do. So that's why we're looking to that this year.
And the grinder pumps, I'm fairly certain that I have the answer on that. While it's a significant increase right now, it's because of Bayside, and you will be reimbursed from the residents as they purchase these grinder pumps, right?
The grinder pump is included in the assessment of $16,900 per EDU.
Right.
We did do a very large order, not this past year, well, this in FY25, but in FY24. We bought a significant number of grinder pumps. We have probably around 300 left. but we're going to order another 59 this year to make sure that we're covered when those connections start happening. We've already had 110 connections this year
Right.
with Bayside.
While I'm on the Bayside, I need to congratulate and thank you and the sewer department, as well as the contractors, for all of the work down there in Bayside. That was a monumental uphill project, a very expensive project, a time-consuming project. In addition to the people I just recognized, also a real shout out to the Narragansetts, who were extremely helpful in getting this project done. And I can literally say in less than one hand the amount of calls complaining during, 3 years of construction going on there.
Right.
Good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. So one issue that I've been following up with your predecessors previously in years past was, are the so-called gap projects in Ward 2, the most significant of which is the hill just east of Elmwood Ave, streets such as Ring, Riston, Heath, Sumner, Wingate. I'm not sure where I received certain information, but I have it in my notes way back in 2018 that Wingate had not been, or excuse me, Riston has not been paved since the year 1980. And part of the reason for that is that there's always the thought that, well, going to get sewers eventually, let's hold off on paving until time for sewers. So it is something where I'm hearing from people now and then that they're getting tired of waiting and they go and invest in very expensive septic systems, or they kind of get in a position where they have to. Is it possible that we might be getting to closer to a point of being able to pull the trigger on that Ward 2 gap project?
The GAP project, that's exactly what I was going to mention, the GAP project. Right now, I have to say that our primary concern are several rehabilitation projects, including the Elmwood Interceptor, which basically flows through the area where we had the compromise in January. So I don't foresee that project happening anytime in the near future, and I apologize for that. But there's a lot that would go into a GAPS project there, being more low-pressure system based on some of the elevations, and it would be very costly to put in a pump station in that particular area. I think we had discussed this via an email at one point.
Yes.
And I really don't see that happening anytime in the near future. We have Northwest Gorton Pond, which is planned for 28. I believe it's been moved out to. Let me just look at this. And we do have some GAPS projects that would be planned for 29 and 30. So we're extending that out.
I see. One other quick one. So it's my understanding that one of the obstacles with the bypass at Easton and Meter was that there was a misunderstanding about exactly where the line ran, and that caused some delays. Is this the sort of thing that perhaps there could be some proactive work done with mapping some of these old lines that might or might not accurately be on the maps? I know that, GPS technology has come a long way.
What line item are you referring to in the budget?
Whichever line item relates to the cost overruns at Easton and Meter. I suppose I could ask the question outside of the budget hearings. Thank you.
It's not a bad question. It just doesn't seem quite on point for the budget.
Well, we're doing a lot of mapping with GIS, and we're working now with a new system that will actually allow our CCTV equipment and a Tremble unit to actually remap the lines as the camera goes through, and then it will populate our GIS layer, which
Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you. Director, I forgot to ask you my famous set of questions. Any salary increases beyond contractual or step increases? And I notice you've listed here a 14.5% increase in salaries.
We have longevity increases this year, nothing beyond the contractual agreement. We have longevity. We have 7 individuals that will receive longevity increases. We are also adding a full-time equivalent position. It does not show up on the personnel supplement. It was inadvertently omitted when it was prepared, but we are adding another full-time equivalent. It's required under a consent agreement that we have presently with Rhode Island DEM for our EPA Capacity Management Operations and Maintenance Program, our CMOM program.
That position that you just said was inadvertently eliminated in the sewer authority.
It was omitted. We did, when we met before the budget, our final budgets were printed, we, obviously met with the administration and the position was approved. It's basically a requirement of our RIPD's permit. It's a consent agreement that we have with DEM to do these collection system inspections. We need additional personnel in that department. And that position is a requirement. Otherwise, we'll be fined. I have to respond to DEM by June 2nd, letting them know that it's been approved. So we did discuss it. It wasn't added to the personnel supplement. It was an oversight on the part of whoever prepared the personnel supplement, but it was included in our request to the administration.
Is that the Director of Operations Maintenance?
No, it was called Collections Administration, so that person is going to be responsible for looking at the GIS mapping, the inspections, our asset management, and also performing inspections. It was not included in the personnel supplement.
But is it included in the $3,038,229?
Yes, sir. Yes, Councilman, it is.
And the Director of Operations and Maintenance in your personnel supplement, that has been X'd out. That's not going to be filled?
That is correct.
And again, I just want to be sure that I'm clear that there are no salary increases for anyone in your department over the contractual requirements, step increases, longevity.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any members of the public have anything for sewers? Seeing none, we'll move on to water. And just as an FYI, depending on how long this takes, we will have to stop for a moment to vote on waiving Rule 21, because normally we would be forced to stop at midnight, but we'll play it by ear depending on how long we go. So do anyone have any questions for water? Any members of the...
Hold on 1 minute. Give me a chance. I was still making notes from sewer. Yes, I do have questions for water, and I'll make them quick. Same questions. Any salary changes beyond contractual step in?
Eric Earls, Public Works. We have no changes to positions, no changes to salary with the exception of the contractual. We do have a handful of vacancies, but other than that, yeah, no changes.
Okay. It was told to us earlier that we're back up to a $4 million accounts receivables on water sewer bills. When will those, when will things start the process again like it did when we dropped it from 6 million to 800,000? You're going to start doing those notices, the yellow notices we designed, as well as the red notices for shutoffs? And if not, how do you plan on collecting this $6 million? I don't want to go back out again like we had to do years ago.
There'll be 2 delinquent notices and 1 shut-off notice per year.
Say that again?
2 delinquent notices and then 1 shut-off notice.
For each of those that come up to the $4 million, right? Okay, when is that going to stop? I can't hear him. Would you have Eric, have him go to the mic, please?
Mike St. Pierre, business manager. All right, so currently, right now, we issue 2 delinquent notices a year and 1 short-off notice a year as well that Eric mentioned. Basically, we've already sent out the first delinquent notice. We send it out a month before the tax sale. And we also send it out in the September timeframe. So it's twice a year. Those are the 2 times. And after the second delinquent notice, we give them up to 3 weeks to either enter into payment plans or to pay it off. But then at that point, we will send out the shut-off notices, which are the red notices. And basically, we determine delinquencies by a minimum outstanding balance of $750. And the thing you need to understand is that some individuals, to reach that $750 minimum balance could actually take, a year or 2. And then we have other individuals that could probably reach that outstanding balance within a year or even a couple quarters.
So essentially, you're going to go back to that process. I believe you were on that committee, right?
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
So you're going to be going back to that process that we had designed back then.
You are correct.
Thank
Now,
you.
something to keep in mind, I will add to that, is the fact that we have a self-imposed moratorium on water shutoffs, and that is from the beginning of April until the end of May. No, I'm sorry, what am I saying? I'm sorry. All right, so from September until April.
Right. And in addition to that, there's no shut-offs done after Thursday. Thursday's a cutoff day for shut-offs.
That's correct,
To
right.
allow them to come in on Friday.
Exactly,
Okay.
right. Mhm.
I remember most of it. Thank you.
Councilman Ricks, how are you feeling about your questions? Because otherwise, we're going to have to do the vote.
Very quick, more of a comment. For the benefit of the new members on the council, water and sewer, we have zero control over their budgets. We can't add, subtract, transfer within any money, correct?
Correct, that's enterprise fund. Mhm.
Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions for the water department? Does the public have any questions for the water department? Seeing none. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing? Motion made by Councilman Lattiser, seconded by Councilman Ricks. All in favor? All opposed? All right, so that passes. And now we have a motion. We need to have a motion to hold PCR 65-25 and PCR 66-35 to Thursday, May 22nd.
So moved.
So moved by Councilman Napa, seconded by Councilman Gebhardt. Is there any objection to holding PCR 65-25 and PCR 66-35 to Thursday, May 22nd? Seeing no objection, so held. Now we need a motion to adjourn. Motion made by Councilman Lattiser, seconded by Councilman Ricks. All in favor? All right. All opposed? All right. So moved. See you back here on Thursday.